Ini sudah. Oke, berikutnya Pak Suyatman. Pak Ketua kemana?
Masih di kamar mandi.
Kayaknya lagi di kamar mandi sambil merokok kali ya. Baik, Pak Yatman kita tunggu.
Aku telepon, lanjut.
Lanjut. Kemudian habis Pak Yatman, video greeting Pak Menteri, Pak Didi. Oke, Pak Didi sudah nyambung internet? Sudah. Oke. Apulusnya
Mau ke Japri aja.
Oke,
Link YouTube. Kirim Japri. Biar Anda nanti yang kirim.
Setelah Pak Menteri nanti kita doa. Doa siapa? Pak Lutfi mana? Transfer mana Pak Susah nanti? Ya.
Sudah dikirim.
Di telepon, ayo ke sini.
Kosong.
Sudah mau 8%.
Tadi di balik gambir.
Kita grup koordinasi.
Grup ya.
Ayo yang baru datang silakan kita tempat duduk langsung nyari kabel untuk internet disambung.
Kan? Kirim ke?
Loh, cari tempat yang nyaman.
Saya kirim
Lesehan oleh. Duduk oleh. Buka kasur oleh. Sampai nyambung internet.
Nah, gitu.
Mereka oleh.
Jadi nanti ke semua grup peserta, Pak Rik yang kirim link YouTube-nya yang hari ini live streaming.
Baik.
Klik aja.
Tadi sampai doa.
Nah, udah dikirim Pak Erik.
Belum siap, Bu. Nanti disambungkan.
Wah, udah live streaming.
Sudah.
Streaming langsung.
Sampai doa.
Nggak apa-apa ya?
Moderator pertama. Bu Lidah mana? Bu Lidah belum ada?
Kenapa bisa gitu?
Ayo Bu Lidah, segera menuju lokasi, sambungkan laptop dengan internetnya menggunakan kabel.
Dikirim
Kemudian
nanti sama
kabelnya di bawah.
Siap.
Sudah? Kabel saya bawa. Nggak pakai.
Bu Nelly.
Oke ya, yang penting internetnya sambung pakai kabel.
Ini udah di
Moderator
koordinator.
satu sudah, moderator dua.
Udah dikirim di koordinator.
Moderator dua Bu Trisnawati. Bu Tris yang 9.
Di 9.
Masuk sini.
Lagi makan.
Masih makan. Oke. Moga bisa dibantu menghubungi tarik ke sini.
Tarik.
Soalnya nanti lagi di sana ngobrolnya terlalu. Ya. Oke, Pak Febriyanthie. Cari tempat duduk, Pak. Yang paling nyaman dan laptopnya sambungkan ke internet. Yuk. Ayo, Bu Trisna silakan ngambil posisi, sambungkan internetnya ke laptop menggunakan kabel. Diangkat. Linknya. Linknya yang mana Pak? Pak Febriyanthie sudah hadir. Oke.
Dalamnya Budian, halo.
Abi di
Oh, siap.
Oke, silakan langsung duduk ke tempat yang masih kosong. Duduknya di kursi, jangan di meja. Boleh di
Harus
lantai.
ngambil dari sana.
Lesehan juga boleh.
Oh iya.
Oke,
Sudah.
Ya, pastikan semua laptopnya
Astagfirullahaladzim, salah.
kabelan.
Salah kirim.
Yang bisa kabelan.
Koordinator
Ya,
bukan.
cari yang kosong. Harusnya dapat. Malam kan dapat semua.
Salah kirim. Salah kirim ke grup. Pengaruh lelah, kurang tidur.
Yang ini.
Masukin ke grup.
Baik, semuanya sudah duduk. Monggo kita berdoa dulu bersama kalau sudah siap. Kita kan belum nyambung, tapi ada yang sudah nyambung internet. Oh, berarti bisa, ya. Kalau ada yang nyambung berarti sudah masuk ke sana. Oke.
Aman kalau LAN sudah
Nyambung.
nyambung.
Ini. Oke.
Tapi nggak habis kan? Ada lagi lah.
Berapa?
Kabelnya habis.
Ya.
Oh,
Oke, saya akan share lagi.
wifi-nya dihilangin. Jangan lupa pakai wifi.
Bukan. Saya akan share benar dari Pak Ripa tadi jangan. HTTPS madrasah /land garis miring madrasah /land. Ini saya akan share lagi ya.
Ada
Panitia.
suaranya enggak?
Ada, saya mute aja ini.
Ini saya share di grup panitia. Ya,
Udah.
panitia.
Nyambung ya. Nggak nyambung ya.
Nggak kompatibel ya.
Itu HTTPS
Ayo, malu
madrasah
nyambung.
/land.
Nyambung.
Yang malas ngetik silakan klik saja. Yang penting WA-nya sudah nyambung. Kalau
Dari
tidak,
itunya
klik
soketnya kali.
madrasah /land,
Soketnya, Bu.
strip apa garis miring madrasah /land. Jangan. Pas ini hanya untuk panitia. Sementara panitia dulu. HTTPS _2 garis miring sebelah ke kanan double madrasah /land garis miring lagi madrasah /land.
Berdoanya sudah belum, Mas Arif?
Ya,
Berdoanya sudah.
belum.
Oh, belum. Ada Pak Ustaz Febriyanthie. Ustaz Febriyanthie.
Karena kalau di foto saya enak di sana. Enggak apa. Ini masih pasien nih. Yang mau pakai yang belum dapat.
Nyampe nggak ke Pak Erik sini, Pak?
Coba tarik di
Sini Pak Erik nyampe nggak? Oh, pendek ya.
Ini stand up. Oh, ini berarti. Ini kita tahun ini bisa sampai tempat mereka.
Ah, bisa. Pak Erik bisa lewat sini.
Ini bisa anak-anak di tempat mereka.
Siap.
Ya, kita ini sampai dunia akhirat. Bisa sampai aras. Oke, kalau sudah semuanya, mari kita duduk sempurna dulu. Kita berdoa dulu. Kemudian kita ke aktivitas semuanya. Baik, bisa Bapak Ibu? Halo, ada orang di sana Pak? Bisa. Ini kebiasaan bersama. Oh, ada umrah yang belum. Ya, saya tuh kalau kan sejak ini. Nah, guru kok rapik.
Hati-hati teman-teman, banyak kabel berkeliaran.
Baik, Bapak Ibu semua, Pak Alas, Pak Lukman.
Ya makanya. Hati-hati.
Hati-hati.
Banyak kabel berkeliaran.
Banyak awan jauh. Bapak. Baik, Bapak Ibu, Pak Lukman, siap? Kita berdoa dulu. Oke, kita akan mencegah. Baik, sebelum kita berdoa, Bapak Ibu, sekali kami mohon kita punya label yang sama. Labelnya satu, kita panitia. Kita lepas baju madaris, kita lepas baju ketika pada kita lepas kita lepas baju besar yang ada hanya panitia. Oke, kita suksesan ISOE 2022. Benar? Nah, hanya satu, sukses kata Pak. Oke, baik, mari sejenak kemudian membangun kemudian. Oke, please sit. Kita tidak ada sini. Pokoknya sit membangun. Ya, sit. Baik, Bapak-Ibu, monggo kita berdoa dulu. Kita mohon kepada Allah. Semoga apa yang kita akan cita-citakan, kita akan sudah mari kita sama-sama berdoa dari Qur'an, Indonesia, Sheila, ini yang soleh Al-Fatihah. Mau kita Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin arrahmanirrahim. Ya Rabb, ya Maslikah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma ya Masir, Allahumma ya Masir kul asir, Allahumma ya Masir kul asir. Allahumma taqabbal sami'a hajatina fi hadhil yawm. Allahumma taqabbal minna, Allahumma taqabbal minna. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Alhamdulillahirobbilalamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Buka orang tersebut untuk masuk. Monggo, silahkan kita akan cek lagi untuk yang pertama. MC Bu Trisnawati. Oke, Bu. Oke, sip. Bisa dicoba ya. Kemudian kita ketemu lagi. Kita ada tahu kabarnya?
Aku telepon lagi. Temuin di kamar.
Wajan juga belum kelihatan. Price-nya belum.
Nah, itu dari tadi udah ada
Ya Allah. Buat betapa. Ya poin ya. Bisa pada poin. Jadi apa gimana? Terima kasih.
Mas Arif bilang the best, yes.
Gimana? Guru TK, guru memang ISOE 2022 itu the best. Oh, kerjakan yang terbaik. ISOE 2022 do the best. Yes, oh, do the best, yes gitu. Oke. Baik. ISOE 2022. Sampai nah, punten ada di slot yang kerja. Oke, baik ya. ISOE 2022. Ya, itu is the best of do the best. Harus banyak kan enggak tonton dari dokumentasi.
Yang mau MTsN.
Oke.
Biasanya ibu-ibu.
Anu.
5 menit lagi.
Nggak bawa sih.
Oke, siap.
Biasa.
Kamera action gitu. ISOE 2022. Sampai jumpa di ISOE 2023. Oh, baik, yuk saya cek lagi. MC-nya oke, ya? Oke ya. Bu Korea gimana? Bu Heni? Internet nyambung? Akurusnya di bawah? Oke. Sudah saya buka internet akurusnya? Belum.
Udah kalau
Nah,
otomatis.
yang baru akurus coba.
Otomatis tinggal.
Ya. Aku pasti pulang. Saya
pemilik semua duniaku. Untuk anugerah ilmu yang kau titipkan, hingga kini ku mampu.
Hari ini Arman PJJ ya, Bu?
Iya, Pak. Hari ini kan Arman PJJ.
Oh, kalau begitu Bapak berangkat dulu ya.
Langkahkan kedua kakiku, ku teruskan titipanmu. Untuk semua muridku, dengan izinmu, tak sedikit pun ragu. Beramal di dunia nyata, berakhlak di dunia maya, sebarkan ilmu surga, ilmu dunia. Beramal di dunia nyata, berakhlak di dunia maya, guru hebat, siswa cerdas, bermartabat.
Udah PJJ belum?
Udah, Bi. Tapi ini kayaknya pulsanya habis deh, Bi.
Aduh, nih telat mintanya nih. Udah saya kirim dah.
Iya, Bi.
Oke.
Itu Al-Karim. Al-Karim. Al-Karim ini mempunyai arti zat yang maha.
Beramal di dunia nyata, berakhlak di dunia maya, sebarkan ilmu surga, ilmu dunia. Beramal di dunia nyata, berakhlak di dunia maya, guru hebat, siswa cerdas, madrasah bermartabat. Panjatkan syukur padamu, milik semua duniaku. Untuk anugerah ilmu yang kau titipkan, hingga kini ku mampu.
Hari ini Arman PJJ ya, Bu?
Iya, Pak. Hari ini kan Arman PJJ.
Oh, kalau begitu Bapak berangkat dulu ya.
Langkahkan kedua kakiku, ku teruskan titipanmu. Untuk semua muridku, dengan izinmu, tak sedikit pun ragu. Beramal di dunia nyata, berakhlak di dunia maya, sebarkan ilmu surga, ilmu dunia. Beramal di dunia nyata, berakhlak di dunia maya, guru hebat, siswa cerdas, madrasah bermartabat.
Udah PJJ belum?
Udah, Bi. Tapi ini kayaknya pulsanya habis deh, Bi.
Aduh, nih telat mintanya nih. Udah saya kirim dah.
Iya, Bi.
Oke.
Itu Al-Karim. Al-Karim. Al-Karim ini mempunyai arti zat yang maha.
Dunia nyata, berakhlak di dunia maya, sebarkan ilmu surga, ilmu dunia. Beramal
Dua-dua. Kurang ya? Dua-dua.
Umi Indonesia.
Buddhis Indonesia kayak itu Buddhis itu kameranya kurang dulu Bu. Itu kameranya kurang dulu. Laptopnya kurang diginiin. Apa giniin?
Nah,
Oke.
Nah, Bu Anis kelihatan jadi background di sana. No?
nggak apa-apa.
Nah, itu kayak orang hilang tuh. Nah, itu kan.
Ya, apa-apa, nggak apa-apa. Lupa background.
Baik, Bu Tris, coba audio Bu. Assalamualaikum. Mari kita buka, kita tutup berbaring.
Tes. May I have your attention, please?
Suara tidak ada ya?
Oh,
Apa ada yang enggak? Ini. Yang dekat dengan Bu Tris berarti Bu Hermin dan Pak Didin. Halo Pak Menteri. Ini audionya keluar nggak?
Apa?
Audio dari laptop ini.
Belum masuk, belum.
Oh, belum ya. Berarti dari sini. Belum ya?
Belum di-edit.
Unmute. Bukan unmute, tapi laptopnya dimatikan audionya. Nanti yang saya bantu mematikan dari laptop, bukan unmute. Ya, volume keluar dari laptop itu dimatikan, bukan unmute ya. Kalau unmute itu masuk ke zoom-nya, ini yang dimatikan keluar dari zoom-nya.
Sudah tuh Tris, dimatikan.
Laptopnya Bu Tris dimatikan juga apa? Bu Tris bisa dengar dari kita dari ruangan ini. Ya,
ya, oke.
ya dimatikan aja. Oke,
Ya, mungkin ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
masih. Nanti Bu Hendy bisa pindah ke sana sementara.
Halo? Udah masuk suaranya. Gimana, udah masuk? Udah masuk, dengar nggak? Ada noise-nya?
Masih ada tapi clear ya, karena pakai headset kayak gitu.
Ini.
Ada noise tapi nggak begitu.
Kalau segini?
Bagus, udah bagus.
Bu Hendy punya headset ya?
Kayak mantul suaranya.
Coba lagi Mbak Bulida, coba lagi.
Baik, saya coba lagi. Gimana? Masih mantul kayaknya.
Masih mantul.
Iya, bergema kayaknya.
Cek sound. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Suara belum
wabarakatuh.
masuk ya?
Kok hilang?
Pak Yatman suaranya belum masuk.
Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pak Yatman internetnya pakai kabel atau enggak?
Kabel. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Delay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Cek sound. Apa harus pakai headset?
Boleh ada yang boleh Pak Yatman dipinjemin headset? Ada yang bawa headset, Bapak Ibu? Pinjemin Pak Yatman. Atau Pak Yatman?
Ini masuk nggak pakai headset? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Masih ya gema?
Masih cuma tapi
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Oke, Bismillah. Enak di rumah. Cek. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Masih ya?
Kalau Bapak mau
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Ya bagus.
Masuk nggak suaranya ini?
Udah masuk, udah masuk.
Suara saya, cek sound.
Udah masuk. Pak Gaitman udah masuk.
Oke.
suaranya Pak Enak belum keluar. Pak Hendra bisa dibantu Pak, suaranya yang bisa sekali bisa nggak muncul di ruangan ini, biar teman-teman yang di sini dengar suara itu. Suara itu dari Zoom.
Ya coba.
Hah?
Coba ada yang ngomong.
Coba ada yang
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Tes.
suaranya.
1 2 1 2.
Pak Lukman kedengaran bagus. Bu Eni kedengaran bagus.
Berbicara Pak Hendra, harusnya keluar suaranya. Kita nggak dengar suara Pak Hendra.
Pak Yatman tadi udah bagus.
Bagus ya. Cek.
Keluar, iya tadi headset, tapi di ruangan
Ininya
Kurang.
Pak Yatman bagus, Bu Eni
Bagus
bagus.
ya.
Oh, pakai ini ya.
Iya.
Oh, ini Pak Yitman pakai headset. Dia soalnya masuk ke headset Pak Yitman.
Oh iya, sekretnya diganti dengan Pak Yatman yang tidak bertugas pakai headset. Dilepas ganti siapapun.
Oh iya. Yang
Ini
Pak Yitman. Iya.
ini dipindah ke Pak ini Pak
Udah masuk tadi.
Pak Fajar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
berarti
Gimana suaranya masuk?
Bapak aja nih.
Masuk, Bu Eni
Oh,
masuk
iya.
bagus
Ini
suaranya.
nggak bergema kan ya?
Enggak
Iya,
bergema.
Udah.
Bu Eni nggak bergema.
Suara Pak Ainur nggak ada ya?
Ini suara saya ini sekarang.
Ya.
Pak Yatman udah bagus suaranya, Pak Yatman. Bu Eni udah bagus. Sementara pemakalah di unmute dulu deh. Di mute dulu pemakalah.
Apanya? Suara keluarnya. Iya, tadi tak mute, sekarang sudah dibuka.
Suara Mbak
Di
Wulida
unmute
udah,
aja. Udah
suara Mbak
masuk,
Wulida
Bapak.
udah bagus.
Tuh kan
Oke.
suaranya nggak ada Pak Ainur.
Udah masuk suaranya Pak Ibu tapi kecil.
Masuk
Iya.
tapi kecil.
Iya, masuk tapi
Oke. Di headset yang lain sama.
Saya malah nggak kedengaran.
Berarti bukan dari kita. Dari
Pak Ainurnya mungkin ya.
Jaringan bisa.
Ya, Bu Eni bagus, Bu Eni
Kalau
bagus.
saya kecil nggak? Yang saya masuk normal ya.
Pak Indra yang kata kerja Pak Indra. Video-video Pak yang di screen. Oke, bisa lah di scan body tasknya. Bapak Ibu, mau kita mulai jam berapa? Ini jam 8 lebih 25 menit. Kita molor 25 menit. 8.30. Kita mau pakai apa? 8.30 Zoom? Zoom dulu. Oke, baik. 8.30 Putri Senawati siap. Oke. Oke. YouTube-nya sudah on ya Pak. 8.30. Oke, sudah siap. Nanti video greeting. Sorry. Pak Hendra siap di tayangan ya. Oke, 8 lebih 27 putar aja terus itu. Spotlightkan Bu Tris, nanti video selesai Bu Tris sudah muncul. Oke, Bu Tris sudah siap? Bu Eni sudah siap?
Siap.
Bu Eni sudah siap? Ya, kalau enggak randonya di share screen aja di depan.
Duit saya duluan kali Bu ya. Saya ambil untuk yang 4 showcase ini masih under. Saya minta satu-satu nih Pak. Lihat infonya satu-satu. Ntar malam ya Pak Ibu bisa nggak untuk jadi nanti tinggal sama saya kan mungkin 1 atau 2 slide lah. Untuk yang nasional udah dapat dari saya tanyain deh Qur'an. Maksudnya udah kirim ya. Jadi hari ini kan Adit sama saya full nih. Ini cuma hari ini aja.
Tes, tes,
Ada yang nggak dengar saya Pak Sopri?
tes. Oh ya udah.
Tes. Ada yang nggak dengar?
Oke. Tes suara.
Tes suara.
Bu, siap turun ke slide ya Bu ya. Nanti saya ngomong apa.
Tes suara.
Oke, silakan share screen videonya. Ada suaranya nggak muncul?
Sama kayak nanti. Ini nggak usah deh, nggak apa-apa. Kalau saya tampil, ada gambar Ustadz nggak apa-apa. Nggak bisa, harus hijau itu.
Ini tadi juga
Itu dicentang dulu itu share sound-nya di share screen, jadi kedengaran suaranya.
Jangan-jangan bukan karena laptopnya apa?
silakan.
Nggak dengar suara. Apa sih speaker dari punya dari Fauzian?
Saya yang share screen.
Section. Spectrum. Tes. Ada sini. Tes. Section.
Bisa di section. Section.
Section. Section. Section. Ada. Section. Matiin lagi kalau mau dinyalain di
Check. Can you hear my voice, please? Yes.
Yes, I can hear you, Miss.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We are going to start the opening ceremony of the second International Symposium on Education in a few minutes. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen. After successfully conducted the first International Symposium on Education last year, Directorate of the Teachers and Education Personnel, GTK Madrasah, Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, is encouraged to conduct the second International Education Symposium 2022. The symposium to bring together academia, researchers, practitioners, policymakers, and madrasah educators who are responsible for delivering material of digitizing educations in the metaverse era. This symposium provides a great opportunity for prospective participants to share their recent theoretical knowledge, research findings, and experiences in dealing with education through rapid expansions of information and technology. And also, the symposium will feature presentations by outstanding international speakers, which are cutting-edge session topics. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, without you, I'm nothing. With you, I'm something. Together, we are everything. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
The Honorable, the Minister of Religious Affairs of Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Yaqut Kholil Qoumas. My respected General Director of Islamic Education in Ministry of Religious Affairs of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Ramdhani, S.Pd. M.T. My respected Director General for Teacher and Teaching Personnel Madrasah, Dr. Muhammad Zain, M.Ag. The Honorable General Directorate of KSKK, Professor Dr. Muhammad Isom, M.Ag. Our keynote speakers, invited speakers, presenters, participants, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the opening ceremony of the second International Symposium on Education 2022. Let us praise the Almighty for giving His blessing so that we all can be here together in these special occasions in a perfect conditions and health. My name is Trisnawati and I'm the Master of Ceremony for the symposium. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me read the agenda of the opening ceremony as follows. First, reciting Holy Quran by Miss Hani Hassana. Second, singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Next, committee report by Mr. Suyitman. The main agenda, opening remarks, and opening ceremony officially by the Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia will be represented by Kasubdit Bina GTK MI MTs, Dr. Ainur Rafiq. The next agenda is praying by Mr. Lutfila. And the last is closing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to start our agenda, let's begin by saying Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Reciting the Holy Quran by Miss Hani Hassana. To Miss Hani Hassana, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات لأولي الألباب الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much for Miss Hani Hasanah. May Allah always bless us. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, may we invite everyone to sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and followed by Mars Guru Madrasah song. Everyone, please be seated.
Madrasah pendidik anak bangsa, terus mengabdi tak kenal lelah. Guru madrasah teladan anak negeri, terus berjuang ikhlas dalam beramal. Engkaulah sang pencerah hati, engkaulah penerus risalah, penuntun akhlak mulia, teguhkan iman dan Islam. Sabar jalan itu suci, setiap langkah jadi ibadah. Kasih dan sayang selalu tercurah, lahirkan insan berakhlak mulia. Guru madrasah pendidik anak bangsa, terus mengabdi tak kenal lelah. Guru madrasah teladan anak negeri, terus berjuang ikhlas dalam beramal. Ibu bapa guru madrasah mulia, jasamu terpatri dalam sanubari jejak langkah dan bimbinganmu. Engkaulah sang pencerah hati, engkaulah penerus risalah, penuntun akhlak mulia, teguhkan iman dan Islam. Sabar jalan itu suci, setiap langkah jadi ibadah. Kasih dan sayang selalu tercurah, lahirkan insan berakhlak mulia, lahirkan insan berakhlak mulia.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, may we invite Mr. Sweetman to deliver the committee's report. To Mr. Sweetman, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umurid dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrahli sodri wa yassirli amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli amma ba'du. The Honorable Bapak Yaqut Qoumas as Minister of Religion of Republik Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Ali Ramdhani as Director General of Islamic Education Minister, and the Honorable Dr. Muhammad Zain and M.Pd as Director of GTK Madrasah, the Honorable Dr. Anis Maskur M.A as Head of Subdirectorate for Development of GTK M.A M.K, Mr. Ainur Rafiq as Head of Subdirectorate for Development GTK M.I M.TS, and Mr. Irhasobirin as head of the Subdirectorate for Development of GTK-RA, and the Honorable Head of the Regional and Head of District of Minister of Regional Office throughout Indonesia, and My Excellencies, invited speaker, presenter, and all participants ISO 20 and 22. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let's say to thank to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us guidance, happiness, health, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this event without any obstacles. Praise and salutation upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the best figure of this universe, the person who has able to save us from the Zahiliyah era. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all participants. My name is Suyitman. I am teacher of MTs Negeri 1 Kebumen and as a leader of ISO 20 and 2022. It's a wonderful and precious chance for me to be together in this ISO on Tuesday, 16 to 20 of May 2020 and 22 in our big event International Symposium of Education by tema Digitizing Education in Metaverse Era. The presence of metaverse technology also plays an important role in the religious moderate movement. Socialization of religious moderation can be done through various media such as infographics, animation, and videos that are distributed massive through online media that are easily accessible by netizens, including trade teacher and other education actors. Therefore, ISO 20 and 22 is held based on technology and has a time about technology as well. The goal of this program sets enhancing the professionalism of the performance of educator and education staff in improving the quality of learning to design world-class education, sharing good practice experience during learning in the pandemic era as a reference for education, encouraging scientific culture among educators and education staff in the field of scientificity. The last, I thank to Kementerian Agama, especially GTK Madrasah, who support us to help ISO 20 and 22. All the speaker, steering committee, and organizing committee, the presenter, and all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, limitations are not reason to us to stop innovating. So thanks for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Mr. Suyitman. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. May we invite the Director General for Teacher and Teaching Personnel, GTK Madrasah, Dr. Muhammad Zain, M.Pd, to deliver welcoming speech and officially open the second International Symposium on Education 2022. To Dr. Muhammad Zain, M.Pd, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa la hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa wala wa ba'du. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic Indonesia, Gus Yaqut Kholil Qoumas, the Director General of Islam Education, Ministry of Religious Affairs, Professor M. Ali Ramdhani, and ladies and gentlemen, and my friend, Dr. Ainur Rafiq, we respect the head of the provincial office of the Ministry of Religious throughout Indonesia, para Kanwil yang saya hormati, a praise and a gratitude to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala for all His grace and guidance. We always and send blessing and greeting to our great Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who we will always intercede for. The International Symposium on Education, ISOE, is really relevant to the current situation and condition. We are entering fourth industrial revolutions, which is experiencing turmoil, disruption, and VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Everyone experiences this disruption, including teachers. Therefore, teachers must change their mindset and they make scientific adaptation. As the result, they can be relevant to current conditions. Moreover, we are experiencing a society of 5.0. This can be known by technological development. People who are aware that technological development are not for dehumanization, but rather to help people in the facilitating their daily work. The more advanced at the world community, it can be known by the use of technological findings. The Getika Madrasah Directorate always tries to introduce and present the latest learning theories by involving the latest learning technologies such as metaverse and digital culture and others. In the context of the second ISO in the 22, there are two things that are most important. First, this event appreciates and displays words of science and creativity and innovation to teachers who are disseminated internationally so that they can develop themselves at the same time measure their abilities at national and international even. Secondly, ISOE is an opportunity for teachers and education personnel to interact in order to develop intellectual networking nationally and internationally. The entire purpose of this SYMPOSIUM, in my opinion, is to offer as much access to teachers as possible so that they may become part of the worldwide intellectual community and ideally become excellent teachers. Allow me to convey information in this forum. The teacher and education personnel are modest, moderate, innovate, and inspiring. Is an example with words and behavior that can be imitated by students. Inspirational teachers give hope to their students, teachers who can bring together the ideals of the students in wabarakatuh.
Okay. Thank you to Mr. Muhammad Zain,
Thank you.
Ministry of Religious Affairs of Indonesia. It has many events of life. Mr. Muhammad Zain, you are such miracle. We feel blessed to have you in our life. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the last agenda of the opening. Let's listen to the recitations of dua by Mr. Muhammad Lutfillah. For Mr. Lutfillah, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Hadirin yang saya hormati, izinkan saya memimpin doa secara Islam seraya memohon kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala agar acara yang kita laksanakan hari ini sampai besok dirahmati Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Bagi yang beragama non-muslim diharap menyesuaikan dengan keyakinan masing-masing. A'udzu minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan na'imin, hamdan syakirin, hamdan yuafi ni'ama wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhi sultanik. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, segala puja dan puji, karunia dan kenikmatan yang Engkau limpahkan kepada kami. Hanya kepadamu ya Allah kami bersyukur, dan hanya kepadamu ya Allah kami memanjatkan doa. Hanya kepadamu ya Allah kami menyembah, dan hanya kepadamu ya Allah kami memohon pertolongan. Ya Rabbana, hari ini kami berkumpul di sini dalam kegiatan Simposium Internasional II yang diadakan Direktorat GTK Madrasah Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia, berdiskusi, mengurai pikiran untuk memberikan sumbangsi yang terbaik bagi bangsa ini ya Allah. Ya Allah ya Tuhan kami, acara ini tentunya sangat besar sekali arti dan maknanya bagi kami. Selain menjalin silaturahim, tentunya sebagai forum diskusi yang sangat baik dalam rangka update ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Untuk itu ya Allah, kami mohon kepada Engkau untuk dapat melimpahkan ilmu dan pengetahuan kepada kami. Ya Allah ya Rahman ya Rahim, kabulkanlah doa dan permohonan kami. Rabbana taqabbal minna salatana wa siyamana wa qiyamana wa takbirana wa ruku'ana wa sujudana wa tahmidana wa du'ana ya Allah ya Rahman ya Rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar wa qina adzabannar wa qina adzabannar. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim. Wassalamu alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Bisirril Fatihah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you to Mr. Lutfillah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, sungguh indah kota Jakarta. Singapura, kotanya bersih. Semoga manfaat untuk kita semua. Saya undur diri, terima kasih.
Mantap.
Finally, from the deepest of my heart, I do apologize for any mistakes. Let's close by saying hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you very much for your kind attention and see you in the preliminary session 1 with the agenda presentation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful. May peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Yaqut Kholil Qoumas as the Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Would like to take this opportunity to greet you from all around Indonesia. On behalf of the Minister of Religious Affairs, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to International Symposium on Education 2022. I am excited to be invited to attend the second International Symposium on Education 2022. It is my hope that this conference would be able to achieve its objective in providing an effective forum for madrasah teachers. I am, as the Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, feel proud of conducting ISOE 2022. This event is a self-development to improve knowledge, especially about how to make our writings useful for others. Congratulations to those who have been selected as the best presenters in this event. We feel proud of your achievement. This activity is very much in line with our priority program, namely digital transformation of the Second International Symposium of Education. I would like to appreciate the work of Directorate of Teachers and Education Personnel, or GTK, of Madrasah, and also Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia to conduct International Symposium on Education. This standing conference brings up the topic about digitalizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer committee of this conference. By this conference, we hope that this conference will inspire other people out there. Before closing this greeting, allow me in the 5 of Eid on this auspicious occasion to wish you a happy Eid. I am sorry for all my mistakes, whether I did it intentionally or not. Taqabbalallahu minna wa minkum, taqabbal ya karim. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Muhammad Isam, the Director of Infrastructure, Institution, and Student Affairs for Madrasah. Congratulations for the International Symposium on Education 2022. Under the theme, Digitizing Education in the Metaverse Era, held by Director of Teacher and Teaching Personnel for Madrasah. Hopefully, this international symposium will be contribute not only for the teacher but also the students. So, digitizing in education become a system of education. Moreover, the result of this symposium should be transformative movement for all madrasah stakeholders in Indonesia. Good luck for the International Symposium on Education 2022. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. I would like to introduce myself. I am Cecep Khairul Anwar, Head of the Religion Office of DKI Jakarta, the Ministry of Religion of Affairs, the Republic of Indonesia. I am really proud of Directorate of Teacher and Education Personnel GTK of Madrasah, Ministry of Religion Affairs of Republic Indonesian, that encouraged to conduct international symposium on education ISO 20 and 22. This standing conference brings the very current topic relating about education and technology, digitalizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopefully, it's called have everyone of us to feel technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pagi. Terima kasih telah mengundang kami untuk berpartisipasi dalam diskusimu. Next. Today, this presentation is from the INOVASI team, and
Hetty, you're on mute.
Okay, I'm in now. Selamat pagi, and terima kasih telah mengundang.
You've been muted again, Hetty. Someone's...
Unfortunately, there is a function that keeps muting me, but I think maybe I'm here now. Is that correct? Is it correct? Say, can you hear me? Good.
Yeah, we can hear you, but maybe the moderator is going to introduce you, I think.
Okay, good.
Mari Pak. Mari Pak. Ayan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahilladzi 'allama bil qalam, 'allama al-insana ma lam ya'lam. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarika lah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan 'abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahumma fassalli wa sallim wa barik ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in wa ba'd. The Excellency, the Minister of Religious Affairs, the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Yaqut Kholil Qoumas. The Honorable Director General of Islamic Education and Ministry of Religious Affairs of Indonesia, Dr. Ali Ramdhani. The Honorable, the General Director for Madrasah, Teacher and Teaching Personnel, Dr. Muhammad Zain. The Honorable Dr. Ainur Rafiq, the Kasubdid of MI and MTs, who always guide us in performing madrasa sharing, madaris journal, madrasa land, and etc. Our keynote speakers, invited speakers, presenters, participants, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me state again, welcome to the second International Symposium on Education 2022. We have two speakers in this session. The first speaker is Dr. Beth Sprunt. Sorry, I don't know how to say Sprunt or Sprunt. Dr. Beth Sprunt is the Inclusive Education Advisor on INOVASI, an honorary fellow at the National Institute for Global Health at the University of Melbourne. She is a doctor of philosophy. Dr. Beth's skills and expertise are rehabilitation, function, inclusive education, development, and disabilities. Dr. Beth worked as an inclusive education advisor on bilateral education sector programs in Fiji and Indonesia, and for UNICEF across the Pacific. Beth PhD was a diagnostic accuracy study of the UNICEF Washington Group Chart Functioning Model for the purpose of disability disaggregating Fiji's education management information system. INOVASI, the Innovation for Indonesian School Children program, is a partnership between the Indonesian and Australian governments. Maybe Dr. Beth could tell us more about INOVASI. Before I introduce the second speaker for this session, let me greet Dr. Beth first. Hello, Dr. Beth. Hello, good morning, Dr. Beth from my side.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. How are you doing?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the kind welcome. I would also like to share that Hetty Cislowski is my co-presenter. And in fact, Hetty is the Senior Education Specialist for INOVASI, and she will be speaking first, and we will tag team, and I will speak second. So a warm welcome to Hetty as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And let me introduce the second speaker first. Our second speaker is Ms. Cislowski. Ms. Cislowski is INOVASI senior education specialist with a career spanning more than 35 years. Ms. Cislowski has more than 15 years experience advising senior goal policy makers on a broad range of policy issues, including education standards, planning, assessment systems, curriculum, secondary and vocational education and training, education financing, and sector performance monitoring. Ms. Cislowski has extensive professional experience in Australian education systems and education policy making. As a former Assistant Director General for NSW Department of Education and Training, Ms. Cislowski held several senior technical roles from which she brings a solid understanding of a broad range of policy issues and an in-depth understanding of how policy is made. Okay, because our time is limited, only 1 hour, so we divided 20 minutes for each speaker. Then we're going to give the audience space for asking about the material. Okay, for the first moment, time is for Dr. Beth Sprunt.
Thank you. This is Hetty. You may call me Hetty. Cislowski is my Polish name. Hetty is my Indonesian and Australian name. Can you hear me? Could I just have an indication, Mr. Speaker there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. We have a great team in INOVASI who are working on many aspects of supporting children's learning. And if you would just take me to the second slide, Beth. This is just a little overview of INOVASI for those of you who may not be so familiar. We have a very focused program. We're working in 4 provinces, and our emphasis is on improving children's learning. Now, this next few slides will be talking about the actual learning situation in Indonesia, and I'm hoping that you will explore then how the metaverse and other aspects of technology in education can be applied to the real goal of supporting children's learning. Okay, next one. So firstly, we'll just mention the metaverse because it is the focus of the conference, the symposium, I should say. But it relates to a context, and the context is the big Indonesian context of Industry 4.0, or Indonesia's expanded role in the region as a power. And that means there's a lot of importance to be placed on employment skills. Competence in basic skills, though, is the one that underpins all of those things. And so we have to talk about nurturing the human skills as well as exploring the technology and all of the new issues that we have to face in this century. Next. So I've just put a simple definition of metaverse that helps me, but I really want you to get the picture that it's integrated with these objectives of Industry 4.0, which is really a concept that your president introduced some years ago, right, as to an objective. And I think it's still a very important one to look at what is the workforce that Indonesia needs for the future. So the metaverse is there for us also, but we mustn't forget the human element. So I'll be talking about the human element as well. So basically, I have a very simple definition there of metaverse, which I'm sure that you will expand through your symposium. Next. All right, so we have a situation where Indonesian youth and young people are actually quite skilled in many aspects of digital technology. They have the highest uptake of mobile phones, I think, in the world. And so this means they are already taking a step towards some of the skills that they need for working in the metaverse. So digital skills, creativity and design. Indonesians are very creative, and young people have started all kinds of businesses and looked at new ways of doing things. Empathy and social awareness, imagination, persistence. These are skills that are needed for operating in a metaverse. The communication skills and the networking. And for their lifelong learning, they need to become independent learners, and they'll be learning online. So these are some of these skills. And in fact, I noticed that Indonesia has made great efforts to introduce adaptive testing online for students in both elementary and junior secondary and senior secondary. So Indonesia is actually leading the way of doing assessment online as well. One of our questions is the impact of the metaverse on equity. And I'd like you to keep thinking about that as we move through these slides. Next. So Industry 4, I mentioned that, so let's just have a look what's in it. Next one. So if you just look at Industry 4.0, it's about a lot of things that could take us to the metaverse, and that in fact are stepping stones in that direction. So you have a lot about the digital environment, machine working, cyber, and metaverse could be 0.5, the next direction here. So this is the sort of technologies that we need. Next one, thanks. So I'm talking about Indonesia's advancement, and I want you just to look at this graph, which comes from PricewaterhouseCoopers in 2017, and it's pre-COVID. But the red line is Indonesia, of course, and you can see that the projected growth around about somewhere between 20 and 25 is going to surpass countries such as Japan and Germany. And that's a bit of a shock to some people, but everything will have slowed down, of course, during the couple of years of COVID. But you can see that Indonesia is projected to be and can be a superpower. And the other lines, the blue and the yellow lines at the bottom there, are countries like Mexico and Turkey that are also going to go past a lot of the old, if you like, colonial countries and European powers. So I want you to keep that in mind as somewhere that Indonesia is going, and how does the metaverse help us to get there? Next one. So artificial intelligence is talked about a lot, and children have fun with it, and it's being used very massively in manufacturing. But it's also about the skills that artificial intelligence cannot emulate. So we have to actually remind ourselves that people in the workforce and children learning and adults learning have human skills that we need to develop, such as leadership, listening, staying positive, and resilience. Some of these things became very important in COVID. Dealing with people and managing crises and conflicts. So these have to sit beside whatever other sorts of skills we bring to the metaverse. Next. I say in here, students must achieve at least minimum competence in the basic skills of literacy and numeracy. Now that needs saying, because we can't take our mind off the fact that so many children don't have those skills, and that's what we need to look at next. Thank you. So I've talked about some of these drivers of change, the global economy, the changes. I've talked about Industry 4.0. We keep that in mind. But are we preparing students? And the next one. So I'm just looking back at the great achievements that have been made in Indonesian education in the past couple of decades. And more recently, the progress towards universal 12 years has been very important. And at the same time, the expansion at the other end of 2 years of early childhood education. These are key achievements. They're not completed yet, but they're key achievements. The expansion of disability support services and inclusive education, better qualified teachers, zonation. Is it leading to greater equity? Systems reform in assessment, curriculum, and school improvement. Computer-based testing is becoming much more reliable. And just in the past few years, when I think about skills, I'm seeing that there is this breakdown of the barriers between vocational and, if you like, more academic education. They're being merged in ways that are really very positive. So there's been a lot of great changes, but let's look at the next slide. We're finding that more students are staying at school longer, yes, but the international test results are flat. So even after 20 years of investment and change and determination to improve, it hasn't really happened. And more than 50% of students are not achieving minimum competence in literacy and numeracy. And that's on international tests, but reliable national assessments such as AXI and now RKM also show us that a high percentage of students are scoring below the minimum competence. Next. And this is from the PISA data, and the last test was 2018. And you can see that in a almost 20-year period, you have what the OECD has called a flat line with a slight hump in the middle. And that's how it's described. And every time that we look at these tests, there's a little bit positive and then it seems to go back again. And the overall effect is statistically, there's no significant difference in that period from the beginning, 2000 to the 2018 testing. So almost 2 decades. In this next one, I'll just skip over that one, Beth. I'll just carry on a bit faster. We do have to make sure that the majority of the population, that is more than 50%, a great deal more than 50%, actually do become literate and numerate. And the reasons are very clear. I mean, in the first instance, a higher level of education leads to a better job. It leads to more education, and that gives you better health. It leads to more support for education so that children from those families themselves will go on. And one of the things that delivers for the family is what's called a wage premium. And that is you get higher salary, but it brings all those other benefits. So it's important for the individual. But as we've been saying, it's also important for Indonesia as a country to have a skilled workforce. Okay, next. Next. Okay, further. So if we fail to increase the competence in the basic skills, individuals will continue to live in poverty and have poor life chances. At a national scale, if we have a population that's increasing but increasingly poor, we have the risk of internal sort of instability. And at the international level, Indonesia could risk becoming a source of cheap labor for other countries in the region instead of a leader in innovation. So it's very important that we don't take our mind off this goal. Next one. And I just use some examples here. For example, if a student leaves school but can't read a manual, what job can they get? You know, can they apply their mathematical thinking to solve a problem as simple as how much paint should I buy to paint this house? If they can't compare and contrast two propositions, like which one is better? Should I take this loan or that loan? Should I apply for this policy or that policy? That's critical thinking skills, being able to compare. If they can't make conclusions based on inference, so all this material or all this information that I have, how do I decide what it means and what I should do? So they're the kinds of skills that are part of the basic skills. And if students don't have those skills, they won't be part even of Industry 4.0 that I talked about, the introduction of the digital world and artificial intelligence and so forth. They will still be back in a rural, unskilled or semi-skilled existence. Okay. So the task ahead is to reduce that percentage of students who are below the minimum competence and simultaneously improve the foundational skills in the early grades so that we actually develop children's competence before they are finished their basic education. They should have the good basic skills to go on further. Next one. The last couple of years, the COVID pandemic has created a few, shall we say, blockages. And we can see from a learning gap study that was undertaken by INOVASI that children's learning was halted. In other words, there was a loss in their learning. And the graphs show here the testing in the blue before the pandemic, and then what happened during the pandemic. And they lost approximately 6 months of learning in literacy and about 5 months of learning in their numeracy progress. So that's just added another sense of urgency, really, is to make up that ground and to ensure that those students have the support they need to keep learning and improving. The next one. This is also learning from during COVID, because it was an opportunity to actually focus sharply on what were the resources that students needed to continue their learning, and technology was very important. But these are some of the findings from the study. 6 out of 10 students don't access the internet. And then you find there are rural-urban differences. 71% of students in urban areas can access it, but it's less than half the students in the rural areas who can access the internet. 62% of students without a disability have access versus 51% of students with disability. And the hardware, if you like, the gadgets, 15 to 16% have a laptop or tablet, but that translates as being 21% of the urban population and 9% of students in rural areas. So you can see there's quite a massive difference there. And students with disability, those without disability, 16% have the gadgets and 11% with disability have them. So there's differences in children's access to connectivity and also in the devices that they need to do that. And someone's mentioned also here the cost of affordability. And this is something that the government has been investing in for students in the pandemic, for students and teachers. Yeah. So at the present time, Indonesia is ranked 84th out of 120 countries in terms of affordability. Next. Okay, so one of the issues about children doing digital learning or learning by remote was that their teachers also have to get those skills. And when you look at the transformation that teachers had to undergo over the last 2 years, it's not surprising that many found it difficult. They didn't feel that they had enough training. They felt that it gave them a workload. 1 out of 2 teachers reported that they just didn't feel confident in their ability to do this. The study from INOVASI also found that actually a lot of them were using social media sorts of approaches and not really what you might call digital learning. So they were distributing material or having conversations, but it wasn't really translating into teaching. So, and that's understandable. Less than 20% of teachers said they'd received training in the past 2 years. So until the teachers are confident and able to manage this aspect of their teaching, it's not surprising that a lot of children struggled with it. The study also looked at monitoring the teaching and learning processes in schools. In other words, what were the outcomes? And one of the things that they found was that students were putting less effort into their work. Some of them were not motivated. They didn't understand what was going on. Some of them asked their parents or others in the household to actually do the work for them. So it was a pretty difficult change that people hadn't been prepared for. And these are some of the important things that will have to underpin the metaverse as well. Next. Okay, what should underpin a comprehensive strategy? Well, this is what do we need to do about it? Obviously, research-based and using INOVASI as a source of evidence. Equity is really important to be recognised, and the diversity in approaches that are needed. And some of these other things I'll just skip over here as the time is running out. So the human element, I've already said, is very important. It's the social skills as well as the character education. Let's have the next one, Beth. This is a slide from the OECD, which recognises the core knowledge for 2030. And they're the cognitive and metacognitive skills, the first group, the social and emotional skills, and the last one, the practical and physical skills, including those digital skills. So that's quite a handy list of 3 kinds of skills that we keep in mind. Next. If you look on the right-hand side in the paler blue, Indonesia's program and approach to the 21st century skills is lined up very nicely with those three domains that the OECD identified. And so we have here the reading, writing, and maths. They're the basic skills, the first ones.
Hello, Miss Jess.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Just getting some feedback there. So looking at what's already in the curriculum here, the basic skills, the critical thinking and higher order thinking, creativity and collaboration, life skills, and ICT literacy. And that's a pretty good list menu for us to keep working on in education. Next. Okay, I'll skip over this slide too, just for the sake of getting through. Okay, and the next one, we'll move on a little bit. You can look at those ideas. The children themselves have some pretty good ideas about what skills they need, and that's very, very good. So I'm just sort of summarizing them here. Number 1, the strong foundations in literacy and numeracy. Number 2, the character skills. There's the human element there. Number 3, those skills for the 21st century. And number 4, generic job readiness. In other words, the kind of attitudes and self-management that young people need to enter the workforce.
Hello, Miss Jess.
Last one.
Okay, the last one.
Yes. So my concluding thoughts, the message I'd like to leave with you anyway, is that the metaverse and increasing digital support for learning have potential if they can contribute to the two most pressing issues facing Indonesian education. And those two issues, the first one is the need for widespread improvement in the percentage of children who attain minimum competence in numeracy and literacy. And secondly, the need to reduce inequity in the quality of education and education outcomes. I'm going to hand over to Beth now to continue with some more focused discussion on the applications of technology. Thanks, Beth.
Okay, that's interesting because the material is really contextual for Indonesian people, teachers and students, I mean. And because Ms. Jess talked about metaverse and Indonesian educational condition today, but I don't know whether you have gone to Sumatra or some other islands in Indonesia, because we know that Indonesia is a big country, right? So talking about the population, we have 264 million people and also hundreds of languages. But before we please our second speaker, Dr. Beth, to start presenting here, let me invite Mr. Anton as our interpreter to give some summaries of Mrs. presentation in Bahasa Indonesia, of course. Okay, time is for Mr. Anton.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Nggak dengar. Coba ulangi.
Baik rekan-rekan dan teman-teman sekalian, tadi Pak Dion sudah memberikan latar belakang kurikulum dari pembicara kita yang luar biasa. Saya akan memperkenalkan para pembicara kita ini dalam bahasa Indonesia tadi yang sudah disampaikan sama Pak. Pembicara kita namanya adalah Miss Cislowski, ya. Miss Cislowski ini merupakan seorang pakar di bidang pendidikan dengan karir lebih dari 35 tahun. Ya. Dia memiliki pengalaman sekitar 15 tahun sebagai penasihat senior pembuat kebijakan tentang isu-isu terbaru, termasuk standar pendidikan, perencanaan, dan sistem asesmen kurikulum, baik untuk siswa SMP maupun untuk pendidikan kejuruan dan pelatihan. Pendidikan keuangan dan juga sektor performance monitoring. Ya. Miss Cislowski mempunyai pengalaman profesional yang luas di pendidikan, sistem pendidikan di Australia, dan juga seorang pembuat kebijakan. Sebelumnya dia adalah seorang former assistant, ya, Assistant Director General untuk NSW Department Education dan Training, pendidikan dan pelatihan NSW. Miss Cislowski telah mengadakan beberapa pelatihan, ya, senior technical rules, ya, from which she bring di mana dia membawa pemahaman yang padu tentang luasnya kebijakan-kebijakan dalam pendidikan. Baik, tadi Miss Cislowski itu sudah memberikan slide yang luar biasa sekali, ya. Mungkin mohon maaf ini tidak semua tercatat sama saya. Jadi intinya insya Allah Indonesia ini akan menjadi salah satu negara superpower, mungkin mengalahkan Turki, India, dan negara-negara yang lain. Tetapi perlu dicatat di sini bahwa pendidikan artificial intelligence yang termasuk di dalamnya juga metaverse itu tidak hanya berkenaan tentang ilmu komputer, programming, dan segala macam, tetapi juga ini adalah kemampuan tentang human skill, ya, kemampuan manusia dan bagaimana bekerja di dalam tim. Tetapi ada minimum skill yang harus dipunyai oleh anak didik kita, di antaranya itu adalah kemampuan literasi dan numerasi, ya. Literasi dan numerasi. Di antaranya kemampuan yang jika kita tidak bisa mencapai ya kemampuan-kemampuan standar di antara kemampuan literasi secara baik, numerasi, kemudian critical thinking, maka ya berdasarkan pengalaman sebelumnya ya mungkin terjadi beberapa learning loss. Baik, mungkin later on, Miss Cislowski, may we get your PowerPoint because we would like to share to the participants and commenting. That is very remarkable, but it is very hard to record every single presentation of your. I think what you have told to us that is related about the latest issues what madrasah have right now, very low in literacy and numeracy. Nanti Bapak Ibu sekalian, nanti insya Allah kita akan share dengan izin Miss Cislowski tentunya tentang slide yang beliau berikan tentang artificial intelligence, metaverse, dan tantangan-tantangan kita sebagai guru nantinya. Saya rasa demikian. Thank you, Miss Cislowski.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Anton. And we come to the second speaker, Dr. Beth Sprunt. Time is yours.
I'll just share the screen again.
Okay.
So
but if it is possible, would you share also this presentation to the group? I mean, in order that the interpreter and the other participant can see directly.
So is it being shared currently? Can you see the screen?
Yeah, we could see the screen, but if it is possible, we can share it also to one of the committees, WhatsApp or maybe email, in order that we can read it.
Yeah, sure, no problem. So I do have colleagues who are on the call, who are on the Zoom currently, who have access to these slides. So maybe Pamunir, would you mind sharing the slides to the organisers while I'm speaking?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to assume that's a yes.
If it is possible, you might share your PowerPoint first, and then while the participants the PowerPoint, because we can follow your explanation all that.
Sure.
Maybe it's
so can you give me an email address to send it to, and I can.
Let me. Okay. Tolong kirim alamat email. Alamat email ke beliau. Chat. Okay, one of the committees is doing it, so you may continue.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'll share the screen and get started.
Okay.
All right, so thank you very much for having me to continue on the discussion from where Bu Hetty left off. So some of the teachers who work in schools where INOVASI is working have shared some of the experiences that they had during the COVID time. And it's a really fascinating opportunity to see how COVID has really pushed us forward into the digital era. Faster than we would have gone before. And it allows for innovation and individual ideas. So here are just a few examples of what teachers themselves have developed to manage the challenges of COVID. So on the left, that example with the red screenshots, this is one that a teacher described. So the teacher was using with their students an Android-based teaching journal, which records teaching preparation and students' attendance and how they graded. The example on the right there is a different teacher. So interactive learning with an e-module and a live worksheet, which includes materials and clear task instructions that are easy to understand, and using Google Forms assignments for an easier assessment process. So that example was from Probolingo. The next example on the left here, this is learning by playing with Asigmeka, a game and application created by the teacher for distance learning, which includes the subject matter, games and questions. And apart from increased independence in learning, there was a significant increase in students' learning outcomes. At least the teacher there in Sidoarjo felt that that was linked to the outcomes, the learning outcomes. So the middle example, you can see here there's lots of different programs and applications that are available pretty readily. So online learning used programs like Google Meet, Google Classroom, Jamboard, and quizzes, a web tool for creating interactive quiz games, which became the most favourite learning media among the students. And then the last example over on the right is one through which number exploration was done through learning cards. So numbers can be presented in the form of pictures and diagrams and words, and numbers that look different but have the same meaning. So there's lots of different types of activities and ways that teachers across Indonesia during the COVID time have found ways of enabling their students to learn even from a distance. So that's a small sample of, I'm sure you know lots of, hundreds of other examples of how teachers across Indonesia found their way to support their students to access learning. I would like to share with you a particular case study though, which we are working on. So it's called BookBot, and this is an app, and it is predominantly for children with reading difficulties. We're working on it currently. So the context for this work is that lots of children have limited access to books, and particularly children with disabilities have limited access to books. And of course, that reduces literacy if you don't have a broad range and a stimulating range of books to read. So some of the research showed that the limited accessibility to books and unattractive, overly formal and lecture type topics, as well as the poor literacy and poor access to technology and the poor infrastructure of libraries are some of the factors that are affecting the low literacy in Indonesia. There's some figures there around the numbers of children who don't have access to libraries. I want you to think about, whilst for a lot of children in poorer areas, there are factors limiting their access to libraries and books, and then think about children with disabilities and imagine how difficult that is for them as well. So one of the areas that we're working on with this program, BookBot, is around dyslexia. So that's a specific neurological difference in the brain, which means that the brain interprets reading material, letters and words, and particularly phonetics differently from a neurotypical brain. So there are maybe 10%, some figures say 20% of the population has a level of dyslexia. That's quite common, that's pretty standard around the world. And then reading difficulties, they lead on to more difficulties throughout life in the same kinds of jobs, etc. Similarly though, the context for the development of this BookBot app is that as you know, lots of people in Indonesia do have access to a smartphone, which provides an opportunity. Mostly these are Android rather than iPhones. But also, as you know, there's the issue of remote areas lacking the IT infrastructure with poor internet connection. So these are the contextual factors in which we're trying to work out this app called BookBot. So this is BookBot. It's a partnership between a very small company called BookBot and INOVASI and with the government of Indonesia. So the app exists in English and it works well for teaching children with dyslexia, but also children who have other reading difficulties or just lack of access to reading material. It helps them to improve their literacy. So the project that we're working on at INOVASI is to develop a BookBot Bahasa Indonesia version. So BookBot, I guess the technology of this, which makes it interesting and which uses artificial intelligence, is that the machine listens to the children's voice. So you need to program the machine through, the artificial intelligence needs to recognize speech. And as the child is reading the text, it highlights the line in the book that they're currently reading. And if a word is incorrectly pronounced, so if the child pronounces the word wrong, then BookBot, the artificial intelligence called BookBot, will emphasize the word again, and it will pause and it will help the child to correctly pronounce the word. So one of the elements of working with the challenge of low internet connectivity is that we're developing this app so that it can work offline, so that students can download the app. The BookBot app has a library of books, Bahasa Indonesia books, obviously. And we're targeting about 1,000 books. Currently, we've got about 500, but we're building more books into the system. And the books are leveled, so meaning linked to the curriculum, the Government of Indonesia's curriculum. And it uses a scope and sequence, which is a curriculum tool that you would be familiar with, but certainly within the app, we also have the scope and sequence so that the BookBot, the machine, can tell what level the child is up to, and the program will recommend the correct book for the child to be reading at the right level. So it's designed for children who have dyslexia or other cognitive disabilities, but it also works for other children with reading difficulties. And we're putting new books in a lot and constantly. The aim is that the BookBot app will have new books depending on what children like and are interested in, which the app will be able to determine which are the popular books within the library. An advantage is that these books can be read without needing a physical book. So they're just on the device, the smartphone. We're also moving, firstly, we're getting the system right on smartphones and then moving into making sure it works on laptops as well. The program, so the image on this slide shows you that there is data, obviously, within the app that shows how well the child is tracking. The number of books that are being read, how long they're reading for, what books they're interested in, how well that child's fluency is improving, and their reading accuracy. So those are statistics in the program that are recorded for each child, and they are linked to the teacher's own records. So the teacher can use that data to demonstrate learning improvements or learning gaps that need extra work. This is the last slide. So the pathway forward is that we will have thousands of books that are in the app. BookBot, the company, is working with the government to build lots of different features which help to gamify the app so that children they have incentives and they get rewards and internal rewards, extra stars and little prizes within the system, the more that they read. Also going to build some additional lessons and quizzes to check comprehension. And then potentially looking at a new application in the future, which is to look at other key literacy skills such as writing. So at the moment, you can see on this timeline, around April to June of this year, we're doing audio recording to make sure that the artificial intelligence, the bookbot, is able to recognise when children who are reading Bahasa Indonesia, but if they're reading it with a different accent from all the different parts of Indonesia, the artificial intelligence needs to be trained in how to recognise those words coming from different accents. So we're in the middle of training the artificial intelligence with that currently, and building in teachers' feedback at the moment as well. And then we're going to be scaling up and seeing how it goes in the classrooms. So that's where we're up to with this particular application of digital learning and using artificial intelligence. It's not the metaverse. I know that it's not the metaverse, but it is an important digital learning contribution. So from both what Buheti and I have spoken about, we acknowledge that there's lots of really wonderful things happening. Hi.
Hello,
yes.
Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so sorry, our time is only 9 minutes left. Is it possible we continue to discussion?
Sure.
Hello?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm so sorry for cutting this. Thank you, Dr. Beth and Miss Cislowski. That's really a valuable experience and knowledge you both have shared us in this symposium. We still have about 8 to 10 minutes for questioning and answering sessions. So let me invite some of the participants. Maybe we just limit 3 people to ask. And don't forget to say to which presenter you had a question. You may raise your hand. Okay, let me start. 1, 2, 3, go.
Rohaniatul. Rohaniatul. Yep.
Can I ask question now?
Yeah. Bu Rohaniatul Maknias. Time is yours.
Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. Dr. Beth, it is very interesting, very inspiring to witness your presentation today. So it's not only the metaverse, but digitalizing education in general is also very important, right? I would like to know in detail. I would like to know more about this one. Probably you can share some experiences in which we can also adopt probably and also develop here in our country. I would love to hear it from you, Dr. Beth. Thank you very much. That's my question.
Okay, thank you. And before we come to the second people to ask, let me read also some questions regarding the chat of Zoom and YouTube. Here, what are the real benefits that can be felt by students with metaverse technology? So this is the question. And the second one, why are you interested in this topic? Any reason for that? Okay. There is a question directly asked by our participants and 2 questions from the chat. Let me give the opportunity for our speakers, Dr. Beth and Mrs. Cislowski, to give or to answer this question.
Okay, maybe I'll go first, and then Hetty, I'll hand over to you. Thank you for the questions. I think I'll kind of answer all 3 together, really. So I think that and maybe I'll start with the middle question, which is around the benefits of the metaverse. I think that this is such a great question, because we know that actually accessing the metaverse that's a whole other step. That's quite different from just accessing the internet. And so the internet is the pathway through to the metaverse, but potentially we will be able to see that some students, the students who have good quality internet access and are perhaps slightly privileged, will be able to go in and access. You can study university courses in the metaverse. You can meet people and network and socialize and do jobs in the metaverse. It will be an extraordinary whole other way of people connecting with each other when you can't physically be together. And I think that travel, we've seen travel be quite limited during COVID, and with climate change and needing to reduce carbon emissions, I think it is responsible to try to limit travel as well. And the metaverse means people can meet each other and interact and learn from each other in another dimension. However, I think this issue of, the equity, who is not really going to benefit from the metaverse? I think that's an important question as well. We need to keep pushing forward with progress, but we need to be very careful around making sure that it's not only the very wealthy children who benefit from this opportunity. So keeping our eye on what other children can benefit from. And I do think that perhaps digital learning, using the tools that we've described and using more affordable ones, is probably something that other children will be able to benefit from, but also noting that some children won't even have access to digital learning. In terms of the opportunities for digital learning, I think that when you have teachers who may not have the confidence or the skills to differentiate their instruction within the classroom, meaning if you've got children in the classroom who are advanced and can move quickly through the curriculum, but you have children in the same classroom who are needing more time and more accommodations to move through that same curriculum, when you can differentiate and potentially using something like BookBot or other digital learning tools, you can have children working on different things in the same classroom. So that's one of the benefits. I don't want to take up all of the time. I'm going to miss that last question. Why am I interested? Hetty, I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Beth. Well, I think Beth has given some pretty good answers there, and it's just a reminder that it's really important to remember that there are so many children and households that will take a long time to catch up, and maybe there are some decisions in the future to be made about how resources are allocated and what ways that you can actually help those families and communities, those districts and provinces that are poor, to actually catch up. Maybe they can jump over a few steps. I think that's one of the great things about what's happening with the internet and with digitalization and now with the metaverse is we don't have to do things the same way we did them before. Right? So we can leave behind a lot of the lockstep, ways of doing things that are like centuries old, and actually leap forward. Like, as long as kids have the basic skills, right, and can think, right, and can socialize and so forth, maybe they can get their education in some different ways.
Okay, finish?
Yes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's really interesting to discuss much more about this topic. Metaverse is something new for us, for teachers, but maybe not for students who are fond of playing games. But one of the positive consequences we are going to get by using Metaverse is how to make the process of learning interesting. Okay, before we give the chance to our interpreter. Time is okay. Time is yours, Dr. Beth and Miss Cislowski, to state your closing statements.
Thank you. I'm really happy to allow more time for the interpreter. Really, my closing statement is one of optimism, which is why the last slide said potential and promise, meaning that there's some incredible opportunity in the metaverse, but also in digital learning, and we can see that Indonesian teachers are very capable of taking that up, some of them, because the examples are extraordinary. But that has to be balanced with the fact that we know that lots of teachers don't even have any training yet on how to use ICT, and so we have to be balancing the opportunities with making sure that we're not increasing a gap between the people who have opportunity and the people who don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cis.
I think Beth has said it all. There's promise, there's opportunity, but we have to actually be watching that we're not creating a two-track society. Those children who can, because their parents have the resources, and those who can't.
Okay, that's all?
Yes, thank you.
Well, one word that I can get from this closing statement, optimistic. So we are optimistic that we can do it, inshallah. Okay, that's all our presentation in this session, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Beth, and Ms. Cislowski for your presentation in this session, and we're going to jump to the second session. I'm Febriyanthie from Manwan, Kuantan Sing, Riau. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tes, suara saya sudah masuk? Halo? Oke, sudah oke? Oke, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear all participants. Thank you for joining and staying tuned to our second SOE 2022 in Zoom, also YouTube channel. Me, Wulida Laili Wulandari from MTsN 9 Banyuwangi, East Java will guide you for this second session, and Mr. Antonius as the interpreter. In this session, we will have two invited speakers. Before the speakers deliver their presentation, let me set the rules first as follows. We'll give each speaker 20 minutes to share their presentation and 20 minutes for a question and answer session. During the speaker convey their topic, we do not accept any interruption. So without any delay, let me read the curriculum vitae of our invited speaker today. So the first speaker is Miss Teresia Felipe, is the education specialist of UNICEF Indonesia Country Office. She is a strong advocate for the rights of children and youth to learning, skills development, and participation in society. Her greatest asset include experiences and contribution to East Asia and the Pacific region on education development, having worked with UNICEF and IAPRO and Philippines Department of Education for basic education planning and program development. She also has experience with international NGO, the Education Development Center in USA and USAID, which is now DFAT Australia. In her current role at UNICEF Indonesia office, she brings high interest on the introduction of equity tools, innovation for quality learning, cutting-edge researchers, and use of technology for inclusive education. She has a master's degree in development management with the Asian Institute of Management in Manila, bachelor degrees in economics, and professional teaching certificate, both from University of Philippines. She now brings global innovation to realize stronger commitment for the rights of all children to quality and inclusive education.
Can I start now?
Okay, so hello, Ms. Teresia. Good morning. So let me pass the mic to you. Mic is all yours right now, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Panita. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay.
Can hear you
okay. So my name is Teresita Felipe. I come from the Philippines and recently reassigned in UNICEF Indonesia. So on behalf of Miss Catherine Bennett, our Chief of Education, I will present together with my colleague Febi, the situational analysis of digital learning landscape in Indonesia. Indeed, we are so happy that you have invited UNICEF. We are very much excited to share the findings of our research, and we hope that the recommendations can be good starting points for discussion of a very relevant topic. And we commend the organizers of this symposium. You are really in a very good position, we believe, to tackle the issue, very relevant issue. Okay, so we begin with the first slide. Febi, can you help me with the first slide? Okay, so we will present a research which was undertaken recently in February. I think it was 2021. The title is I'm losing my presentation mode. So the title is Situational Analysis of Digital Learning Landscape in Indonesia. Similar analysis is being done across different countries where UNICEF work. And this was kind of instigated or pushed by the COVID-19. And we are really happy to give a brief presentation. Okay, on the next slide. Are you on the next slide now? Okay, so some overviews of the current education situation in Indonesia. Like in many countries, learning crisis has come about because of the COVID-19. And as you can see from the screen, over 68 million students were affected and 646,200,000 schools were closed and 4 million teachers were affected due to COVID-19. And 28 parents have said that they find challenges in helping their children learn during the pandemic, especially working from learning from home. So, okay. And 67% of teachers also reported difficulties in operating devices because it was new for many of our teachers globally, and on using learning platforms, most especially. Children with disabilities were the worst. No, they were affected as they were unable to get the gadget, or they didn't have the special teachers that can help them. And 4.4 million children and adolescents aged 7 to 18 were out of school, and only 55% from the poor families were able to enroll, especially in secondary school. And the top two challenges shared in the UNICEF U report as of June 2020 is the lack of teachers' guidance and internet access. And we can understand that because schools were closed and there was no interaction between teacher and student. On the next slide, please. Okay, on the next slide, you will see findings from a new U report. We call it U report poll result on children's perspective about their daily experience during the pandemic. This was conducted in November 2020 among 494 children and young people across 34 provinces. On the question, as you can see, what they said is that yeah, the question is, I feel that I am behind in my learning due to the past few months, and this will affect finding a job in the future. And indeed, 70% of the respondents felt that they were behind in the learning due to various reasons. Okay, on the next slide, let's continue. And there are several responses by government. Of course, government of Indonesia were quick in responding, and they have put forward different initiatives. You can see that on the screen. I know that many of you know them better than me. And we will discuss them in a while, as some of them were part of the questions. Okay, so on the next slide, maybe we can continue on, Feby. You can also see the different local edtech platforms that have experienced exponential growth in almost all countries. A lot of edtech, the edtech sector has really exploded in terms of growth because of the need for continuing learning at home using different platforms. And prior to the pandemic, around 80% of edtech firms in Indonesia were already posited to come into existence as early as 2013. But investments for edtech has been steadily increasing over the last years. And as we have mentioned, it's because of the push of the COVID-19 situation. So after the pandemic, there has been a rise in both public and private platforms, including the government's Rumah Belajar. In 2020, at least 8 startups received funding, and this is the Ruang Guru. It has reached a unicorn scale during the year, meaning really a high, super high growth. At least 12 online free learning platforms that are ready to be accessed by students throughout Indonesia for distance learning through the effort of the government, the Ministry of Education. And Google, all over the globe, Google really became the classroom. Google Classroom was something that most of the students like in the very beginning of the COVID-19. It was easy for them to access. Okay, moving on. Feby, our research, the situational analysis on digital learning landscape in Indonesia had 2 major objectives: to identify bottlenecks that limit equitable expansion and effectiveness of digital learning. UNICEF Indonesia commissioned an analysis of the digital learning landscape. And there are 3 interrelated themes, as you can see from illustration. The availability, quality, and use of digital learning platforms, digital skills gap for teachers and students, internet connectivity. So the methodology is largely secondary research, getting data from reports, academic literature, surveys, articles, and a few other sources. There were in-depth interviews and validation interviews as well. A key point is that although the respondent numbers are small, we should say that the geographical coverage was widespread. Okay, to the next slide. But I would like to mention some limitations of the study. Of course, in any study, we cannot do everything. So we note that the 13 in-depth interviews with experts across the field of private edtech, educators, and learning internet telecom access were conducted, and only 15 validation interviews with young students between the ages of 14 to 20. So it's not really, covering the entire population or a big vast of the population. Parents and students and teachers from private and public schools were represented, including Papua, East Java, West Sulawesi, Central Palu, East Nusa Tenggara, Maluku, and West Java. And we would like to note other limitations which you might be interested to hear about. The study found there were limited information on madrasa schools. There's a limited understanding of digital challenges faced by students with disabilities because there were not enough data made available, or they were not accessible to the research team. At the time of study, there was also limited understanding of the usefulness of initiatives like government educational TV program, off-learning packages, and child safety helpline. That's why this forum, I think, is a very good venue to, to make more in-depth analysis vis-a-vis these limitations of the study. Okay, so moving on, I would like to hand over to my colleague Feby, who knows the research much better than me, to present the key findings, recommendations, and what UNICEF is currently doing to support some initiatives. Over to you, Feby.
Thank you so much, Ibu Tess, and good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in. So I'm going to take over by sharing the key findings and recommendations from our situational analysis on digital learning in Indonesia. So basically, like what Ibu Tess has mentioned before, there are 3 pillars that we're basically trying to map out and trying to find as much as information possible about digital learning. So the first thing is basically about digital learning content and the platform which is available itself, right? Because we know that in digital learning and situation in Indonesia, the availability of content and platform is very, very important. So during our studies that we conducted, there are several findings that basically become a highlight that we found out. So the first one is basically there's a limited uptake of online education platforms by students and teachers due to lack of awareness and perceptions of low quality. So what does this mean? Is actually when it comes to digital learning, there are a lot of fast access and fast platforms and content that are available out there, but sometimes there's a struggles to incorporate that into the day-to-day learning by either students or teachers. So this is something that we often find out during the interview and in the studies that we conducted. The second one is basically social media platforms and conferencing applications appear to be more popular than specific edtech for digital learning because it's easier to use, affordable, and do not require high internet speed. The fact that Indonesia is still a digital divide, so some provinces in some region may have a lot of advantage in terms of like connectivity, stable internet access, and so on and so forth. And when it comes to like gadget or devices ownership, it comes to internet data package. The situation is basically makes teachers and students utilize the free platform to basically deliver the learning and also teaching content and use that as a modality because it's accessible. They can basically download it into their gadget, and they don't have a specific requirement to participate. Some edtech platform may require registration and so on and so forth, may be a challenge for teachers and students during the digital learning. And lastly, the needs to develop more content for last mile users and marginalized community, for example, children with disabilities and children in rural and remote remote areas. As our colleagues from INOVASI basically mentioned as well, there's a specific challenge in terms of marginalized, especially children with disability. It is very important in the study that we found out that we need to develop the content to tailor based on the needs of this specific adolescents, because often the specific needs is not well addressed in the mainstream digital platform or digital content that are available. So this is basically related to the data that I presented and the findings. So if you can see the distribution of edtech firms, it's basically centralized in urban areas or Java areas in comparison to like Eastern Indonesia, for example. And some key recommendations that we have for this study and digital content and platform is basically to encourage greater community awareness and uptake on digital learning and edtech platforms. So we basically encourage, if there's any more informations that are free, that are open source, it can be used for teachers and students. It can be, you know, disseminate widely and support to, teachers and students in their learning and teaching. Second one is basically adapt teaching methods based on student needs and not use one size fits all approach for students with disability and remote or underserved communities. So we don't shy away by saying that we need to take a look into different contexts, because some teachers and some students basically have a different challenge with other students in the different areas of Indonesia, and we need to be mindful to basically tailor that specific needs based on, you know, specific challenges that they experiences. And this is something that become our recommendation. And lastly, in terms of content and platform, we encourage to develop digital learning contents that increase students' engagement and active learning. So if we can create, you know, interactive approach that basically welcome. So that's the first topic about platform and also the learning contents. The second topics that we're focusing on the study, our situational analysis study, is basically on digital skills, about the perception of what is digital skills, what is needed in terms of digital skills, especially for young people. So when it comes to digital skills for students and teachers, we have three major findings. The first one is basically that students have strong potentials and interest for digital learning, but sometimes experiences lacking in skills needed for digital economic workforces. So they expresses that they think that it's very important to have a digital skills and digital ability and competency in this day and age, but sometimes they need more support in terms of how they can translate it into digital economic workforce. The second one, many students also struggle to adjust with digital learning and parents' lack of capacity to support them. There's also a gender imbalance in digital learning access. So we found that, for example, women are often, or girls, for example, are often having less devices ownership in comparison to their male counterparts. And sometimes even if digital learning is basically available, accessible, you know, the household doesn't necessarily have a multiple devices to support each, for example, parents and students and you know, children with their needs. Sometimes there's a need to like share gadget, and sometimes it becomes a challenge as well. And lastly, many teachers do not have the digital skills required for online education and have received limited training. So what we found is basically digital learning is pretty much the reality of our life, right? But sometimes teachers express that they need more training to support them and how to navigate digital learning, how to use different tools, how to maximize digital learning, and to maximize this learning for their students. So that's basically three top findings that we found. And based on that finding, there are key recommendations that UNICEF working and basically encourage participants or different stakeholders to basically engage. So the first one is develop free available training sessions to improve digital skills of younger students, especially girls and students from rural area, which might lack in access and also device ownership, and also build partnership to support this work. So we acknowledge that the work to ensure equitable access to everyone, including for teachers, is also to build partnership, not only UNICEF, but with government, with private sectors, with the different entities who have a role to play in that. The second one is basically to create a parental guide to digital learning. The purpose of it is basically to assist parents to support their children to learn. So the digital learning is not only stopping in school, it's basically a habit that we can basically empower in the household. And when students spend most of their time in the house, it's very important as well that the parents can have guidance how they can better support students in digital learning whenever it takes place in a household. The third one is basically to equip teachers with skills to conduct digital learning programs. So introduce them to, different trainings, different tools that they can utilize to deliver the teachings and learning. And lastly, to improve alignment of EdTech content with digital economy job skills for young people. So this is we talk about miss and match of matching the supply and also demand. So there's a need of digital skills, and also from EdTech perspective, there's a need that education system can basically tap into digital economy job skills preparations for young people. And lastly, the topic that we cover in our situation analysis is connectivity in schools. So other than platform, other than skills, we need to talk and address these issues of connectivities in schools, how the school can get connected to the internet, how basically the learning and digital learning in schools can be supported. So there are key findings in basically connectivities in schools. The first one is basically, despite ongoing efforts to get school connected, many students still do not have adequate connectivity to learn online. Challenge include the high cost of internet. There's a lack of reliable 4G or 5G connectivities in respective area, and also device ownership, like I mentioned previously. And the second one is basically limited access to affordable internet and appropriate digital devices makes learning from home very difficult for many students, especially during COVID-19. And this is basically highly affected those who resides in remote and rural area, because they literally don't have access and stable connectivity in that area. By the studies, we also found that less than 15% of children are in rural area, 25% of urban children have computers access, many children share smartphones with their siblings or parents, or rely on friends to share school's assignment. So it's really, really difficult, because if we would like to go one step further to provide this digital learning, we need to then ask whether they have appropriate devices and they can somehow get connected, right? And something this has become the challenge when it comes to connectivity. And there's a significant differences in internet access by geographic areas. So 89% DKI Jakarta, they have access, but in comparison to in Papua, it's only 29% who have access. So this is something, the connectivities issues that we found. And the recommendation for these connectivities issues is basically to increase access to digital learning for students in remote area and marginalized communities. And how we can do that is basically, there's a terms called frugal innovation. So basically utilizing the existing free open sources content to ensure that it's accessible, and especially that it can be connected in the low connectivities area. Second, increase access to the internet through private sector collaborations. We understand that this is not only the responsibility of education sectors, but the private sectors, other EdTech support have interest or have shared interest in this area. So the partnership to ensure that there's an increased access is very important. The third one is enable local implementation of school infrastructures program to target investment and outreach. And lastly, to support regions with limited internet coverage with offline learning methods. So this is something that we recommended for the school connectivities areas. And for UNICEF itself, to support the digital learning in Indonesia, we believe that we need to ensure that the digital divide gaps needs to be closed. So we would like to focus on how to provide support in making the content, the learning content, the learning platform accessible, including for those who are marginalized, especially adolescents with disability or adolescents in rural and remote areas. So UNICEF has been working closely and supporting government of Indonesia with support of with our private sector's partners and other collaborators and development partners to deliver some of the key intervention. So what we've been doing is basically conducting relevant studies on digital learning in Indonesia, including set of recommendation for government of Indonesia to understand better the situations and the experience of digital learning from the perspective of parents, government, teachers on or education institutions, young people, and also private sectors, because we believe that these stakeholders are a key, and we would like to ensure there's a set of recommendation and to better understand the situation and the challenge that they're facing in Indonesia. Second is basically gathering expertise, best practice, and experience from global network. So UNICEF is basically connected in the global level. We often conduct learning sessions and sharing best practice between respective, regional offices and also country offices, including there's a network on EdTech Hub, which working closely with us to provide a set of recommendation on digital learning. The third one is providing inputs and technical assistance to the developments of learning contents. So we've been in partnership with Ministry of Education's Culture, Research, Technology, and help them develop some of the learning materials and content. And in the process, we would like to ensure that this is accessible and how it's basically can address the challenges experienced by, for example, children with disability. The fourth one is we providing digital learning contents to support 21st century skills or transferable skills development of teachers and students. So one of the examples that we've been doing is basically through a series of interactive model for teachers that we've developed with Ministry of Education. It's called Pendidikan Keterampilan Hidup or Life Skills Educations, on which basically currently hosted under Guru Belajar Berbagi platform of Ministry of Education. The fifth one, we've trying how to reach adolescent, especially the disadvantaged and the most marginalized. So we talk about adolescent girls, we talk about adolescent with disability, especially in rural and remote areas. So we've been piloting approach and project to deliver 21st century skills, including digital skills through project-based learning approach to reach the most marginalized students. We've reached so far 5,000 adolescents as per date. And lastly, we would like to ensuring that young people is engaged meaningfully in program and policy to ensure that they need our met to co-creation and consultation process. So in supporting all the digital learning in Indonesia, we believe that to position young people as a core and as a partner for this consultation, and basically to be informed by their needs, by their challenge, for us to basically better design and better create a set of recommendation and policy or relevant to tackle the challenge is also the core of UNICEF works. So this basically 6 pillar of work, we've been engaging with Ministry of Education or Government of Indonesia as our partners. We've been supporting them in digital learning initiatives, as well as also partnering with private sectors and respective edtech and other development sectors to basically push forward the agenda and support teachers, students, and also schools, especially those who are marginalized and disadvantaged. So this is something that we can share with you on our situational analysis on digital learning and what UNICEF have been doing and closely supporting the government of Indonesia in terms of digital learning. So thank you so much. Over to you, Ibu Tess, if you have any closing statement, or we can basically give it back to the moderator. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much, Febi. So over to the moderator.
Atau gimana? Langsung saya.
We are happy to respond to any questions, clarifications.
Okay.
Baik,
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Teresia, and also Miss Febri. Very insightful topic today, and thank you so much for supporting Indonesian education. So before we open the question and session, let me give the room for Mr. Antonius to give interpretation for your topic today. So, Pak Anton, time is yours.
Baik, rekan-rekan sekalian, pada kesempatan hari ini kita akan coba menginterpretasikan beberapa penjelasan dari kedua pembicara kita. Mungkin baik judul yang diberikan oleh Ibu Teresia dan juga Mbak Febriyanthie adalah Situational Analysis of Digital Learning Landscape. Jadi analisis situasional pembelajaran digital konteksnya di Indonesia. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, jadi ada permasalahan ya yang kita hadapi ketika beberapa tahun yang lalu di era pandemik, di mana anak-anak kita tidak semua bisa mengakses pembelajaran via internet ya. Kemudian di sini ada beberapa data yang diberikan oleh para peneliti dari UNICEF dengan pertanyaan bahwa apakah saya tertinggal di dalam proses pembelajaran beberapa bulan yang lalu dan ini akan mempengaruhi saya untuk mendapatkan pekerjaan untuk masa yang akan datang. Jadi hampir 70% responden itu mereka mengatakan bahwa ya benar tertinggal. Kemudian 42% mengatakan setuju, ya 40 sangat setuju dan 29,6% menyatakan setuju, ya 42 sangat setuju dan 70% responden menyatakan dia mereka tertinggal. Selama masa pandemik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, di sini telah muncul beberapa kebijakan-kebijakan yang dikeluarkan oleh pemerintah ya. Di antaranya ada sekolah penggerak, rumah belajar, kemudian ada Merdeka Belajar. Nah, di samping itu juga muncul berbagai unicorn dalam dunia pendidikan di mana ini mempermudah anak-anak kita untuk belajar. Di antaranya ada ruang guru, kemudian kelas kita pintar, Google Classroom dan segala macamnya. Kemudian UNICEF memberikan gambaran ya situational analysis tentang learning landscape di Indonesia. Jadi situasi pembelajaran yang terkini di Indonesia. Yang menjadi concern di sini ada digital learning, content platform, kemudian digital skill untuk siswa dan guru, kemudian digital connectivity in school. Jadi ini penelitian ini membatasi ya, ada studi penelitian ini membatasi pada area-area pertama, digital learning ecosystem is fast growing. Yang pertama, pendidikan ekosistem di era digital itu sangat cepat tumbuh dan membutuhkan continuously update ya, update secara berlanjut di data dan informasi yang diciptakan. Kemudian penelitian-penelitian yang dilaksanakan itu remotely for validation ya. Terkadang itu jauh dari validasi wawancara karena period of research study, karena lamanya jenjang studi, kemudian juga ada COVID-19. Kemudian the study had limited scope dan penelitian ini memiliki area yang terbatas. Nah, ternyata di sini ada beberapa macam finding ya. Yang pertama digital learning content dan platform. Finding pertama ternyata bahwa there is limited update online education platform. Ternyata tidak semua siswa itu bisa update. Ternyata siswa dan guru ternyata juga memiliki akses yang limited terhadap platform pendidikan digital learning. Kemudian dia kurang juga kesadaran daripada guru dan siswa untuk mengupdate digital learning, apakah itu melalui platform e-learning dan segala macamnya. Social media platform juga menjadi salah satu pilihan untuk proses belajar. Kemudian juga dibutuhkan pengembangan konten-konten baru untuk proses-proses belajar, baik terutama untuk daerah-daerah yang di pedesaan. Juga ada beberapa key finding mengenai tentang tema 1. Pertama, rekomendasinya adalah encourage greater community, ya. Mendorong agar komunitas pembelajaran tentang education teknologi ini lebih luas dan meningkatkan kesadaran. Kemudian mengadaptasi metode yang berdasarkan pada kebutuhan siswa. Kemudian mengembangkan digital learning contents. Kemudian tema kedua tentang digital skills, ya. Kemudian juga tentang, ini ada juga masalah yang besar tentang connectivity. Ya, ada beberapa finding tadi, ya, beberapa finding untuk tema 1, ya. Kemudian ada tema 2, ada beberapa rekomendasi. Kemudian ada tema 3, ini masalah connectivity at school. Ternyata di beberapa data, karena di daerah kita ada daerah yang luas, ya, tidak semua daerah itu bisa terkoneksi dengan baik. Nah, yang pertama ada beberapa rekomendasi, ya, terutama tentang akses ini, meningkatkan akses digital learning untuk semua siswa, terutama untuk daerah-daerah pedesaan. Meningkatkan akses internet, ya, terutama untuk private sektor, jadi dia bisa berkolaborasi dengan lembaga-lembaga pendidikan. Kemudian menerapkan membangun infrastruktur di sekolah di lokal apabila dia memiliki masalah mengenai digital learning. Oke, Bapak Ibu sekalian, itu beberapa mungkin sedikit kesimpulan mengenai digital learning, permasalahannya, dan beberapa finding yang dari research yang dilaksanakan oleh UNICEF, ya. Mungkin nanti we please to all the participants to give response or question to our speaker. I let to Mr. Yulida. Miss Yulida, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Anton. So right now we have 20 minutes left for question session. So please, if you have any question, please raise your hand, and we also open question in YouTube channel. If you have any question right now, you may raise hand and also send chat in YouTube streaming. So this is what I got for the first from YouTube streaming. For the first question is directed to Miss Teresia, and the question is from Bapak Abdul Hakim from Man 5 Jombang. The question is, what are your recommendations to the government so that digital learning can be applied throughout Indonesia?
Thank you so much, Panicha. Actually, all the countries where UNICEF work almost face the same issues, connectivity issues, content issues, access issues. So from a UNICEF perspective, actually, since the market has now opened, the EdTech market has now opened. So UNICEF really recommends to many governments to focus on the most disadvantaged children, because they are the one who are really left out. So if we focus on the most disadvantaged, and then the better off kids can proceed on their own, then there is better, how do we say that, the rights to education can be realized by all, because government is helping the most needy. And in terms of connectivity, I think there is a big potential for government to work with the private sector, because government cannot operate, these platforms. They're expensive, or even the connectivity. It's really a private sector, telecom industry. So government really has to provide some kind of a partnership or incentive to private sector, because this is in fact, it's not a future. This is the education normal now, We're looking at a normal of using social media, using platforms for children to learn, because Gen Z is different from our generation. They're using different ways to learn, and they learn quickly using, different ways, icon, connectivity, chats, everything. So government has to kind of support this current trend, because this is the future is here already, and educators have to also adjust, like pre-service. Teacher pre-service has to adjust. We need to help teachers to understand that pedagogy will be different. They will have to use different gadgets, not just the chalk, the paper and pencil. So those are the guides from UNICEF, and happy to hear notes or what other people think through on this one. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Teresia. So this is actually a very interesting topic that we have. Actually, yes, as you mentioned that student is easily because they Gen G for that, but unfortunately the educator has the problem that how to connect to nowadays era. So we have one other question from chat. This is also, the question is, what teacher do to adopt digitalization transformation? Back to you, Ms. Teresia.
Yeah, what can teachers do? Well, they have to be, how do you call that? They have to live in the new world. This is a new world now. So all of us use apps in our gadget. So, you know, adults, seniors like me should understand how to use the apps, because this is and I think there should be a way where the society can help the teachers who have lived in the past adjust into the new to the new system, to the new normal, by providing teachers with opportunities to learn and relearn new skills. So it's also an area where UNICEF advocates, you know, more skilling and re-skilling the teachers to this new way of pedagogy, the digital learning. So we have to focus on the teachers, because if the teachers cannot communicate with the children who are using the apps, then learning there's a big gap. And yeah, so that's it. Maybe Febi would like to add.
Thank you so much, Ibu Tess. I think you cover much. The additional point from my side, I think to utilize the existing, platform or even a community there exists between teachers, because I know that peer learning can be one of the best support sources. Because, for example, the teachers in Jakarta can help support the teachers in other areas in Indonesia. Perhaps, there's a different level of understanding, different level of experience and exposure, and we would like to enrich each other's competency, right, by that. But I think, like Tess has highlighted, it's very important for us to ensure that the teachers can be well supported in terms of how they can utilize the tools or new tools that they're not familiar with, or new platform, or even basically if there's a low connectivities areas where teachers basically operate in, they can basically find a more innovative technology or innovative approach to basically teach digital learning or digital skills for adolescents in that respective areas. So I think that's very important for us to also work and ensure that teachers who are in rural and remote can be best support to address the needs of young people or even students in the most rural and marginalized. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Teresia and also Ms. Febri. So I encourage for all those in Zoom meeting, maybe have another question, please raise your hand. And yes, as I mentioned from Ms. Febri and also Ms. Teresia, this is time for us to learn and also adapt and adjust for what coming to us today. So please, if you have any question, we still have time for the question and answer session. Okay, I think that's all for, we don't have any other questions. So let me give back to Ms. Teresia, also Ms. Febri, to give closing statement for today.
We really appreciate the effort of the organizers. This is a very timely topic, and we educators really have to join hands, and development partners also have to join hands to understand the issue, because programs will not have an impact if we don't really understand the issue. The issues have to be addressed before we say learning is improved, because we cannot just provide textbooks if textbook is not the issue by itself, but it could be the way that textbook, the content of the textbook is shared in terms of knowledge to the learners. And I would like to stress an important concern on this digital learning thing, because it's a new pedagogy. So monitoring learning and assessing the learning is a critical concern right now, among educators. How do we know if a child use an app that the child is learning the content or the essence of the content? Maybe they know how to tap the gadget, but are they learning the content of what the science is telling them, or what 21st century skills is telling them to become a good member of society? So assessment is a big topic right now, and the way to assess learning in a digital learning mode is different. So it's going to be a new topic. Maybe the organizers can arrange for a separate discussion on that. Very interesting. We can get experts to talk about learning assessment in the new era of digital learning. So thank you so much again for inviting UNICEF. Tebi, would you like to add? Thank you again.
Yes,
Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Ibu Tess. From my side, I think it's very important to understand that in digital learning, even if we're basically moving forward to, for example, the same objective or same direction, it is very important to also remember that the reality in perhaps urban areas and rural areas might be different. The challenge might be different. And it's very important for us to understand that perhaps we need to tailor our approach to support the teachers and students and also education system in respective areas, including supporting the most marginalized as well, to realize their potential and also to get the equitable opportunity for them to participate in digital learning. So hopefully this can be a good opportunity for us to learn together, and very happy, like Ibu has mentioned, that UNICEF can participate. We are standby in supporting a government of Indonesia, as well as teachers and students in the whole country for the betterment of digital learning and also skills. Thank you so much, and over to you.
Okay, thank you so much for both of you. A very wonderful and very insightful knowledge that we have today. And we hope that we can share the stage on another occasion and different time. Thank you so much. Bye-bye for now, Ms. Teresia and Febriyanthie. Have a nice day for you. Okay, for ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining the second session, and I will give to another moderator for the next session. From me, if I have a make mistake, I'm so sorry. And please, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, I am Ulias Taha, Head of the Regional Office of the Ministry of Religion, Central Sulawesi Province. I am very proud of the Directorate of Teachers and Education Personnel, GTK of Madrasah, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia that encouraged to conduct International Symposium on Education, ISOE 2022. This standing conference brings the topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopefully, it will help every one of us to view technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Allahumma muwafiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi everyone, my name is Khaironi. I am the head of the regional office of the Ministry of Religious Affairs in the province of the South Sulawesi. I would like to say congrats for Directorate of Teacher and Education Personnel of Madrasah for the International Symposium on Education ISO 2022 and bring topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. Hopefully, God help all of to the view technology and can keep positive thing to everyone. Thank you. Allahumma fiq ila amtarik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Belum, silakan Pak, pakai. Ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Zainal Mustami. I am head of the Religion Affairs Ministry of South Sulawesi. I am really proud of Directorate of Teachers and Education Personnel Madrasah, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic Indonesia that encourage to conduct International Symposium on Education ISO 2022. The standing conference brings the topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincerest appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopefully, it will help everyone of us to view technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Auzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Shadaqallahul azim. Good morning all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Trisnawati from Manain, Jakarta. And now I am not alone here. Of course, I'm here as a moderator, like Ibu Wulida before, and Mr. Antonius as an interpreter. But now, I'm sorry, as the interpreter here is Mr. Febriyanthie beside me. Hello, Mr. Febriyanthie. Okay. He's from Kalimantan Senggigi. Okay, in this session of International Symposium of Education 2022. It's a wonderful and precious chance for us to be together in this program from this day to Friday, I think, 17 to 20 of May 2022. In our big event, International Symposium of Education. First of all, let's say thank you to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has been giving us guidance, heaven is healthy and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this event without any obstacles, of course. And salutation upon our Prophet Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the best speaker of this universe, the person who was able to save us our Jahiliyah era. And I say thank you to, of course, participants here, not only who joined YouTube, but of course YouTube. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here as a moderator for the third speaker. Okay, the third speaker here is Miss Wright. Okay, Mrs. Laura. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you all too.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Before we continue our speaker now, okay. Of course, we never forget why, because our program cannot run well without the support from all here, the committee. And of course, we say thank you, Excellence, the Minister of Religious Affairs, the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Yaqut Qoumas, the Honorable for Dr. Muhammad Ali Ramdhani, S.Pd, as the Director General of Islamic Education, Ministry of Religion of the Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Dr. Muhammad Jain, M.Ag, as the Director of GTK Madrasah, Ministry of Religion of the Republic Indonesia. Of course, the Honorable Dr. Ainur M.Ag, as the Head of Directorate for Development of MTs GTK Madrasah, Ministry of Religion of the Republic of Indonesia, who always guides us in performing madrasah sharing, madrasah journal, madrasah land, and etc. Okay. Our keynote speaker, invited speaker, presenters, participants, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start again. Welcome to the second International Symposium of Education 2022. In this session, I mean that the third hour speaker is, as I told you, that Mrs. Laura Wright. Welcome. Okay. But before we introduce the speaker for this session, Mrs. Laura Wright first. Hello, are you doing? Mrs. Laura?
Yes, good morning again.
Yeah, good morning. Okay.
What topic are you gonna share us
this morning?
What was the question? Sorry.
Okay. What topic are you gonna share us this morning?
I'm going to be talking about self-directed learning in the metaverse.
Yes, okay. I think it is the most important title for us. And don't miss it, Bapak Ibu. Okay. Let me do it curiosity before we say share the presentation because our time is limited time, only 1 hour, right? So we divided only 30 minutes for presentation, and after that, question and answer for the participants, right? Okay. Larawet 1985@gmail.com. Education in TESOL August 2022. University of Northern Iowa, Cedar Falls 1A. BS in Elementary Education. Or Emphasis Reading Mathematics Middle School. December 2007. Long State University 1A. Professional experience. Student Success Coordinator, One School Global, November 2017 until now. Okay. School Math and Science teacher, Joshua Christian Academic, August 2015 to June 2017. School English teacher, Grace International School, October 2010 to June 2015. Okay. As I told you that limited time, I think it's better for you to present your presentation. Time is yours.
Thank you so much for the introduction. So as she said, my name is Laura Wright, and it is currently 11:37 p.m. for me. So we are 12 hours off. So one of the things that I want you guys to know first is that I started my teaching career in Chiang Mai, Thailand. So I taught at Grace International School for my first 5 years of my career. So I had many students from all over the world, and I got to travel pretty extensively in Southeast Asia, but unfortunately, I never made it to Indonesia. So maybe one day I will be able to come. As she said, currently I am what's called a student success coordinator for a school called One School Global. And I want to give a little bit of a background of that because that will help explain my passion for self-directed learning. So One School Global is as it sounds. We have 36 schools between the United States, Canada, and the Caribbean. And we have campuses in 17 different states and across Canada and in 4 different countries in the Caribbean. And we teach on Zoom on the daily. Okay, so I teach students. Some of them are in person in the same building as me in Iowa, but some I start a Zoom meeting much like this, and I teach them mathematics, or I teach them reading or writing skills across Zoom. My school very much prides itself on self-directed learning. And so this is something that I'm quite familiar with. I do it quite frequently. And so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the metaverse first and give you an idea of what the metaverse can look like. What are some tools we can use? And then I'm going to talk a little bit about self-directed learning and what that means, and then combine them and give you some ideas of how we can put those things together. So let me go ahead and start us off with, I have a little PowerPoint I have prepared for us. So as she said, I have my Bachelor's of Science in Elementary Education, and I recently completed my master's degree in TESOL, Teaching English to Speakers of Other Languages. So I wanted to start with a quote first from an article called A Whole New World, Education Meets the Metaverse. What we have here is the idea that make no mistake that the metaverse is coming. That's why we're here today. It is our job to specify how engagement in this always on virtual universe augments education rather than detracts from it, and how it can preserve the key socially interactive qualities that are core to how humans learn. So that's going to be a big gist of what we'll talk about. So I'm going to start with 4 different types of the metaverse. Okay, so the first one that we're going to see, according to the article, education or educational applications of the metaverse, possibilities and limitations. Okay, the first one is what we call augmented reality. For many of us, we think of Pokemon Go. Okay, I'm not personally one who plays Pokemon Go, but I do know many people love that game worldwide. So augmented reality, maybe many of you are familiar with it, is where we say there's a form of technology that expands our real world outside an individual by using a location-aware system and interface with added layered networked information on spaces we encounter daily. Another example of augmented reality can be things like your smartwatch that is maybe tracking you as you go for a run or a walk, or as you're out and about. Your smartwatch would be potentially an example of augmented reality because it's mapping where you're going. The second, if I can get it to go, there we go. The second is life logging. A lot of us do this. People use their smart devices to record their daily lives on the internet or their smartphones. So one of our most famous ones is Instagram, Facebook, especially when we have those Facebook Live things where we're tracking the things that we are doing in our lives. Twitter is another good example of life logging. The third one is the mirrored world. It refers to our informationally enhanced virtual model or reflection of the real world. So a good example of this would be Google Maps or Google Earth, where we can zoom in and see what the real world looks like. And then the fourth and final one that we will see is our virtual worlds, which is some of what we're exploring today. So this includes sophisticated 3D graphics, avatars, and instant communication tools. It's a world where users feel that they are entirely in a virtual reality. So examples of this, I have 2 nieces and a nephew that love this game, and they love to play Roblox. They love to play Minecraft. They love to play, my niece loves Sims, where she can create different worlds for her Sim. She can create bedrooms and houses and things like that. So those are the 4 things that we think of for the metaverse. The great thing is that we can utilize all 4 of those in our classrooms as educators. Okay, we can think about how to use these 4 worlds and help our students not just learn from us, but to really be directors of their own learning. So the next thing I'm going to proceed to talk a little bit about is the idea of what is self-directed learning. Okay, so self-directed learning, I'm just going to stop share for a minute. Self-directed learning is based upon experience. Okay, so we've found that students most effectively learn through the integration of both past experiences and present experiences. We're constantly learning from the things around us. So maybe as a child, I had to learn how to ride my bicycle. That was a learning experience for me. I didn't learn that in the classroom. Maybe I went on a trip and I was able to learn about the beach. I was able to learn what sand is, what waves crashing looks like. I was able to learn those from experiences. I can then take those experiences and help use those in the classroom to help me understand as my teacher teaches me more about science and more about the world around me. I can learn about communication, just in interacting with my family and friends. So those are all experiences that help me to learn both in and out of the classroom. So self-directed learning has to do with the idea that we are taking those experiences and we're building on them. As well as we're going to interpret those things. The way that we experience those things are going to be interpreted maybe a little bit differently for one person than the other. So we take those experiences and interpret them and we learn from them. So with self-directed learning, there are two different roles that we're going to see. We're going to see specific roles for the student, and we're going to see specific roles for the teacher. Let's see if it did not go back. I apologize. Give me 1 second here. All right. So within this, with the student role, we're going to see that they're going to, like I said, use their past and present experiences. We're going to see that they're going to use their personal interpretations and the subject matter to help them. And we're going to see that they're going to explore the world around them. Again, they're directing a lot of their learning within this. They're going to be investigating open-ended questions. All right. So we don't want to give them a question that says, how much is 2 + 2? That's something they could easily Google. That's something they could easily figure out by using manipulatives or something like that. Open-ended questions might be more like, how do we interpret this? How does this work? So it's something that they're going to have to experiment with, explore. So because the student's role is directing their learning, the teacher's role also looks a little bit different. We like to call it at my school the guide on the side. So the teacher definitely has a role. It's not like they're completely removed. They're helping to guide the students in a direction. They're helping to maybe have one-on-one conferences to give them feedback on their progress. They're going to monitor and help adjust the students in their learning. They're going to, like I said, give them that feedback of, okay, we have 3 weeks left in this project and you only have 2 of your 5 things. What can we do to continue to proceed? Within the self-directed learning idea, we see that students are discovering new information. They're thinking critically about it. Okay, they're no longer just consuming information. They're the ones who are doing that critical thinking. I wonder why the light bulb turned on. I wonder why the author wrote this in this way. They're getting to think about that and explore those ideas. At the same time, in self-directed learning, students are actively participating and contributing to a learning community. And that's one of my favorite things, is giving students voice. It's no longer the teacher teaching for an hour-long presentation. It's the students becoming the experts, really. And then they're contributing to helping their peers at times. We'll see a picture here in a bit of what self-directed learning can look like. At the same time, students are designing their own learning path. They're selecting their resources and they're guiding their information. I know that's a lot to take in. It takes a lot of work on the teachers end to facilitate these things, but once you kind of get the hang of it, and again, I'll show you an example, it's very doable and beneficial for these students. So I'm going to give you a picture here. So for me, I don't know about many of you because I did not experience Indonesian education, but for me, this is kind of what I grew up with. I had a teacher who was in front of the classroom often, and we sat at our own individual desks. Yes, we had projects at times, but a lot of times it was us learning from the teacher directing us, right? We would call that the direct instruction method. But now with the self-directed concept, what we see students who are digging into their own learning. Yes, we might give them an idea of, for example, we're reading a novel together. So the whole class is reading a novel together, but the path that they take while reading that novel might look a little bit different. Okay, so here we can see a great picture of students not only on their own individual computers, but they're also in a circle. So they're able to collaborate with each other. They're able to discuss, what are you learning? Hey, I'm stuck on this part. They're able to help each other. Another one is, again, we see the teacher is the guide on the side. So the teacher's checking in with students. How are you doing? How's your progress going? Again, they're giving them feedback. You're getting close to this idea. We're not quite there. At our school, we talk about level 1, 2, 3, 4 for learning, for assessing as well. So we might say, you're at a level 2 right now for understanding. What can we do to reach a level 3? Another thing is, again, we're talking about this idea in the metaverse. So what apps and tools can we use? So there are definitely significant increases in tools and apps that can help us. And so what for us, or for me at least, in my education is just reading a textbook, with an app can become a 3D object where students can now explore it and investigate it. That again makes meaningful learning. And again, what we're experiencing now is looking to see how can we use some of those virtual reality worlds to learn and interact with other people. So that's kind of a dream of what the self-directed classroom could look like. My next thought is, so why do we want to use self-directed learning? Why does it matter? Why is it important for us? One thing that I've been thinking about is the idea that our students are coming to us, and I think I heard towards the tail end of the UNICEF ladies that were speaking, are talking about our students are coming to us with technology tools that they already know about. Many of our students are already familiar with WhatsApp when they come to us. They're already familiar with talking to their friends and family on FaceTime. They are already familiar with maybe even Roblox, Minecraft. They love building in some of those games. So when they're coming to us with this knowledge already, why not use it to our advantage? That's what I think. They're kind of, sometimes for me in my classroom, I'm like, I'm not sure how to use this tool. Will you teach me? And they're able to teach me because they're more familiar with the apps or the tools than I am at times. Okay. So that's a cool advantage where, again, they can become the experts as they learn. So what I'm going to do is talk about 4 ideas of why not self-directed learning. So the first is that it provides differentiation. For our students, I apologize. There it goes. We can see that within differentiation, students are able to have their topics of interest. That's one of our things. We don't want our students to be bored with our education. We want them to be interested and invested. So when differentiation happens, they're interested in their topic because they got to pick it. We get to hit various learning styles. Some of our students might be more auditory. They're going to need a video. Some of them are more tactile. They're going to need that model, that simulation. Some of our students maybe are more auditory. So they're going to need to be able to speak to somebody about it. We also get to hit different learning levels. Part of my job is a student success coordinator. So that means that I work with students, a lot of them, that means they're in special education. So my students struggle at times to understand concepts, but I also have students who are the high flyers. they don't struggle as much. Education comes easy to them. And so we want to hit the middle students, the lower students, and our high flyers. We want to hit all three. And with differentiation and the self-directed learning classroom, we're able to see those students have the various levels. At the same time, we get to see that students have access to other cultures. I love that. That's so cool that our students could be talking to a student in Indonesia, a student in Europe, a student in Canada. We have so many opportunities through the metaverse to connect. At the same time, I think about things like Facebook and Twitter. They are full of people's opinions. We don't have to look very far to see how people feel because they're constantly posting, I don't like this, especially here in America. Using the metaverse, we have awesome opportunities to have virtual field trips. Maybe I want to see the Eiffel Tower. I can do that. Maybe I want to check on Niagara Falls in Canada. I can do that via virtual field trips. Thirdly, students can experiment and explore. Okay, again, using the metaverse, we have simulations that are available to us. I know several of my students recently were exploring a science concept with balloons using a simulation. They were able to rub balloons together using the simulation to see how they worked. There are 3D illustrations like we saw in the picture with the student who had the app that made the textbook 3D. Those are things that are valuable for a student. Again, it's no longer a picture, it's something they can interact with. And finally, when we have self-directed learning and the metaverse, we can see students create things like lifelike avatars. Maybe they're reading books. I love English, so I'm kind of thinking about the English realm. Maybe they can create book settings. Maybe they can compare settings. Maybe they can create 3D models and illustrations. I know at our school, we have access to a 3D printer, and some of the things that our students have created have been really cool using those 3D printers. Again, stuff I never had access to when just because of technology and the way it has progressed. So again, why self-directed learning? We can have our students in this capacity learn to communicate and collaborate. Maybe our students are communicating in a Zoom class setting. Well, that's going to be a little bit different than a Zoom group planning meeting. Learning to, in a classroom, maybe they're going to have to raise their hand versus a Zoom planning meeting. You're going to have 4 students who are all sharing their ideas at the same time. Those are different ways of communicating and collaborating in the metaverse. Maybe they're going to learn to communicate in a blog format. Maybe that's going to be different than an email format. Okay, so that collaboration and communication is going to be one key element of self-directed learning. At the same time, our students in a self-directed learning format definitely have to develop critical thinking skills. They're going to have problems that arise with their technology, and they're going to need to figure out how to solve it. They're going to need to learn about various platforms. I kind of think about much like I have students who love video games, and after you get into one level, you kind of think, I don't know how to get out. How do I solve this? They have to solve that problem by investigating. They look around, they try something. Oh, that didn't work. So they get back into that level again, and they have to keep trying. That's going to happen with our technology too. This is a new tool. We're exploring it together. And again, suddenly they become the experts. And they're going to encounter learning difficulties as they explore new topics as well. We call this the learning pit at our school, where they're stuck and they're going to need to use tools. So maybe they're going to reach out to a friend or a peer and say, I'm not sure how to explore this. I'm a little bit stuck right now. I'm not sure about this concept. They might reach out to their teacher and say, hey, I'm stuck in this element. They're going to have to use those critical thinking skills and not just give up and say, well, I tried. They need to develop those skills, and self-directed learning helps them with that. They're going to also gain exposure to things of the past. So again, the metaverse gives them opportunities to maybe look at the pyramids in the virtual world when learning about something like ancient Egypt. Again, stuff I never had access to, but there are worlds out there where Stonehenge and like I said, the pyramids and Big Ben and the Eiffel Tower, they're created virtually. So while students can't fly there, that would be way too expensive to take a field trip there. There are ways that we can explore those things. And again, it makes learning more impactful. When we think about how I started thinking about experiences, okay, we're no longer just reading about it in a textbook. We are actually experiencing Stonehenge. We are actually experiencing the pyramids, which again makes that learning more impactful. All right, so that was a lot to take in. The nitty-gritty of that is we have the self-directed learning and we have the metaverse. The last piece is I want to kind of put it together. What would this look like in a classroom? For me, when I come to presentations like this, I love to have the idea of something that I can take away and put into my classroom. So I'm going to try to give you an example of what this could look like, again, in the classroom. So I'm going to have you imagine with me here that we are teaching 7th grade English language arts. I used to be an English language arts teacher to 7th graders. I love that age. So we're going to imagine that there's a book study. We're all reading a novel together where we have a 14-year-old girl who lives in New York City. I kind of just made this up. I'm sure there's a book out there like that, but I just kind of made it up. So I'm going to talk about 3 different elements. And the first is what we refer to as the flipped classroom. This means that the teacher is, again, no longer in the front giving content lessons. What the flipped classroom is maybe a teacher has a pre-recorded lesson that students can access. Maybe they give access to Khan Academy videos. Maybe they give access to a YouTube video that's already out there. So students would maybe in this novel study be learning about the characteristics of fiction literature. So they're going to have access to a YouTube video that talks about the characteristics of fiction literature. They're going to have access to videos that talk about how to analyze after reading, how to summarize, and maybe how to infer. Again, those literature elements that we've already picked out. Maybe they're going to also have access to videos about how a character develops throughout a story. The great thing is with the flipped classroom, if we have students who, again, are high flyers and they already know about fiction literature, they can skip it. They don't need it. Okay. They can watch videos then about analyzing, summarizing, and inferring. When we have our low-level learners, though, maybe they're going to need all of these. Maybe our middle ground, they're going to need 4 of these. So again, it gives us access to that differentiation. Second, here's again another example. So we've got a 14-year-old girl who lives in New York City. Our students are in Indonesia, right? They maybe have never been to New York City. Maybe they can't even picture what it looks like. I myself have never been to New York City. I'd have to explore this too. So again, using the metaverse, we can use Google Earth or Google Maps to jump in and see Manhattan. We can see bridges. We can see some of those tall buildings. Again, using the tools in front of us to get a picture, to experience it. Maybe, again, we can use virtual field trips. Maybe we can visit a zoo in New York City. Maybe we can visit one of the buildings in New York City. Maybe we can visit a museum in New York City. Maybe we can use VR to walk the streets of New York City to see what it looks like to walk amongst the crowds. Maybe we can see what it looks like to be in Times Square. Again, dreaming of not just reading now about the setting, but really experiencing it. Thirdly, again, thinking about the idea of literature, character development. So this girl, we want to get to know her. So in the metaverse, we talked about how life logging, right? Our Twitter, Instagram, Facebook examples is a tool. So maybe we're going to find an Instagram page of a teenager who lives in New York City, and we're going to give our students access to that Instagram page. And so we're going to get to see, what is daily life like for this teenager? Do they go to hot dog stands? Do they go to baseball games? What do they do on the daily? And maybe we're going to give students access to interviews. Can they interview someone who lives in New York City? And again, could that be using Zoom? Could that be using a virtual world? Could that be using email? There are so many different formats that we could use those interviews to help us understand, again, experience life in New York City. So there we have an example of what would it look like to make students in charge of their learning. Yes, the teacher is still guiding. We can very much see how they're setting up the guide to what students are doing, but there's still a lot of student choice within that. There's still a lot of student differentiation. There's still a lot of exploration. Within that, one of our important things is we want to assess. Okay, I heard the last session talk about assessment. So how can we assess what students are learning? Maybe character development. With character development, maybe students want to create a fake Facebook or Instagram page for the main character in the book. So they might have to do 5 posts, okay, from the character's perspective. Maybe they have to have 3 comments from friends from the book. Maybe they have to have live stories from this character's perspective, showing places that were important in this book. Maybe we can have our students create an avatar for the main character. So they have to use what they know about the likes and dislikes of this character. They have to know about the hair color and eye color descriptions of how the characters what's described to create that avatar. Maybe for the setting of the story, again, something we want to know, do our students understand the setting? So maybe they can create a virtual world of the bedroom, the kitchen, the living room of this main character. At the same time, themes, we know themes are really important. So if we want to assess what our students know, maybe we want them to create a vlog as if they were the main character experiencing events in the story. So again, we're able to see, using the metaverse, we're able to assess what our students know and understand as well. The last aspect is I want to kind of give you guys, that was very specific. I want to give you a few ideas of outside of just a book study. So I was just kind of dreaming here. So the first thing, sorry, I lost my paper here. The first thing is maybe conducting interviews. So I was thinking of WhatsApp, FaceTime, Instagram, virtual worlds. Those are all places our students can conduct interviews, explore bias. Like I talked about, Twitter and Facebook are full.
This is Laura.
Yes.
Okay. I'm very sorry because from before I told you that we just have 1 hour. So we are going to have a space to the participant
questions.
And then, but before we give spare the time to the participant, as I told you that I have an interpreter, Mr. Febriyanthie, of course in Bahasa Indonesia, okay, because this material is very interesting, contextual for Indonesian people, teacher and students, I mean. So the time for you, Bapak Febriyanthie.
Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Miss Laura. Ya,
Good morning.
beliau tadi menyampaikan bahwa saat ini presentasi tengah malam ya, karena perbedaan waktu beliau dengan Indonesia itu 12 jam. Kalau kita sekarang jam 12 siang, berarti beliau jam 12 malam. Tapi bagaimanapun beliau tetap bersemangat, berbagi ilmu dengan kita. Beliau bercerita tepat sekali sesuai dengan tema umum kita, yaitu Metaverse. Beliau memulai pertanyaan tadi, bagaimana Metaverse itu bisa berdampak terhadap pendidikan. Kata beliau, kita jangan salah menerima, jangan salah menilai kedatangan Metaverse. Tugas kita itu adalah bagaimana melibatkan diri kita dalam alam virtual yang selalu aktif, berkembang setiap saat, bagaimana kita menggunakannya untuk meningkatkan pendidikan, itu bernilai positif. Jangan fokus pada aspek negatifnya dan bagaimana hal itu dapat mempertahankan kualitas pendidikan. Jadi Metaverse ini adalah bentuk teknologi yang memperluas dunia fisik nyata kita ini, menggunakan sistem yang yang kemudian diterjemahkan ke dunia maya. Jadi dunia nyata kita itu kemudian dia tampil layaknya dunia nyata, tapi sebenarnya dia di dunia maya. Manusia itu khususnya anak-anak itu punya kebiasaan selama ini mengupload kegiatan-kegiatan mereka setiap hari di dunia maya. Bahkan guru-guru pun juga. Nah, sekarang bagaimana kebiasaan itu bisa disalurkan secara positif. Nah, bagaimana anak kita menggunakan smartphone yang tentunya juga melalui jaringan-jaringan internet mereka. Model-model virtual ini, kata beliau tadi diulang lagi, akan tetap berkembang. Tergantung bagaimana kita memanfaatkannya untuk dunia pendidikan atau tidak. Dia akan tetap saja. Nah, sekarang kita akan biarkan dia dengan dunianya sendiri atau kita akan masukkan dia ke dunia pendidikan kita. Termasuk grafik 3D yang canggih menggunakan avatar dan alat komunikasi yang instan. Inilah dunia di mana pengguna merasa bahwa mereka sepenuhnya berada di realitas, tapi realitasnya di atas virtual. Beliau membedakan tadi cara berpikir kita dan cara bersikap kita antara siswa dan guru itu pasti beda. Jangan dipaksakan disamakan. Kalau siswa itu kan dia, beliau jelaskan, dia menggunakan pengalaman masa lalu dan masa kini, menggunakan interpretasi pribadi, kemudian menjelajah dunia di sekitar mereka, menyelidiki pertanyaan-pertanyaan terbuka, itu dunia mereka. Adapun kita, para guru, kata beliau, tugas kita adalah mengarahkan dan memandu siswa kita, memantau, memastikan sesuai dengan perkembangan pribadi mereka atau tidak, dan memastikan bahwa proses belajar siswa itu akan tetap berjalan. Jadi jangan sampai dia dikalahkan oleh dunia game atau dunia maya yang tidak ada kaitannya dengan pendidikan sama sekali. Nah, kita pastikan bahwa proses belajar mereka tetap berjalan, bahwa kita malah mengkombinasikan kebiasaan-kebiasaan anak itu dengan perkembangan dan kebutuhan pendidikan. Beliau juga tadi mengungkapkan mengapa kita harus belajar mandiri di Metaverse. Jadi udah sangat maju ya. Kalau kita di Indonesia kita baru memulai. Actually we have started the Metaverse in Indonesia. Kita baru memulai, tapi beliau sudah bagaimana mengarahkan siswa-siswa itu bisa belajar mandiri melalui Metaverse. Juga beliau jelaskan secara secara rinci bagaimana tahapan-tahapannya siswa dapat bereksperimen, bereksplorasi dengan dunia Metaverse ini, kaitannya dengan pembelajaran. Ilustrasi 3D, 3 dimensi ya, Dan salah satu kelebihannya siswa bisa mengakses budaya-budaya lain. Jadi ini memang dunia ini semakin terbuka, dia begitu gampangnya mendapatkan pendapat dari orang-orang lain, dan dia bisa berkunjung lapangan tapi virtual. Jadi dia bisa, kalau mau ke Amerika silakan ke Amerika, kata beliau. Mau ke Kanada kita bisa ke Kanada, tapi di dunia virtual saja. Nah ini sangat menariknya. Dunia anak ini tidak bisa kita biarkan begitu saja, dan kita harus memanfaatkan itu. Barangkali itu beberapa catatan saya. Beliau juga menceritakan sebuah studi kasus seorang anak yang berusia 7 tahun, yang kelas 7 berusia 14 tahun, tinggal di New York City. Beberapa penelitian-penelitian yang kaitannya dengan dunia metaverse ini, dan alhamdulillah ternyata itu berdampak positif bagi perkembangan anak-anak dalam pembelajarannya. Barangkali itu beberapa yang saya tangkap dari penjelasan beliau. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Febriyanthie. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Laura. I think that is interesting presentation. That is really valuable experience and knowledge you have shared us in this symposium. We still have about 10 minutes for questioning and answering session. So I some the participant, maybe we just limit 3 people to us. So you may raise your hand. Okay. But before I give the chance to our speaker to answer, I give also some question we got in the chat of Zoom and YouTube. Okay. The first question is, how metaverse can be used in early childhood education?
Can you repeat the question one more time? Sorry, there's an echo.
Okay. How the metaverse can be used in early childhood education?
In what education?
Childhood education.
Early childhood education?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, can we? Number 2?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. How do we implement the material that you give now to students in class? Okay, can you?
Yes, those are great. Those are great questions. So I'll start with the early childhood education. It's not as much my expertise because my background is really elementary and middle school. So a couple things that I can think of for our early childhood education is immediately what comes to mind is a little bit of apps. We can use apps to help them navigate, maybe exploring with learning to read and write. Can they drag and drop sentences and words into the right place? So that's one thing I can think of, but also a lot of self-directed learning is exploring. So we don't necessarily have to just think of technology with that. So we can think of things like 3D models, those simulations. So as students are learning, maybe even about the foundational skills of mathematics, right? So one of the skills that I can think of is students have to explore between a 2D shape, right, and a 3D shape. So maybe we can have them exploring using an app. Okay, we might say, oh, here we have a square, but now it becomes a cube. Okay, so we see 2D into 3D. So 2D they have in front of them, but 3D maybe is in a simulation. Again, we can see that at preschool age, and we can see that even as students get older and they now have to know the characteristics of those shapes. It's not just seeing, oh, it's a cube. We can see now that it has vertices, edges, and how they're connected. So we can explore some of those things. Another thing I can think of is younger kids love to go on field trips. So while we might think of going to a local place, Okay, we might be able to explore what a farm in Iowa looks like. What types of animals are there in the United States? We can compare and contrast animals in the United States to animals in Indonesia. So those would be great examples of using the metaverse in early childhood education. The second question was, how can we be using this in our classroom? So a couple of different things that I can think of is, again, exploration. So when you think of your unit of study, you can think of maybe even just 1 or 2 ways. I always start small if this is new for me. So I think of 1 or 2 ways that I can implement self-directed learning in my new unit. So maybe there's still more elements where I am directing, but I'm going to give more student voice. So for example, in my math classroom, I might give a few more lessons, okay, where it's more directed, where I'm giving the content, but I'm going to have 2 implementations of self-directed learning. So I'm going to say, I want you to conduct an interview as part of this study. That's a great way for student choice and self-directed learning. On top of that, I want you to create an avatar. So I always say, start small and build your way up to creating those bigger units.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. This is Laura. I have one question more from YouTube. Is it?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Najwa, what is the
relevance of independent learning through metaverse with independent learning curriculum?
What was the last word? Sorry.
Okay. What is the relevance of independent learning through metaverse with independent learning curriculum?
With independent learning curriculum. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So independent learning in the metaverse compared to independent learning in the curriculum. So I think they go both, and I think they're a combination. We can use the metaverse to enrich our curriculum. So for example, like with the unit of study, imagining this book of reading about this girl who lives in New York City. Well, that's part of the curriculum. Part of the curriculum is exploring or is knowing that we have to understand themes in the book, knowing that we have to understand how a character is developed, and knowing that we have to understand how to summarize and analyze a book. So we're still hitting our curriculum independently, okay? But we're utilizing the metaverse to help us meet the curriculum standards. We're utilizing those now as tools to help our students engage in the curriculum rather than just be consumers. I hope that helps answer that question a bit.
Thank you. But it is really interesting to discuss much more about this topic, right? Metaverse is something new for us, for teachers, but maybe not for students who are fond of studying, playing, but one of the positive sequences we are gonna get by using the metaverse is how to make the process of learning interesting, right? Okay. Because the time, okay, I think it is the time for you before closing your presentation, okay? It's better for you to closing statement, I think.
Is to say, I missed the very last part. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
To say one more thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Your closing statement.
Yes. Thank you so much. First, I want to say thank you for allowing me to be part of this symposium today. I have not had very many experiences of speaking to so many people, so I was slightly nervous, but I appreciate the opportunity. Self-directed learning from my experience is something I have grown in. Like I said earlier, I take one step at a time. While I have an end goal to have more and more self-directed opportunities for my students, I have to start small. So maybe you want to have 5 ideas eventually. Give yourself time to get there. It takes time to develop these things. So start with 1 idea or 2 ideas and implement those. And as you become more confident with the idea of self-directed learning, you will get there. I would also say use collaboration. I so often go to my peer teachers and I say, hey, I'm thinking about doing this as a project or, implementing this idea. Can you help me develop this one part? And I do that with, I teach a lot of math, but we have an English teacher in our building. We have a Spanish teacher in our building, a history teacher. And so I'm often collaborating with people that maybe don't just teach my subject. And so I would say use your peers to help come up with ideas. Don't be afraid to explore yourself. We ourselves can be self-directed learners too. So if you're interested in learning more about the virtual world, start with exploring one website that we can give students access to with the virtual world. Also, don't be afraid to learn from your students. Sometimes they know more about the apps than we do. And don't be afraid to be curious. That's an awesome thing to do as educators. And again, when we display that and model that for our students, it's a great thing for them to see. So again, thank you so much.
Bapak Febriyanthie as a interpreter.
Baik, terima kasih. Halo, sedengar? Tadi ada 3 pertanyaan ya. Saya kurang mendengar pertanyaan pertama, tapi saya mendengar jawabannya. Beliau tadi memulai, saya bukan ahli kata beliau, bukan pakarnya, karena saya ini hanya guru SD dan sekolah menengah kata beliau. Jadi orangnya rendah hati nih ya. Beliau juga memberikan contoh bagaimana pengaruh simulasi-simulasi yang hanya menggunakan 2 dimensi dengan 3 dimensi itu ternyata memang simulasi 3 dimensi itu jauh lebih berpengaruh dan membuat anak cepat mampu menguasai pelajaran yang diberikan. Misalnya dalam pelajaran matematika. Kemudian yang kedua tadi bagaimana mengaplikasikan di kelas. Karena saya menghadapi anak-anak yang usianya masih sangat muda, kata beliau, maka ada beberapa cara dan pendekatan juga sesuai dengan perkembangan usia anak itu. Ternyata avatar, kata beliau, avatar itu adalah sesuatu yang diminati dan anak-anak tertarik dengan tampilan-tampilan avatar. Bagaikan nonton kartun mungkin ya. Kemudian yang ketiga, bagaimana relevansi belajar mandiri dengan metaverse dan kaitannya dengan kurikulum. Ya, beliau pertama tadi bercerita bahwa kurikulum itu biasanya lebih mengeksplor buku-buku teks misalnya kan, sesuatu yang sudah dirancang, direncanakan dari awal, tapi ternyata kebutuhan-kebutuhan kita ke depannya juga para anak-anak itu tidak hanya cukup dengan apa yang sudah tertulis, tapi kita harus berkembang terus. Jadi dunia metaverse ini menggambarkan bahwa perkembangan itu harus selalu ada dan tidak terbatas hanya dengan batas-batas kurikulum. Barangkali itu dari pertanyaan-pertanyaan, dan beliau tadi berpesan di akhir agar kita, para guru ini bisa mengeksplorasi diri kita juga. Kita harus bisa mengikuti perkembangan teknologi, jangan hanya bisa minta bantu sama siswa ya, misalnya memasang proyektor dan lain-lain. Tapi kita para guru ini harus juga selalu berkembang. Dan beliau mengucapkan terima kasih, apresiasi atas kesempatan yang diberikan. We also say and give appreciation for this symposium, Miss Laura. Thank you very much. And this is a very, very great thing. Midnight, and you're about to face the morning time, but you're still awake. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Febriyanthie. Okay. Yeah, we are optimistic that we can do it. Okay, that's all our presentation in. Thank you very much for your great presentation, and I think it will become valuable experiences not only for us, but the teachers, but also for the students, and which we can share it with all the people around us. Thank you very much. Okay, one more. Okay, I'm happy as a director, as Mr. Febriyanthie, as the interpreter. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Miss Laura, we take picture together. Are you still there?
In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful. May peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Yaqut Kholil Qoumas as the Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Would like to take this opportunity to greet you from all around Indonesia. On behalf of the Minister of Religious Affairs, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to International Symposium on Education 2022. I am excited to be invited to attend the second International Symposium on Education 2022. It is my hope that this conference would be able to achieve its objective in providing an effective forum for madrasah teachers. I am, as the Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, feels proud of conducting ISOE 2022. This event is a self-development to improve knowledge, especially about how to make our writings useful for others. Congratulations to those who have been selected as the best presenters in this event. We feel proud of your achievement. This activity is very much in line with our priority program, namely digital transformation of the Second International Symposium of Education. I would like to appreciate the work of Directorate of Teachers and Education Personnel, or GTK, of Madrasah, and also Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia to conduct International Symposium on Education. This standing conference brings up the topic about digitalizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer committee of this conference. By this conference, we hope that this conference will inspire other people out there. Before closing this greeting, allow me in the 5 of Eid, on this auspicious occasion, to wish you a happy Eid. I am sorry for all my mistakes, whether I did it intentionally or not. Taqabbalallahu minna wa minkum, taqabbal ya karim. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. I would like to introduce myself. I am Cecep Khairul Anwar, Head of the Religion Office of DKI Jakarta, the Ministry of Religion of Affairs, the Republic of Indonesia. I am really proud of Directorate of Teacher and Education Personnel GTK of Madrasah, Ministry of Religion Affairs of Republic Indonesian, that encouraged to conduct international symposium on education ISO 20 and 22. This standing conference brings the very current topic relating about education and technology, digitalizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopefully, it's called have everyone of us to view technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, habis ini kita evaluasi sebentar ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hi
everyone.
Aduh, saya di mute.
I am the head of the regional office of the Ministry of Religious Affairs in the province of the South.
Okay, can you hear my voice, please?
I would like to say congrats for Directorate of Teacher and Education Personnel of Madrasah for the International Symposium on Education ISO 2022 and bring topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. Hopefully, God help all of to the view technology and can keep positive thing to everyone. Thank you. Allahumma fiq ila amtarik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, can you
Hello everyone. I am Ulias Taha, head of the regional office of the Ministry of Religion, Central Sulawesi Province. I am very proud of Directorate of Teachers and Education Personnel, GTK of Madrasah, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia that encouraged to conduct International Symposium on Education ISOE 2022. This standing conference brings the topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopefully, it will help every one of us to view technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Allahumma fiq ila komentari. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, okay. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is unfortunately the end of our session, so we'll have a break time. You will have lunch and then praying first. Then we'll be back to the YouTube channel and Zoom at 1:15. So it will be moderated by Miss Wulida and team. So please stay tuned in your YouTube channel and Zoom. See you next time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Zainal Mustami. I am head of the Religion Affairs Ministry of South Sulawesi. I am really proud of Directorate of Teacher and Education Personnel Madrasah, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic Indonesia that encourage to conduct International Symposium on Education ISO 2022. The standing conference brings the topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopefully, it helps help everyone of us to view technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Anwar Abu Bakar, Kepala Kantor Wilayah Kementerian Agama Provinsi Sulawesi Utara, menyampaikan selamat kepada Direktorat Guru dan Tenaga Kependidikan Madrasah pada Direktorat Jenderal Pendidikan Islam Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia sebagai penyelenggara Simposium Internasional pada Pendidikan Internasional Symposium on Education tahun 2022 dengan topik digitalisasi pendidikan di era metaverse. Semoga kegiatan ini bisa membantu program peningkatan dan pengembangan profesionalitas, kualitas, dan kompetensi guru dan tenaga kependidikan madrasah dalam melihat teknologi dengan lebih bijaksana. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Muhammad Isom, the Director of Curriculum, Infrastructure, Institution, and Student Affairs for Madrasah. Congratulations for the International Symposium on Education 2022. Under the theme, Digitizing Education in the Metaverse Era, held by Directorate of Teacher and Teaching Personnel for Madrasah. Hopefully, this international symposium will be contribute not only for the teacher but also the students. So, digitizing in education become a system of education. Moreover, the result of this symposium should be transformative movement for all madrasah stakeholders in Indonesia. Good luck for the International Symposium on Education 2022. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, I am Komang Sri Marheni, Head of the Regional Office of the Ministry of Religion of Bali Province. We would like to extend our appreciation and congratulate Direktorat Guru dan Tenaga Kependidikan Madrasah, Dijen Pendidikan Islam Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia on the achievement of conducting the second International Symposium on Education. Digitizing education in Metaverse era is one of the important topic today. With the popularity of Metaverse these days, we need to try and take advantage of this virtual reality platform with provide and health immersive experiences for educational purposes. Hopefully, this conference will be a great success and give us more understanding about this new platform. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Tumiran Kanifo. I am a
Masmin Afif. I am a head of Religiaon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Masmin Afif. I am a head of Religiaon, Ministry Religion Affairs of Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta. I am really proud of Directorate of Teachers and Education Personnel of Madrasah, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic Indonesia, that support to conduct International Symposium on Education. This standing conference brings the topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my senses of appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopefully, it could help every one of us to view technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. My name is Saprudin Baderung. I am at the head of Religion Office of Ministry of Religion Affairs of Gorontalo Province. I am really proud of Directorate of Teacher and Education Personnel, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia that encouraged to conduct International Symposium on Education 2022. This standing conference brings the topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopefully, it could help every one of us to view technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Haji Zostatia. I am a head of Regional Office of the Ministry of Religious Affairs of Jambi Province. I am really proud of Directorate of Teachers and Education Personnel of Madrasah, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia that encouraged to conduct International Symposium on Education ISOE 2022. This standing conference brings the topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopefully, it could help every one of us to view technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bersatu padu bergerak dan berkarya wujudkan negeri yang damai.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello everyone, allow me to introduce myself. My name Mustain Ahmad, the head of regional office of the Central Java Province, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic Indonesia. I am really appreciated to the Directorate of Teachers and Educated Personnel, KTK Madrasah, Directorate General of Islamic Education, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic Indonesia, that encouraged to conduct the second International Symposium on Education 2022 with the theme Digitalization Education in the Metaverse Era. In this occasion, I will to express my sincere appreciation to the committees who have organized the wonderful conference. I hope this conference will be beneficial effect to the society of Indonesia, especially teacher and education personnel of madrasah. Thank you very much for your attention and see you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone around Indonesia. I am Husnul Marom, the Regional Office Head of Ministry of Religion Affairs in East Java. To the second International Symposium on Education, ISO 2022. I feel really proud of the Directorate of Teacher and Education Personnel of Madrasah, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia that encouraged to conduct ISO 2022. This standing conference bring the topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference. I think this topic is very important right now to discuss. Finally, congratulations on conducting this international symposium. Thank you for the time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All the praise be to Allah, the Lord of universe. Salawat and salam. May everything offering the leader of all messenger, guider and leader of us, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allah of his females, companions and followers until the end of time. At this, I would like to thank all the participants who have provided an opportunity for me to be standing here. I am Muhammad Tamrin, is the head of Religion Office, Ministry of Religious Affairs South Kalimantan Province, as part of Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. I'm really fond and proud of Directorates of Teacher and Education Personnel GTK Madrasah for this second time holding the International Symposium on Education ISOE 420 on fast. the topic digitization of education in the matter era. Our appreciation to the organizer of this conference has utilized Mr. Technology and this form a virtual spark which aim to do for this education what teacher can adapt to development in information technology. Finally, through the standing of this conference, I hope this will technology more poetry. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hadirin di mana saja berada di seluruh Indonesia, di hari yang baik dan dalam kesempatan ini, saya Haji Nur Fahmi, Kepala Kantor Wilayah Kementerian Agama Provinsi Kalimantan Tengah mengucapkan selamat dan rasa bangga kepada Direktorat Guru dan Tenaga Kependidikan Madrasah Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia atas penyelenggaraan The Second International Symposium on Education tahun 2022 dengan mengusung tema Digitizing Education in the Metaverse Era. Saya percaya dan berkeyakinan bahwa apa yang akan didiskusikan dalam simposium ini semoga dapat memberikan hal baru dalam pengembangan keilmuan dan teknologi, sehingga dapat memecahkan masalah-masalah masa depan dalam kehidupan bangsa ini. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Rinda M.Pd. I am a head of the Religiaon Office of the Ministry of Religion of North Kalimantan Province. I am really proud of the Directorate of Teachers and Educational Personnel of Madrasah, Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia that encouraged to conduct International Symposium on Education 2022. The standing conference bring the topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organization of this conference. Hopefully, it could help everyone of us to view technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. My name is Dr. Andus Haji Masrawan M.Agi. I am an regional officer of Ministry of Religion Affairs of S. Kalimantan. I am really proud of Directorate of Teacher and Education Personnel of Madrasah, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia that encouraged to conduct International Symposium on Education 2022. The standing conference brings the topic about digitizing education and the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopefully it could help everyone of us to view technology that we help more positively. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
akan terkenal selama hidupku, biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang dari kalbu. Tanahku yang ku cintai, engkau ku hargai.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Mahbub Daryanto. I am a head of the regional office of the Ministry of Religious Affairs Riau Islands. I am really proud of Directorate of Teacher and Education Personnel, Gitika of Madrasah, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia that's encouraged to conduct International Symposium on Education ISOE 2022. This standing conference brings the topic about digitalizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopefully it could help every one of us to view technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi everyone, I am Puji Raharjo, the head of Religion Office in Lampung. I hope you all are in very good condition. In this wonderful occasion, I am honored to deliver my sincere appreciation and pleasure to Directorate of Teacher and Education Personnel of Madrasah, Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, who successfully conduct the International Symposium on Education issue 2022. In my sincere appreciation also goes to the event organizer. In my opinion, digitizing education in the metaverse era is an interesting topic to review. I hope the conference can broaden our current knowledge related to digital education. Last but not the least, I believe that digitizing education in the metaverse era can improve the mushrooming madrasah quality education in Indonesia and inspire the development of education all over the world. That's all. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Sarbin Sehe. I am the head of the Regional Minister of Religion Affairs of North Maluku. I am really proud of Directorate of Teacher and Education Personnel GTK of Madrasah, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia that encourage to conduct international symposium on education ISO 2022. this standing conference brings the topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopeful it could help everyone to view technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Zedi Abdal. I'm the head of Ministry of Religion Affairs of West Nusa Tenggara Province. I'm really proud of Directorate of Teachers and Education Personnel of Madrasah, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia that encouraged to conduct International Symposium on Education ISOE 2022. This standing conference brings the topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopefully, it could help everyone of us to view technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Reginaldo Saverino Celiseran. I am a head of the Religional Office of the Ministry of Religion in the province of NTT. I am really proud of Directorate of Teachers and Education Personnel of Madrasah, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, that encouraged to conduct International Symposium of Education. This standing conference brings the topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopeful it could help every one of us to view technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Luxen Ismail. I am a head of the Regional Ministry of Religion Affairs of Provinsi Papua Barat. I'm really proud of the Directorate of Teacher and Education Personnel of Madrasah, Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, the encouraged to conduct International Symposium on Education ISO 2022. The standing conference bring the topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopefully, it could help everyone of us to view technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi, I'm Mulyardi, Madrasah in charge, Ministry of Religious Affairs of Riau Province. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference entitled International Symposium on Education in Metaverse Era. I think this topic is very important right now to be discussed. Once we have comprehended the situation that we are facing currently condition, I believe that we will get a core ideas that might be able to solve any future problems in our life. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Helmi. I am a head to the regional office, the Ministry of Religion West Sumatra. I'm really proud of the Doctorate of Teacher and Education Personnel of Madrasah, Ministry of Religion FI of the Republic of Indonesia that encouraged to conduct International Symposium on Education 2022. This standing conference brings the topic about digitizing education in the metaverse era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this conference. Hopefully it could help every one of us to view technology that we have more positively. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu di seluruh Indonesia. Perkenalkan saya Safitri Irwan, Kepala Kantor Wilayah Kementerian Agama Provinsi Sumatera Selatan. Saya pada kesempatan ini ingin mengucapkan selamat kepada Direktorat GTK Madrasah Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia karena mengadakan the second International Symposium on Education ISOE 2022 yang berjudul Digitization Education in the Metaverse Era dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pendidikan Nasional yang jatuh pada tanggal 2 Mei 2022. Simposium ini bertujuan untuk memperkenalkan kehadiran dan kesadaran tentang teknologi metaverse untuk memajukan sistem pendidikan di Indonesia. Saya juga ingin mengekspresikan penghargaan yang tulus kepada penyelenggara simposium ini, dan saya berharap simposium ini sukses dan dapat memberikan wawasan baru kepada seluruh guru, tenaga kependidikan, penggiat pendidikan, dan para stakeholder terhadap kemajuan sistem pendidikan Indonesia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, suara saya sudah masuk ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ISOE 2022. Thank you for staying tuned. And after getting refreshment, I believe we're all ready for the first group discussion. In this first group discussion, we will have 5 presenters, and each presenter has 10 minutes to present their paper. In between, I'll remind you if the time is almost up. We will open question and answer section after all presenters finish their presentation. So without further delay, let me call the first presenter. Hello, Mr. Rinda Fauzian. Bapak Rinda Fauzian.
Halo Bu.
Ya, sudah siap ya Bapak?
Insya Allah siap.
Okay, so Bapak Rinda Fauzian is from MTsN Pangandaran, West Java, and his paper titled Metaverse dalam pembelajaran sejarah kebudayaan Islam di madrasah, tantangan dan peluang. So, Mr. Rinda Fauzian, the mic is all yours.
Terima kasih Ibu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wala haula wala quwata illa billah, amma ba'd. The Honorable Minister of Religion of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Yaqut Kholil Qoumas, the Honorable Director General of Islamic Education, Mr. Muhammad Ali Ramdhani, and the happy audience and this time, please allow for this opportunity. I will explain in Indonesia. Perkenalkan, nama saya Rinda Fauzian, guru SKI MTsN 1 Pangandaran, Kantor Kementerian Agama Kabupaten Pangandaran, Provinsi Jawa Barat. Pada kesempatan kali ini, saya akan memaparkan makalah yang berjudul Metaverse dan Pembelajaran Sejarah Kebudayaan Islam di Madrasah, Tantangan dan Peluang. Bapak Ibu yang hadir, latar belakang masalah pada makalah ini adalah Metaverse sebagai transformasi teknologi pembelajaran terkini yang menuntut segala sesuatunya bersifat digital. Salah satunya pembelajaran di madrasah. Hal ini guna mempermudah pekerjaan manusia, mengefektifkan pengerjaan dan waktu kerja, serta mewujudkan SDM yang siap pakai sesuai dengan tuntutan dan perubahan zaman. Adapun kondisi hari ini khususnya guru SKI di madrasah, guru mengajar mata pelajaran SKI cukup dengan bercerita serta menganalisis gambar yang ada. Sebagiannya lagi mulai menggunakan teknologi seperti tayangan di YouTube, aplikasi kuis, serta ada pula yang menggunakan PowerPoint dan media yang lainnya. Hadirnya Metaverse hari ini adalah gagasan urgen dan inovasi pembelajaran. Era Metaverse ini menawarkan konsep dan gagasan pembelajaran di masa kini. Sebagai salah satu contohnya, peserta didik berkunjung langsung secara digital pada museum digital 3 dimensi. Sementara itu peserta didik dan guru ikut serta dalam menganalisisnya. Rumusan masalah, tujuan dan manfaat pada makalah ini. Rumusan masalahnya pertama, bagaimana implementasi Metaverse dalam pembelajaran SKI di madrasah. Yang kedua, apa saja tantangan dan peluang pembelajaran SKI di madrasah pada era Metaverse. Tujuannya, pertama menganalisis implementasi Metaverse dalam pembelajaran SKI di madrasah. Yang kedua, menguraikan tantangan dan peluang pembelajaran SKI di madrasah pada era Metaverse. Sehingga manfaat dari makalah ini itu dapat memperluas khazanah keislaman, serta menjadi bahan kajian mendalam. Selanjutnya, khusus penelitian pendidikan Islam dalam menghadapi berbagai tantangan dan perubahan zaman. Adapun kajian teori yang diangkat dalam makalah itu ada 3. Pertama, penelitian dari Go dan Gao yang dipublish dalam jurnal Frontiers in Psychology. Menurutnya, Metaverse pengajaran dapat dipahami sebagai aplikasi pendidikan Metaverse, sehingga menciptakan digital identitas bagi guru dan siswa, terbuka secara formal dan informal, tempat mengajar di dunia maya. Ini sangat dimungkinkan sekali diterapkan di sekolah atau di madrasah. Karena madrasah adalah lembaga pendidikan yang memiliki karakter berwawasan masa depan. Ini senada dengan hasil penelitian UNSU yang dimuat dalam Journal of Intelligence, bahwa UNSU ini mengadakan survei terhadap 336 siswa sekolah dasar di Korea, ini dengan menggunakan barometernya 18 indikator item yang berhubungan dengan metaverse. Hasilnya mengungkapkan bahwa rata-rata 97,9% siswa sekolah dasar itu memiliki pengalaman dengan metaverse. 95,5% dari mereka menganggapnya erat kaitannya dengan kehidupan sehari-hari mereka. Jadi aktualisasi dirinya dapat diimplementasikan pada saat belajar menggunakan metaverse. Salah satu teknologi menurut Kai dan kawan-kawan yang dipublish dalam Journal of Educational Evaluation for Health Professions, augmented reality adalah jenis augmentasi dari dunia luar atau yang kita kenal dengan VR. Ini mengacu pada bentuk teknologi yang memperluas dunia fisik nyata di luar individu dengan menggunakan sistem dan antarmuka yang sadar lokasi dengan informasi, jaringan yang ditambahkan, dan berlapis pada ruang yang kita temui sehari-hari. Sehingga peserta didik pada saat itu menggunakan teknologi metaverse ya bisa menatap pengalaman dunia nyata sekaligus dengan dunia maya. Metode penelitian yang digunakan, pertama pendekatan penelitian menggunakan pendekatan penelitian kualitatif, dan data dikumpulkan berdasarkan observasi dan dokumentasi. Metode penelitian yang digunakan penelitian literary research, hal ini guna menghadirkan suasana dan gagasan inovasi dari pengkajian terhadap sumber-sumber yang relevan. Analisis datanya, itu data dikumpulkan, dipilih, dan dipilah, kemudian ditafsirkan dan dianalisis berdasarkan analisis data kualitatif. Pembahasan pertama, implementasi metaverse pada pembelajaran SKI di madrasah. Bapak Ibu semuanya, bahwa karakter pembelajaran SKI di madrasah ini memiliki peran yang cukup strategis dalam pembentukan karakter bangsa. Sehingga pembelajaran SKI di madrasah perlu dikembangkan, perlu diintegrasikan dengan teknologi-teknologi terkini. Salah satunya metaverse yang mendukung pembelajaran SKI. Di era metaverse, ada teknologi yang mendukung dalam pembelajaran SKI, yaitu augmented reality. Karena augmented reality ini alat yang digunakannya cukup bisa menggunakan smartphone yang dimiliki oleh peserta didik. Bentuk teknologi IR atau augmented reality ini mampu memperluas dunia fisik nyata di luar individu dengan menggunakan sistem dan antarmuka yang sadar lokasi dengan informasi jaringan yang ditambahkan dan berlapis pada ruang yang kita temui sehari-hari. Augmented reality ini dinilai efektif dalam pembelajaran materi yang sulit khususnya. Ya, ini berdasarkan penelitian Kai bahwa contohnya crucial virtuality adalah research augmented reality yang memungkinkan siswa untuk memeriksa bagian dalam tubuh manusia seolah-olah peserta didik itu berada dalam sebuah laboratorium anatomi. Bagaimana integrasi materi sejarah kebudayaan Islam dengan teknologi augmented reality ini? Itu bisa menggunakan salah satu materi sebagai contoh perjalanan Nabi Muhammad SAW ketika berdakwah. Ada salah satu teknologi metaverse yang rencana dibangun di Indonesia, yaitu Museum Assalamualaikum Ayyuhan Nabi Endowment yang sekarang di Arab Saudi sudah ada. Bagaimana aplikasinya? Aplikasi IR itu sistem penjajakannya biasanya menggunakan QR code. Artinya peserta didik cukup men-scan QR code kemudian yang sudah tersedia, kemudian nanti dari QR code itu akan diarahkan pada materi yang dituju. QR code tersebut akan mengarahkan pada materi yang berbentuk hologram atau dalam bentuk 3 dimensi. Seperti yang kita telah ketahui zaman sebelumnya, itu ada teknologi IR, permainan Pokemon, itu salah satu dari permainan yang menggunakan teknologi IR. Implikasi dari IR terhadap pembelajaran SKI di madrasah khususnya itu berdampak positif dari penerapan teknologi IR. motivasi siswa meningkat secara signifikan. Peserta didik merasakan pembelajaran lebih menarik karena dia dapat mengaktualisasikan dalam kehidupan yang berbeda, gitu ya, dalam dunia maya, seolah-olah dia berada dalam dunia maya tersebut. Perasaan senang dalam belajar serta meningkatnya kuriositas atau rasa ingin tahu peserta didik terhadap apa yang ada dalam teknologi IR tersebut. Sehingga tantangan dan peluang pembelajaran SKI di madrasah pada era metaverse itu harus kita hadapi. Pertama, peluangnya
Pak Rinda.
untuk pendidikan.
Sorry, Pak Rinda.
Ya.
Your time only 1 minute left. Please go to the conclusion, maybe. Okay.
Oke. Langsung ke simpulan. Oke. Simpulan dari paparan pada makalah ini itu teknologi metaverse dalam hal ini berbentuk augmented reality atau IR merupakan bentuk teknologi yang memperluas dunia fisik nyata di luar individu dengan menggunakan sistem dan antarmuka yang sadar. Dampak positifnya itu sangat signifikan, khususnya meningkatkan motivasi pembelajaran, pembelajaran lebih menarik, perasaan senang dalam belajar, serta meningkatkan kuriositas peserta didik. Hal ini tidak jauh dan dari peluang dan tantangan yang dihadapi. Peluang yang hadir di hadapan mata itu dapat memunculkan peradaban baru yang tidak dimiliki oleh lembaga pendidikan yang lain. Sementara itu tantangannya yang mesti kita hadapi adalah status metaverse itu sendiri bagi masyarakat atau peserta didik yang terbatas akan teknologi. Pada dasarnya memang metaverse itu bersifat borderless atau menyediakan ruang tak terbatas, memunculkan engagement yang lebih besar yang harus dihadapi. Sehingga rekomendasi dari makalah ini berdampak positif bagi penelitian selanjutnya untuk mengembangkan penelitiannya, khususnya mengkaji digitalisasi pendidikan di era metaverse. Selain itu, penelitian ini dapat dijadikan hazanah keilmuan khususnya dalam bidang pembelajaran sejarah kebudayaan Islam di madrasah. Itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Mohon maaf atas segala kekurangannya. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for your presentation, Bapak Rinda. It was beautiful and really interesting topic. So let's go to the next speaker. The next presenter is Ibu Khotim Maslikah from MTsN 1 Kota Kediri from Jawa Timur, and her title of her work is Muslim English Literacy, MEL, an application for extensive listening material. Hello, Ibu Khotim.
Hello, can you hear me?
Your voice a little bit so low. Can you bit louder, please?
Hello, yes.
Okay, yes,
Is it
it's better.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, so Ibu Khotim, the time is yours right now. So I give the mic, please. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you for Bu Lida. Well, let me share screen first. Oh. Can you see my screen? Hello?
Oh, not yet.
Not yet. Yes. How about now?
Not yet, Ibu.
Yes. I have my share screen.
Okay. We cannot see your sharing screen yet.
So
maybe the committee, please help us. Coba di close dulu, maybe you need to close first and then try to share screen again.
Yes, I stopped share, but it didn't work.
Okay, let's try to committee, please help us to share the second speaker, please. Yes, is this one? Bu Khotim, this one.
I cannot see anything but just my screen. I cannot access Zoom, I think.
Oh,
Something freeze. Something freeze.
Okay, so okay, Bu Khotim, please, I will skip you and I will circle you back. So let's try this. Go to the next speaker. Okay, so try to fix your Zoom, so we can go to you again later. Okay, so okay, I'm so sorry. Please stop sharing screen, Pak Sanjaya. We'll go to the next presenter. Okay, so let Bu Khotim try to fix her problem first. So let's go to another speaker. Today we have Ibu Ika Ifah Ilmiah S.Pd M.Pd from Mantu Jember, Jawa Timur, and her title of paper is Peningkatan Aktivitas Belajar Peserta Didik dalam Pembelajaran Kimia dengan menggunakan media flipbook HTML5 berbasis video kontekstual. Hai Ibu Ika Ifah.
Ya, hadir.
Okay, so Ibu Ika Ifah, the floor is yours.
Terima kasih Bu Lida. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang terhormat Menteri Agama Republik Indonesia, Bapak Yaqut Kholil Qoumas. Yang terhormat Direktur GTK Direktorat Jenderal Pendidikan Islam Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Zen, M.Ag. Yang terhormat Kepala Subdirektorat Bina Guru dan Kependidikan MI dan MTs, Bapak Dr. Ainur Rafiq, M.Ag. Beserta Panitia ISOE 2022. Izin share screen.
Good, oke.
Sudah tampak Ibu?
Baik Bapak Ibu, perkenalkan nama saya Ika Ifah Ilmiah, guru kimia dari Mandua Jember, Jawa Timur. Pada event ISO 2022 ini, saya akan memaparkan hasil penelitian atau praktik belajar peserta didik dalam pembelajaran kimia dengan menggunakan media flipbook HTML5 berbasis video kontekstual. Latar belakang penelitian ini adalah situasi pandemi COVID-19, motivasi belajar peserta didik sekaligus aktivitasnya yang biasanya kita kenal dengan istilah learning loss. Karena itulah guru sebagai penggerak harus berinovasi bagaimana supaya siswa tetap memiliki aktivitas dengan cara membuat media digital pembelajaran kimia dengan materi sifat kualitatif larutan. Rumusan masalah dan tujuannya, apakah media flipbook HTML5 berbasis video tekstual
Halo Bu Ika? Ibu Ika? I think Ibu Ika has lost connection. Ibu Ika?
Terlempar.
Halo, sudah masuk lagi?
Oke.
Saya ulang, Bapak Ibu. Baik, saya ulang. Rumusan masalah dan tujuan pada penelitian ini adalah apakah media flipbook HTML5 berbasis video kontekstual mampu meningkatkan aktivitas belajar peserta didik pada materi sifat kualitatif larutan? Tentunya tujuannya adalah bagaimana kita bisa mengetahui media flipbook HTML5 berbasis video kontekstual ini mampu meningkatkan aktivitas belajar khususnya pada materi sifat kualitatif larutan. Tidak bisa bergerak slide saya, Bu Lida. Halo Bu Lida.
Pakai reading view, Bu. Itunya di skip dulu. Pakai modenya reading view, biar tidak terlalu berat.
Oh, baik. Sebentar, Bapak.
Kita bantu dari panitia ya, Ibu. Kita
Oh.
bantu share screen dari panitia. Silahkan Pak Fajar. Oke. Bu Ika bisa lihat? Oke, silahkan
Belum.
lanjut.
Baik.
Sudah muncul.
Next, Ibu. Tidak muncul di tempat saya. Bisa diulang, Bu?
Bu Ika. Ya.
Baik, kita ke slide keempat, Bapak. Baik, terima kasih. Sudah lancar lagi ini. Untuk penelitian ini, dasarnya ada 3 penelitian, yaitu dari Hasanah Numawati, pengembangan modul digital sebagai bahan ajar biologi. Selanjutnya dari Wibowo dan Purnamasari, pengaruh media pembelajaran flipbook terhadap gaya belajar visual. Selanjutnya dari Chandra Eka Setiawan pada tahun 2020, pengembangan digital flipbook untuk memfasilitasi kebutuhan belajar multiple representation. Ketiga metode dari penelitian ini berbeda. Ada yang pakai ADI, ada yang menggunakan 4D, ada juga yang kuantitatif eksperimen. Tentunya karena rumusan masalahnya berbeda, maka hasil penelitian pun berbeda. Namun pada penelitian Wibowo Purnamasari, hasilnya bahwa flipbook HTML tidak mempengaruhi gaya belajar peserta didik. Padahal pada penelitian saya, flipbook itu sangat mempengaruhi aktivitas belajar. Jadi gaya belajar mereka pasti akan berpengaruh kepada aktivitas belajar mereka tentunya. Next. Nah, metode penelitian yang saya gunakan adalah metode penelitian pengembangan 4D Tyagarajan. Ada 4 tahapan. Yang pertama adalah define atau pendefinisian. Di sini kita studi lapangan, melihat karakteristik siswa, kemudian kita membuat angket, kemudian kita mulai mengembangkan rencana pembelajarannya seperti apa. Yang kedua adalah desain atau perancangan. Di sini kita mulai membuat draft awal, bagaimana seharusnya ini bisa menjawab pendefinisian dari studi lapangan tadi. Yang ketiga adalah pengembangan. Dari sini draft tadi yang sudah kita buat di tahap kedua, itu mulai kita validasi kepada pakar media dan pakar konten, juga praktisi. Selanjutnya kita uji cobakan kepada peserta didik. Apabila sudah dinyatakan valid dan sudah diuji cobakan kepada siswa, maka yang keempat adalah bisa kita sebarkan atau disseminate. Dalam hal ini kita saya disseminatekan kepada MGMP Kimia Kabupaten Jember. Next. Nah, hasilnya adalah media flipbook HTML5 berbasis video kontekstual dinyatakan valid dengan nilai 2,728. Dan aktivitas belajar siswa juga meningkat atau sangat baik dengan nilai 90,142%. Next. Data tadi tentunya kita peroleh dari rumusan dan kriteria penilaian berikut. Ada 2 analisis yang digunakan. Yang pertama adalah analisis validitas, yang kedua adalah analisis aktivitas belajar peserta didik. Untuk rumus validitas, kita menggunakan rata dengan kriteria yang ada di slide tersebut. Next. Ini adalah rumus untuk atau analisis aktivitas belajar peserta didik, persentase jumlah skor indikator per skor maksimal kali 100% dengan rentang dan kategori yang telah ada di slide tersebut. 76 sampai 100 itu sangat baik, menurun, dan terakhir adalah kurang atau dengan nilai kurang dari sama dengan 25. Next. Ini adalah tabel hasil validasi flipbook HTML berbasis video kontekstual. Data ini terdiri dari kelayakan isi, kelayakan kegrafikaan, kelayakan bahasa, serta kelayakan penyajian. Next. Nah, untuk memudahkan pembacaan tabel, maka saya buat diagram bar hasil validasi dengan satuan persentase. Di situ terlihat bahwa yang warna oranye muda itu menunjukkan kelayakan penyajian, warna abu-abu itu kelayakan bahasa, warna oranye tua itu kelayakan kegrafikaan, dan warna biru adalah kelayakan isi. Dari situ sangat terlihat bahwa media ini adalah valid. Next. Bapak bisa di next. Baik Bapak Ibu, ini sebenarnya dimulai dari tabel, tapi langsung saja saya buat diagramnya agar memudahkan kita untuk memahami. Di sini ada persentase aktivitas peserta didik dengan keterbacaan atau komponen sebanyak 7. Yang pertama mengamati, membaca, menanya, menjawab pertanyaan, diskusi, presentasi, dan kemampuan peserta didik untuk meresum. Terlihat sekali bahwa tabung atau diagram yang berwarna hijau itu menunjukkan peserta didik tidak menggunakan media flipbook, sedangkan yang warna oranye menunjukkan bahwa peserta didik mengalami peningkatan aktivitas setelah menggunakan media flipbook. Next. Ini contoh Bapak Ibu, contoh dari flipbook yang sudah saya buat. Di sini juga saya sertakan penta konsep, tujuannya supaya siswa memahami subbab atau bahasan apa saja yang akan dipelajari dalam satu bab. Yang slide di sampingnya, gambar di sampingnya itu adalah materi intinya, yaitu sifat koligatif larutan. Di sini hanya saya contohkan 2 saja. Selanjutnya, next. Sifat koligatif larutan juga disertakan gambar kontekstual.
Mohon maaf Ibu Ika Iva, please go to conclusion. Maybe we will have like less than 1 minute. Okay.
Tolong slide yang terakhir ini ya. Slide yang terakhir di next lagi. Next lagi, Ibu. Baik, ini closing statement dari saya. Ini juga saran untuk penelitian selanjutnya. Hanya karena saya hanya menguji aktivitas saja, jadi penelitian selanjutnya bisa dilakukan menguji kepraktisan, menguji keefektifan dengan melihat hasil belajar siswa setelah menggunakan flipbook HTML. Kemudian kita juga bisa melanjutkan penelitian dengan model project based learning sehingga siswa mempunyai kompetensi atau keterampilan untuk bisa membuat media digital tanpa harus mendapatkan dari kita saja, dan bisa divariatif atau dibuat interaktif dengan kuis-kuisnya. Closing statement, next-nya. Baik Bapak Ibu, ini yang harus kita pahami bahwa mau tidak mau kita sudah ada di era ini. Jadi ajarilah anak-anakmu sesuai dengan zamannya, karena mereka hidup di zaman mereka bukan zamanmu. Sesungguhnya mereka diciptakan untuk zamannya, sedangkan kalian diciptakan untuk zaman kalian. Ali bin Apituley. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu, kurang lebihnya mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima
Thank you so
kasih.
much, Bu Ika Ifa. That's interesting topic and very nice closing statement from you. And we all agree to that. So let's go to another presenter. Ibu Khotim Maslikah still has trouble with the connection. So let's try her in the end. So let's go to another speaker. Ibu Ifa Hidayah, M.Si from Mantri Kediri, Jawa Timur, and her title of paper is Implementasi Flip Classroom Berbantuan Media Game Edukasi Berbasis Word Wall pada PTM terbatas. Ibu Ifa Hidayah, are you already here?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so you are ready. All right. So the floor is yours, Ibu Ifa.
Screen.
Oh, I can see your share screen already. Yeah, you can go on.
Not.
Oke, Bu Ifa sudah muncul. Silahkan bisa dilanjutkan untuk presentasinya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable, the Indonesian Minister of Religious Affairs, the Honorable, the Directorate General of Islamic Education, the Indonesian Ministry of Religious Affairs, the Honorable, the Directorate of Teacher and Education Personnel of Islamic Education Institution, the Honorable, the Committee of ISOE 2022, and all participants of ISOE 2022. My name is Ifa Hidayah. I'm a physics teacher from Mantri Kediri, East Java. First of all, I would like to say Alhamdulillah for being given this nice opportunity. I'm delighted to be speaking with you today about my presentation, and from now on, I will explain my presentation in Indonesian language. Penelitian saya berjudul Implementasi Flip Classroom Berbantuan Media Game Edukasi Berbasis Word Wall pada PTM terbatas. Adapun yang melatar belakangi penelitian ini adalah, mohon maaf, nggak bisa jalan.
Pak Fajar, may help for Bu Ifa presentation. Ibu mohon stop share-nya dulu ya. Oke.
Stop share-nya.
Ifa Hidayah.
Bukan anak saya ini.
Ifa Hidayah from Mantiga. Oke, Ibu sudah bisa terlihat di layarnya Ibu sekarang?
Ya, sudah bisa.
Oke.
Bisakah untuk full screen? Ini kan masih
Oke. Pak Fajar.
Slide show.
Pak Fajar bisa pakai reading view aja, biar nggak berat soalnya.
Ya, sudah. Adapun yang melatar belakangi penelitian saya, yaitu yang pertama adalah dampak dari COVID-19 yang berkepanjangan, maka menyebabkan learning loss. Adanya PTM terbatas merupakan solusi dari pembelajaran sehingga bisa berjalan kembali seperti semula. Namun demikian, PTM terbatas mempunyai beberapa kendala, yaitu adanya pembatasan jam atau pengurangan jam belajar. Next. Dengan jam pembelajaran yang terbatas, maka hal ini menjadi terkendala bagi siswa dan guru, di mana guru hanya mengejar materi di kelas, sedangkan soal-soal diberikan kepada siswa untuk dikerjakan di rumah. Hal ini menjadi beban tersendiri bagi siswa karena tugas yang terlalu menumpuk. Dengan demikian, guru harus mencari model pembelajaran yang efektif dan efisien. Dalam hal ini, peneliti menggunakan metode pembelajaran blended learning, yaitu mencampur antara pembelajaran online dan offline, menggunakan tipe belajar flip classroom atau kelas terbalik. Pada kelas terbalik, berbeda dengan kelas tradisional, di mana pada kelas tradisional, guru menyampaikan materi di kelas, kemudian memberikan tugas kepada siswa untuk dikerjakan di rumah. Sedangkan pada kelas terbalik, sebelum pembelajaran di kelas, maka guru sudah men-share atau memberikan materi dahulu di rumah dengan cara memberikan video pembelajaran atau mengirim link-link materi yang lain seperti link website atau bahan bacaan yang lain. Nah, sehingga siswa mempunyai pengetahuan awal sebelum masuk kelas. Kemudian pada pembelajaran tatap muka di kelas, guru dan siswa saling berinteraksi untuk menyelesaikan beberapa permasalahan, kemudian penyelesaian tugas, melaksanakan praktikum, tes, maupun pendalaman materi. Next. Dengan demikian, flip classroom atau kelas terbalik, yaitu aktivitas yang biasa dilakukan di kelas pada pembelajaran konvensional dilaksanakan di rumah, sedangkan aktivitas yang biasa dilaksanakan di rumah pada pembelajaran konvensional dilaksanakan di kelas. Next. Pada pembelajaran flip classroom ini, saya menggunakan berbantuan game edukasi, yaitu game edukasi word wall. Next. Jadi pada game edukasi word wall ada beberapa tipe permainan, ada 18. Nah, yang saya gunakan adalah tipe maze chess, yang tengah bawah itu, atau pengejaran labirin. Dari sini maka guru bisa memberikan kuis terlebih dahulu pada saat sebelum pembelajaran untuk mengetahui kemampuan awal siswa. Next. Rumusan masalah dalam penelitian ini adalah bagaimana mengimplementasikan flip classroom berbantuan game edukasi berbasis word wall pada PTM terbatas. Next. Tujuan dari penelitian ini adalah untuk mendeskripsikan dan menganalisis implementasi flip classroom berbantuan game edukasi berbasis word wall sebagai solusi dari pembelajaran pada masa PTM terbatas. Next. Beberapa manfaat. Next. Kajian pustaka yang digunakan pada penelitian ini adalah metode flip classroom, game edukasi, atau word wall, dan PTM terbatas. Next. Mohon maaf, PPT yang saya kirim ini kayaknya yang belum direvisi, jadi sebenarnya ada beberapa manfaat penelitian. Mungkin nanti saya tambahkan di akhir saja. Untuk metodologi penelitian, yaitu menggunakan metode deskriptif, yaitu yang menggambarkan proses pembelajaran dengan menggunakan flip classroom, dimulai dari pembelajaran yang dilakukan sebelum kelas atau di rumah, kemudian hingga pada pembelajaran tatap muka, dan kegiatan akhir atau apa-apa yang harus dilakukan siswa setelah pembelajaran. Kemudian teknik pengumpulan data, yaitu menggunakan observasi, tes, dan kuesioner. Analisis data yang digunakan adalah analisis deskriptif, kualitatif, dan kuantitatif. Sedangkan objek penelitian ada 3, yaitu proses pembelajaran, hasil belajar, dan respon siswa. Kemudian, untuk proses pembelajaran dengan menggunakan flip classroom, maka yang pertama yaitu kegiatan di rumah sebelum kelas, guru menyampaikan materi, kemudian kegiatan siswa adalah menyimak video pembelajaran yang diberikan oleh guru, mencatat hal-hal penting yang ada dalam pembelajaran tersebut, kemudian menulis beberapa pernyataan yang nantinya akan ditanyakan kepada guru apabila ada beberapa hal yang belum difahami. Dan juga bisa mengerjakan beberapa contoh soal atau latihan yang sudah diberikan oleh guru. Kemudian yang kegiatan kedua, ketika tatap muka di kelas, maka di awal adalah pemberian kuis, dalam hal ini bisa menggunakan beberapa game, dan pada penelitian saya menggunakan game edukasi berbasis wordball, sehingga siswa bisa mengerjakan dengan lebih menarik. Kemudian untuk selanjutnya, guru memberikan LKPD atau LKS, kemudian siswa bisa mengerjakan secara mandiri ataupun berkelompok dengan bimbingan guru. Guru dan siswa saling berdiskusi untuk pemantapan materi atau saling interaksi apabila ada beberapa hal yang perlu diperdalam atau perlu diklarifikasi pada pembelajaran. Selanjutnya pada kegiatan penutup, next. Siswa memeriksa pemahaman mereka dan memperluas pembelajaran. Kemudian menyimak apa yang harus dipelajari di rumah untuk mempersiapkan pembelajaran pada pertemuan berikutnya. Next. Ini adalah gambaran ketika siswa mengerjakan kuis dengan wordwall. Gambar yang paling sebelah kiri adalah tampilan dari wordwall tipe Miss Chess. Jadi di situ saya memberikan soal pada materi efek fotolistrik, kemudian ada 4 opsi jawaban yang berada di atas, sisi kiri, kanan, dan bawah itu. Nah, kemudian siswa memilih jawaban yang benar dengan memainkan atau berjalan di lintasan-lintasan yang sudah tersedia di situ dan menghindari musuh. Dengan demikian, siswa akan termotivasi untuk menjawab pertanyaan dengan benar dan memperoleh skor yang tertinggi dengan memilih jawaban yang benar. Gambar tengah itu adalah ketika siswa mengerjakan soal kuis dengan menggunakan wordwall, dan yang sebelah kanan sendiri adalah suasana kelas saat mengerjakan kuis dengan game edukasi berbasis wordwall. Dalam hal ini mereka mengerjakan secara tim, jadi 2-2. Kemudian karena jumlahnya ada 38 siswa, maka ada 19 kelompok. Next. Berdasarkan hasil
I'm so sorry, Bu Iva. Can you go to the conclusion, please? We have less than 1 minute.
Ya, dari hasil belajar maka bisa dilihat bahwa sebentar saya tambahin sedikit. Dari situ bisa dilihat bahwa nilai tertinggi skor 10 yaitu 14 siswa. Dengan demikian 73,68% kelompok memperoleh skor maksimal. Next. Dari hasil next. Nah, dari tabel ini maka berdasarkan kuesioner yang dikirim kepada siswa melalui Google Form, maka didapatkan respon peserta didik pada setiap pertanyaan adalah lebih dari 81,25%. Jadi mereka sangat antusias, sangat senang dan tertarik dengan metode Flip Classroom dan membuat mereka termotivasi untuk belajar serta meningkatkan prestasi belajar siswa. Next. Dari hasil persentase yang didapatkan sebelumnya, maka berada pada kategori yang sangat tinggi karena rata-rata persentasenya di atas 81,25%. Dengan ini bisa disimpulkan bahwa proses pembelajaran Flip Classroom, yaitu dengan pemberian materi di rumah untuk dipelajari peserta didik dan pemberian kuis dengan game edukasi berbasis wordwall pada pembelajaran tatap muka, memberikan motivasi kepada siswa. Kemudian analisis hasil belajar menunjukkan capaian skor peserta didik rata-rata tinggi sehingga berdampak pada prestasi belajar peserta didik yang meningkat. Dan yang ketiga adalah respon peserta didik terhadap penerapan model Flip Classroom berbantuan game edukasi wordwall menunjukkan kategori sangat tinggi, sehingga metode ini mampu meningkatkan motivasi belajar peserta didik. Sehingga didapatkan rekomendasi bahwa penerapan Flip Classroom ini tidak hanya dilakukan pada PTM terbatas, tapi juga bisa dilakukan pasca pandemi karena bisa meningkatkan efektivitas dan efisiensi dalam pembelajaran. Next. Demikian presentasi dari saya. Untuk closing statement-nya, khairun nasi anfa'uhum linnas, sebaik-baik manusia adalah bermanfaat bagi manusia yang lain. Sekian, terima kasih, mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Ibu Iva. Very interesting topic, and I believe that your students really enjoying your class while playing game. Also, they learn from that. So
Yes,
let's go to the next speaker. Today, we will have Ibu Nikmatur Rohmaya from Buleleng, Bali, and her title of paper is Pengembangan LKPD Interaktif dengan Model Pembelajaran Berbasis Masalah Berkonteks Isu-isu Sosial Ilmiah untuk meningkatkan literasi sains peserta didik. Sepertinya Ibu Nikmah already here. Ibu Nikmah,
Yes,
are you ready?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so all right. So let me give the mic to Ibu Nikmatur Rohmaya. The floor is yours.
Baik, terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang terhormat Bapak Menteri Agama Republik Indonesia, yang kami hormati Bapak Dirjen KTK Madrasah Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia, yang kami hormati segenap panitia dan rekan-rekan presenter, serta tak ketinggalan peserta ISOE 2022 yang saya banggakan. Baik, sebelumnya izinkan saya share screen terlebih dahulu. Apakah layar saya sudah nampak?
Sudah, Ibu.
Baik, terima kasih. Apakah sudah slideshow?
Ya, sudah.
Oke, terima kasih. Pada kesempatan kali ini saya akan mempresentasikan hasil penelitian yang berjudul Pengembangan LKPD Interaktif dengan Model Pembelajaran Berbasis Masalah berkonteks isu-isu sosial ilmiah untuk meningkatkan literasi sains peserta didik. Sebelumnya, perkenalkan saya Nikmatur Rohmaya, saya adalah guru kimia yang mengajar di Buleleng, Bali. Adapun penelitian ini dilatar belakangi oleh adanya perkembangan abad 21, di mana abad 21 ini memiliki karakteristik yang berbeda bila dibandingkan dengan abad-abad sebelumnya. Nah, perbedaan yang kasat mata adalah terletak pada pesatnya perkembangan sains dan teknologi yang membawa dampak positif serta dampak negatif. Nah, salah satu dampak negatif yang muncul adalah timbulnya isu-isu global seperti polusi udara, krisis energi, global warming, yang mengancam harkat dan martabat manusia. Oleh karena itu, masyarakat dituntut untuk memiliki kemampuan literasi sains. Jadi literasi sains ini juga merupakan salah satu tuntutan dari pembelajaran abad 21. Namun, kenyataan di lapangan menunjukkan bahwa literasi sains peserta didik Indonesia rendah. Hal ini tercermin dari hasil PISA dari tahun 2000 hingga tahun 2018 yang menunjukkan bahwa skor rata-rata peserta didik Indonesia itu rendah dan masih jauh apabila dibandingkan dengan skor rata-rata internasional. Dan hal tersebut juga menunjukkan bahwa ternyata selama hampir 20 tahun keikutsertaannya, skor PISA peserta didik Indonesia itu menempati peringkat 10 terbawah. Nah, salah satu penyebab rendahnya literasi sains peserta didik adalah penggunaan bahan ajar yang kurang sesuai dan kurang memfasilitasi kemampuan peserta didik, literasi sains peserta didik. Karena bahan ajar yang digunakan selama ini masih menitik beratkan pada aspek konten daripada aspek konteks dan sikap. Oleh karena itu, pembelajaran kurang kontekstual, peserta didik mengalami kesulitan untuk menghubungkan pengetahuan yang dipelajari dengan permasalahan yang terjadi di sekitar mereka. Nah, salah satu cara untuk membelajarkan literasi sains adalah melalui pembelajaran yang berbasis isu-isu sosial ilmiah atau socio-scientific issue. Jadi di sini isu-isu sosial ilmiah ini berperan sebagai ibaratnya jembatan yang menghubungkan antara pengetahuan siswa dengan permasalahan nyata. Nah, selanjutnya dalam pelaksanaannya ada baiknya isu-isu sosial ilmiah ini dipadukan dengan model pembelajaran tertentu sehingga pelaksanaannya bisa menjadi runtut dan sistematis. Nah, salah satunya dapat dipadukan dengan model pembelajaran berbasis masalah yang merupakan salah satu model pembelajaran yang direkomendasikan dalam kurikulum 2013. Nah, berdasarkan hasil penelitian sebelumnya, ternyata didapatkan informasi bahwa PBL yang dikombinasikan dengan SSI itu mampu meningkatkan literasi sains siswa. Oleh karena itu, perlu dan penting untuk dilakukan penelitian pengembangan LKPD interaktif dengan model pembelajaran berbasis masalah berkonteks isu-isu sosial ilmiah untuk meningkatkan literasi sains peserta didik. Nah, Berdasarkan latar belakang yang sudah dipaparkan, rumusan masalah yang akan dikaji mendalam adalah yang pertama, bagaimana prosedur pengembangan ELKPD interaktif, dan yang kedua, bagaimana peningkatan literasi sains peserta didik. Selanjutnya, senada dengan rumusan masalah yang akan dikaji, tujuan dari penelitian ini adalah menjelaskan prosedur pengembangan ELKPD dan juga menjelaskan peningkatan literasi sains peserta didik. Selanjutnya, manfaat yang diperoleh yang pertama manfaat teoritis. Jadi hasil pengembangan ini nantinya diharapkan mampu menambah wawasan untuk meningkatkan kualitas pembelajaran, khususnya dalam peningkatan literasi sains. Yang selanjutnya manfaat praktis, yang pertama untuk peserta didik. Dapat dijadikan sebagai panduan belajar mandiri, dan untuk guru, ELKPD ini dapat dijadikan sebagai alternatif pembelajaran untuk meningkatkan literasi sains peserta didik. Selanjutnya, metodologi penelitian. Jadi penelitian yang saya lakukan ini adalah penelitian pengembangan atau research and development, yang tujuannya adalah mengembangkan suatu produk yang berupa ELKPD berbasis PBL atau pembelajaran berbasis masalah dan berkonteks SSI. Adapun pengembangannya menggunakan adaptasi dari 4D. Adapun 4D sendiri itu terdiri dari tahap define, design, develop, dan disseminate. Namun karena keterbatasan waktu dan kapasitas peneliti, penelitian ini hanya diadaptasi hingga model develop, yaitu bertujuan menghasilkan produk. Nah, sedangkan untuk mengetahui literasi sains peserta didik, lakukan tes literasi sains. Selanjutnya, yang membedakan penelitian ini dengan penelitian-penelitian terdahulu, yang pertama, produk yang dikembangkan berupa ELKPD atau elektronik lembar kerja peserta didik. Kemudian ELKPD yang digunakan itu dikembangkan dengan sintak PBL, penelitiannya dilakukan pada jenjang MA, dan topik yang diangkat adalah topik dampak pembakaran hidrokarbon. Selanjutnya, pembahasan. Yang pertama, mengenai prosedur pengembangan ELKPD. Telah dijelaskan sebelumnya bahwa ELKPD ini dikembangkan dengan adaptasi 4D. Yang pertama, tahap define. Jadi pada tahap define itu dilakukan analisis kebutuhan yang meliputi observasi pada proses pembelajaran kimia di kelas. Nah, ternyata dari hasil observasi didapatkan temuan bahwa yang pertama, yang digunakan LKPD-nya adalah LKPD cetak. Tidak kurang menarik, monoton. Yang selanjutnya, ELKPD belum tersedia, dan LKPD yang digunakan itu belum memuat aspek SSI dan literasi sains. Jadi masih condong pada aspek konten dan materi, sedangkan hubungan kontekstual itu masih kurang. Selanjutnya, dilakukan tes kemampuan awal literasi sains. Ternyata didapatkan informasi bahwa literasi sains peserta didik di kelas 11 IPA 1 itu rendah. Selanjutnya, pada tahap desain itu dilakukan perancangan LKPD. Topik yang diangkat adalah topik dampak pembakaran hidrokarbon, dan isu-isu sosial ilmiah yang diangkat adalah pro kontra pembakaran BBM dan penghapusan premium. Nah, ini adalah desain dari LKPD yang dibuat, yang meliputi cover, lalu kemudian ada identitas materi. Selanjutnya ada kegiatan belajar yang disusun berdasarkan sintaks dari PBL. Kemudian pada tahap orientasi masalah, di situ disajikan pro kontra mengenai isu-isu sosial ilmiah. Nah, selanjutnya pada tahap develop dikembangkan LKPD pada website labworksheet.com, sehingga LKPD yang digunakan menjadi lebih interaktif atau menjadi ELKPD. Nah, selanjutnya yang kedua, peningkatan literasi sains peserta didik. Jadi setelah LKPD-nya dikembangkan, kemudian dilakukan uji coba. Ternyata dari hasil uji coba didapatkan informasi bahwa terjadi peningkatan literasi sains peserta didik dari semua dimensi, yang artinya penggunaan ELKPD tersebut dapat meningkatkan kemampuan literasi sains peserta didik. Nah, mengapa demikian? Karena ELKPD yang digunakan adalah ELKPD PBL berkonteks SSI. Jadi di dalam LKPD itu disajikan isu-isu sosial ilmiah yang adalah isu nyata, sehingga memudahkan peserta didik itu untuk menghubungkan pengetahuan yang dimiliki dengan permasalahan nyata yang terjadi di kehidupannya. Dengan demikian, pembelajaran lebih kontekstual. Dengan demikian, siswa itu mampu membangun pengetahuan sendiri dan menemukan arti dari yang dipelajari. Hal ini sesuai dengan teori konstruktivistik yang menjadi acuan dari pengembangan PBL. Sehingga pembelajaran lebih bermakna dan pada akhirnya akan meningkatkan literasi sains peserta didik. Nah, ternyata hasil penelitian ini sejalan dengan penelitian-penelitian serupa yang telah dilakukan sebelumnya. Baik, selanjutnya bagian penutup. Yang pertama kesimpulan. Jadi pengembangan ELKPD PBL berkonteks SSI ini dikembangkan dengan prosedur adaptasi model 4D, yaitu pada tahap define dilakukan analisis kebutuhan, pada tahap desain dikembangkan produk yaitu ELKPD PBL SSI, dan pada tahap develop itu dilakukan pengembangan ELKPD melalui website liveworksheet.com, kemudian dilakukan uji coba untuk mengetahui peningkatan literasi sains peserta didik. Nah, kesimpulan yang kedua, berdasarkan hasil skor literasi sains terdata didapatkan informasi bahwa terjadi peningkatan skor literasi sains dari semua dimensi literasi sains. Nah, adapun rekomendasi yang pertama, perlu dilakukan penelitian lebih lanjut dan lebih mendalam, karena penelitian yang saya lakukan itu masih mengadaptasi 4D, sehingga perlu dilakukan penelitian lebih lanjut. Dan yang kedua, sebagai alternatif pembelajaran untuk meningkatkan literasi sains peserta didik dan mendukung pembelajaran abad 21. Nah, demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Ibu Nikmah. You already did amazing presentation. 10 minutes passed by really real time. Thank you so much, and very interesting topic you have. That's live worksheet also really good for the students, and I enjoyed your presentation. So because of Ibu Khotim has trouble connection issue and she cannot join Zoom, so we will try to play her video. And Bu Khotim Maslikah is from MTsN 1 Kota Kediri, Jawa Timur. And her title of paper is Muslim English Literacy, MAL, an application for extensive listening material. So please the committee help us to play the video presentation of Ibu Khotim. And let me remind you for all the participants in YouTube and also in Zoom, please ready for your question, and we will try after this playing video by the committee, we will go to question and answer session. Just try to take a note what question that you wanted to ask to all the presenters today. And dear participant, if you are watching in YouTube channel, you can also ask the question directly in the chat in YouTube channel. So go write down your comment and just write down your question, and we will try to deliver your question to all the amazing presenters here today. Oh, okay. So because of the video player is not ready yet, so we will go directly to a question session, and we will go back to video player again. So is there anyone want to ask some question from the Zoom? Please raise your hand. And we have, okay. Okay, this is first question. Let me read from chat in YouTube. Ada pertanyaan pertama dari chat YouTube di sini dari Ibu Ratih dari MTsN 12 Jakarta. Pertanyaannya ditujukan kepada Ibu Ika Ifah. The question is, bagaimana kita mendorong anak-anak untuk membaca e-book yang Anda buat? Pada saat ini anak-anak kurang dalam literasinya. Dan pertanyaan selanjutnya ditujukan dari Ibu Endang Susiani, MI Al-Islam Grobogan Surakarta, ditujukan kepada Ibu Ifah Hidayah. Apakah dengan game ini penilaian terhadap seluruh materi yang harus dikuasai anak bisa terwakili secara maksimal? So let's just close for these two participants. So go to the first question. Ibu Ika Ifah, please answer the question.
Terima kasih Bu Lida. Baik, memang tidak dapat dipungkiri saat ini kita mengalami degradasi, anak-anak tidak bisa membaca, tidak suka membaca dan lain sebagainya. Sehingga memang flipbook HTML5 itu share link kepada siswa. Jadi mereka saya bagikan bentuk linknya dan bisa diakses di Android mereka. Jadi harapannya adalah Android itu adalah alat canggih yang selalu mereka bawa kemana-mana. Bahkan menurut saya lebih penting dari yang lain, saya lihat seperti itu. Pada saat itu tertambat dalam HP mereka, sehingga kapan saja mereka bisa membaca itu. Karena itu bentuk flipbooknya juga harus menarik. Itu saja Bu Lida, terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih atas jawabannya Ibu Ika Ifa. So go to the next question, Ibu Ifa Hidayah, please answer the question that been asked to you. Ibu Ifa. Okay.
Ya, baik. Terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Alhamdulillah untuk metode flip classroom dengan berbantuan game edukasi virtual ini memang saya baru pertama melaksanakan kepada siswa dan terbukti memang siswa sangat antusias ya. Namun demikian pada pembelajaran sebelumnya yaitu sebelum kelas itu saya memberikan video pembelajaran dan memang saya instruksikan bahwa nanti pada pembelajaran tatap muka saya akan berikan kuis dengan menggunakan game dan kuis itu nanti juga merupakan salah satu dari penilaian. Nah, dengan demikian anak-anak pasti akan antusias untuk belajar. Jadi video yang diberikan pada metode flip classroom sebelum kelas itu akan bisa diulang-ulang oleh siswa sampai mereka paham. Nah, sebelumnya saya sudah menggunakan metode flip classroom juga, tapi dengan menggunakan kuis secara manual. Jadi saya kasih pertanyaan-pertanyaan, kemudian siswa langsung menjawab. Hasilnya juga bagus sekali. Jadi dari 38 siswa mungkin hanya 3-4 orang anak saja yang tidak menjawab. Dan dengan adanya game itu jauh lebih menarik dan semuanya nilainya rata-rata bagus. Dari hasil tadi juga bisa dilihat bahwa skor maksimal 10 dicapai oleh sekitar 75% siswa. Nah, dengan demikian metode ini saya rasa sangat efektif diterapkan baik pada masa PTM maupun nanti pada masa yang pasca pandemi atau di era new normal. Karena dengan menggunakan metode ini maka bisa menghemat waktu, lebih efisien dan siswa lebih siap dalam menghadapi pembelajaran pada saat tatap muka. Mungkin demikian jawaban saya, mungkin ada pertanyaan lagi.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Ifa Hidayah. I believe that the person that asked you question really satisfied with the answer that you gave. So waiting for the next question from YouTube channel. So this is we have from Zoom we have Pak Hairullah. Pak Hairullah. Okay, please Pak Hairullah, if you have any question, please ask the question.
Thank you, Miss Ulida. Saya mau bertanya kepada Pak Rinda Fauzian terkait metaverse dan pembelajaran sejarah kebudayaan Islam. Apakah suara saya kedengaran jelas?
Ya, terdengar Pak.
Oke. Saya mau bertanya, apakah terkait metaverse dalam sejarah kebudayaan Islam, apakah ada contoh dari guru sebelumnya yang menggunakannya di ruang kelas seperti itu? Makasih Pak.
Baik Pak Hairullah, mohon izin Bu Lida saya menjawab. Memang era metaverse ini teknologinya kan terkini ya, jadi tidak banyak sekolah yang menggunakan, khususnya berbasis VR ya. VR itu kan membutuhkan beberapa komponen yang diperlukan dalam pembelajarannya. Yang diperlukan dalam VR kan seperti headset, sarung tangan hingga treadmill. Itu rupanya di setiap lembaga pendidikan itu tidak memiliki semua hal itu. Maka untuk yang representatif diterapkan di madrasah menimbang dengan sarana yang ada itu dengan IR. Yaitu cukup menggunakan smartphone. Dulu kan ada kita kenal dengan aplikasi mencari Pokemon itu ya Pak. Dulu ada. Nah itu menggunakan teknologi IR. Yang saya ketahui lembaga pendidikan yang menggunakan pendekatan metaverse IR maupun VR di kita itu belum ada karena keterbatasan sarana gitu ya. Tapi khususnya di negara-negara lain seperti tadi yang saya lakukan di kajian teori itu peneliti dari luar negeri seperti di sekolah-sekolah di Korea itu sudah mencoba digunakan teknologi metaverse khususnya menggunakan pendekatan VR. Itu mungkin yang bisa saya jawab, Pak.
Okay, Pak Hairullah, do you have another question relating by answered by Pak Rinda Fauzian?
Enough.
Yeah. Oh, enough. Okay. Thank you so much. So we have one question from YouTube channel. Before this is from Ibu Iis Rosidah dari M.A. Wasiliah Kadaisianam, Kabupaten Batubara, Sumatera Utara. Wow, okay, very far away from here, and not so far away. So, izin bertanya kepada Ibu Ifah, bagaimana cara Ibu mengawasi agar peserta didik tidak keluar dari game yang Ibu gunakan saat pembelajaran berlangsung dan memastikan bahwa mereka tidak memainkan game yang lainnya? Oke, Ibu Ifah, time is yours right now.
Ya, terima kasih. Saya memang sudah memberikan kesepakatan dengan siswa mulai awal pembelajaran. Jadi siswa hanya boleh membuka handphone apabila saya instruksikan. Setelah itu mereka harus memasukkan ke dalam tas mereka. Nah, jadi maka dari itu karena fisika juga, karena saya kebetulan mengajar fisika adalah pelajaran yang mungkin menurut anak-anak itu relatif sulit, makanya saya gunakan game supaya mereka tertarik. Dan saya rasa untuk game ketika melaksanakannya dengan secara tim rame-rame, jadi kelas itu sangat seru ya, jangan seru kemudian saling berlomba-lomba untuk mendapatkan skor tertinggi. Nah, selain untuk mendapatkan nilai tertinggi, mereka juga merasa puas dengan apa yang sudah mereka kerjakan. Tapi setelah itu mungkin hanya berlangsung karena kuis hanya berlangsung sekitar 10-15 menit. Nah, kemudian seluruh siswa harus kadang saya suruh mengumpulkan HP di depan, jadi di meja. Setelah selesai dikumpulkan di meja, nanti ketika saya membutuhkan untuk share link atau baru mereka bisa mengambil kembali. Mungkin caranya seperti itu. Ya.
Okay. Thank you so much. And yeah, as a teacher, we need to be strong. Kita butuh jadi kuat ya. Jadi what our comment to student is really clear and strong. Jadi komen kita kepada siswa itu tegas dan kuat sehingga siswa tidak lagi main-main yang lain di belakang kita. Yeah. Okay, that's wonderful. So before we go to another question, if we have, we need to check in YouTube channel. We give a chance for Ibu Khotim. Ibu Khotim, are you already here? Ibu Khotim? Can you join the Zoom?
Yes.
Okay. So we will help you by sharing your presentation here. So you can go by. Okay. Can you do that? Okay. Okay. Mr. Fajar. PPT-nya mohon dibantu untuk di-share ya, punya Ibu Khotim Maslikah.
Yeah.
Okay, can you see that, Ibu Khotim?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sorry for my lost connection. Honorable the committee from GTK Madrasah, Jurnal Madaris,
Madrasah Land, ISO, presenter and participant. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me a chance to be here presenting my paper entitled Muslim English Literacy, an application for extensive listening material. I am Khotim Maslikah, an English teacher from MTsN 1 Kota Kediri. Here we go, next. Can you help me for the next page? Committee. Hello.
Still on
Yes.
process.
Yes. Ke bawah. This is PDF. Nah, why extensive listening? Why listening? Because listening is very important. It is the first step to communicate. When you remember baby listen first. Yeah, not speak, not read, not write. Right? So this is the first competence that students must acquire when they want to be able to communicate with others. And communication meaningfully and authentically. So they need to have comprehensible input, but the fact in our reality, especially in madrasah in Indonesia, we have so limited resources, yeah, especially for listening resources. That's why in this study, I developed an application combining the significance of comprehensible input of listening and character values, because we are targeting madrasah student, especially MTs student. My theoretical framework here is GLS, Gerakan Literasi Sekolah, and PPK, Penanaman Pendidikan Karakter, supported by Pak Willy Renanya as the expert of EL, and also character values instilled. Okay, next. Yeah, this is my application. You can easily download from Play Store. It is called MEL. Yeah, just type MEL. You will find icon like this. Yeah, Muslim English Literacy. It is free and it is little capacity. I mean, you don't need to have more byte. Yeah, it's only about 29 or 30 MB. And then you will choose, you will be able to choose two modes. Yeah, first is listening and viewing, so you can listen and also view, watch the video. And the second mode is listening only, so it is only audio. So when you want to do your listening while you are doing your other jobs, you can choose listening only. But if you want to focus on the audiovisual presented, you can choose listening and viewing. Okay, easy, yeah? Next. Nah, this study is R&D adapted from GAL. We have 7 steps here, from needs analysis, material design, expert validation, revision, pilot study, second revision, and final product dissemination. Next. Scroll down, yeah. For the needs analysis, I involve 50 MTs teachers in Indonesia, and then 143 students of MTs, mostly MTs, only 1 or 2 SMP Islam student in Indonesia, and also the parent, 86 parent of MTs or SMPI in Indonesia. And it is said that most of them support my idea to develop this application, because it can help the student to have more comprehensible input, and also it can instill character values. And based on the questionnaire that I have distributed, they agree to have Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, life stories, yeah, from birth to death. We have 5 chapters in it, Every chapter is completed with vocabulary, introduction, and then character values, embed, and then quiz, and also activities. So it's very useful for teacher and also students for extensive material out of classroom. Next, next, Pak Fajar. This is the step from needs analysis to final. And then for the validation, we include 5 validators, 2 material validators from university lecturer, and 1 language validator from America, and 1 for IT expert, and then for the user, a teacher. From their comment, we revise the product until there is no more revision. Okay, next. Next part. This is the preview of the application. This is the website version. So guys, I have two device. I mean, you can access this application from website and also from Play Store. This preview is the website one. Okay, the screenshot. Assalamualaikum. This is the building is madrasah because I'm targeting to madrasah student. Next. This is the next pages about the content. The mode. And then also the stories. This is the bird of Ababil, and then Abraha King. So we need expert to develop this kind of audiovisual material. Next. The result and discussion. Next. At first we have some weakness, and then after the validation we tackle the weaknesses like navigation, and then design, and also what's that? It's too small for me. Character values embed. Then at the final step, final product, we have all the criteria, the meaningfulness, what's that? All the criteria. I'm so sorry, it's too small because I'm using my handphone. They are good, and there is no revision needed. Next. Yes, this is the last part. This application contribute giving more comprehensible input, especially for listening, and also Islamic context vocabulary. So madrasah students have more vocabularies in Islamic life. And the second one, it contributes to instill character values. As you know, that Prophet Muhammad is the best example for Muslim, right? So by watching, by listening this material, the student can implement what our Prophet Muhammad exemplify. Jadi Rasulullah sudah mencontohkan, siswa bisa mengimplementasikan because of learning something from the story. And I recommend for the next researcher to develop this kind of resources, the digital one, but with more various, more various topic. I mean, they can continue with the stories of Khulafa Rasidin, or we have so many public figures in Islam, right? So I hope there will be more innovation, more interest in developing this kind of material. That's all. Thank you for giving me a chance to present my paper. I hope you can try to download and then install the application in your handphone, and it can be beneficial for your kid, for your learners, for anyone. Yeah. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh, wow, Ibu Khotim, that's so amazing. Let me try to give brief interpretation from what Bu Khotim present today. Jadi Bapak Ibu Khotim ini mengembangkan sebuah aplikasi berbasis literasi untuk lebih spesifiknya bagi siswa muslim ya, terutama untuk siswa madrasah. Jadi aplikasinya bernama Mel yang kalian bisa mendapatkannya di Play Store ya Ibu ya, maupun bisa diakses menggunakan website. Jadi isi dari konten dari Mel ini berupa literasi yang tentang kisah-kisah Nabi Muhammad. Jadi bisa didengarkan dalam bahasa Inggris, terutama ini melatih untuk bahasa Inggris listeningnya khususnya. Wow, this is really amazing. That's really good. So I think that's all my interpretation. So please, guys, if you have any question from YouTube, you can ask right now. So we still have some question from chat before. So waiting for the next question, I will go with some question that I have already here. Jadi ini ada pertanyaan dari chat tadi. Pertanyaan ini dari Ibu Ika Wahyu Nurdiana, MI Hidayatul Ulum Krian Sidoarjo. Ditujukan kepada Ibu Ika Ifah Hidayah. Iya. Ika Hidayah, pertanyaannya adalah bagaimana solusinya ketika penerapan flip classroom yang telah dilakukan belum juga berhasil atau belum dipahami secara menyeluruh oleh peserta didik. Dan ada dua pertanyaan ini, satu pertanyaan lagi dari Ibu Siti Nur Hidayati kepada Ibu Ika juga dari MTsN 8 Sleman, Yogyakarta. Pertanyaannya adalah, apakah di dalam flip classroom ketercapaian materi bisa selesai bersama, mengingat kekurangan pada salah satunya? Oke, Ibu Ika, Ibu Iva. I'm so sorry. Please, time is yours.
Baik, saya akan menjawab pertanyaan yang pertama. Bagaimana apabila materinya belum difahami ya tadi Bu ya. Nah, saya kira kalau siswa kita benar-benar mengajak siswa untuk kesepakatan ya, saya memang sering membuat kesepakatan dengan siswa. Jadi sebagai guru tentunya kita tidak sekarang ini tidak bisa memaksa siswa untuk belajar ini, tapi kita membuat kesepakatan bagaimana materi kita untuk pembelajaran semester ini adalah sekian. Jadi waktu yang tersedia sekian. Kalau kita menyelesaikan, saya menjadikan materi di kelas, kemudian kalian saya kasih tugas, bagaimana, apakah kalian merasa keberatan? Biasanya mereka, iya Bu, begitu kan ya. Nah akhirnya kita bikin kesepakatan, oke, kalau memang biar nanti kalian bisa mengejar materi sesuai target dan pembelajaran bisa berjalan dengan lancar, maka silakan kalian belajar dulu di rumah sebelum kita tatap muka di kelas. Jadi mereka sudah paham betul apa tanggung jawab yang harus mereka lakukan dan apa konsekuensinya apabila metode itu tidak diterapkan. Dan dengan adanya pemberian kuis di awal pembelajaran itu memang sangat memotivasi siswa untuk benar-benar menguasai materi sebelum pembelajaran di kelas. Dan mungkin ini memang juga perlu keseriusan dari Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk membuat beberapa metode pembelajaran. Maksudnya membuat media-media pembelajaran yang menarik, yang bisa dikerjakan siswa atau dipelajari siswa di rumah. Contohnya video-video pembelajaran yang bisa diulang-ulang, atau kita membuat e-book seperti e-book kreator, atau mungkin kita bisa membuat aplikasi Android yang mereka bisa membuka setiap saat, setiap waktu, dan secara berkelanjutan. Mungkin itu. Dan kemudian untuk pertanyaan yang kedua tadi, apa ya yang kedua tadi?
Apakah di dalam flip classroom ketercapaian materi bisa selesai bersama, mengingat kekurangan pada salah satu mungkin ada salah satu ya gitu.
Ya memang flip classroom ini memang tergantung dari masing-masing individu, karena setiap siswa itu kadang-kadang ada yang mungkin satu siswa dia bisa mempelajari video berulang-ulang 3 kali, 4 kali, tapi ada siswa yang malas untuk mempelajari. Memang itu pasti juga ada kekurangannya, dan mungkin dalam pengelolaan waktu kita tidak bisa melihat apakah benar-benar siswa itu ketika di rumah itu dia benar-benar mempelajari apa yang kita sampaikan. Tapi ketika di kelas nanti akan kelihatan memang siswa yang sudah benar-benar belajar materi yang sudah kita sampaikan dengan yang tidak terlihat dari hasil ketika kita memberikan kuis, dan ini memotivasi sekali siswa, karena ketika mereka, contohnya ketika saya terapkan metode whiteboard ini kan mereka bisa mengerjakan, kemudian skornya langsung muncul di aplikasi, langsung terranking, ada skor tertinggi berapa, peringkat 1, 2, 3 dan seterusnya, dan mereka pasti akan malu kalau nanti nilainya adalah di bawah begitu. Kemudian untuk pertemuan selanjutnya pasti mereka akan lebih termotivasi lagi untuk belajar. Saya kira itu.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Iva. Terima kasih sekali atas jawabannya. Thank you so much. So we still have some one question from Zoom. Ya, ini from raise hand. Rohaniatul, Ibu atau Bapak ini ya, mohon maaf.
Ibu, I'm sorry,
Ibu
sorry,
Rohaniatul.
that's correct.
Okay.
The virtual background, I think my computer is not very, compatible. So I'm just going to go to the usual one.
Okay.
Yeah, my question, not really a question, probably a comment and also asking favor to Ibu Khotim. I'm so much interested in your app. Wow, I think that's an amazing work that you have done, for your school and then to the society. I think thumbs up for Ibu Khotim, You know what? I'm so interested in trying to, see the application. I mean, how can it help students building the literacy, the listening, and everything? I think you have done, that is a great job that you have done, Ibu Khotim. I would like to see it, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Yes.
Can you share it? I mean, in here, show it to all of us, is it possible?
As I said before, my laptop, something wrong with my laptop, and then I use my handphone. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Just go to Play Store and then try to download and install. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so easy.
It's so easy, Okay.
Just
okay,
click
then,
and click and yeah, it's done.
I'm sorry, I probably missed that information. I'm sorry, Ibu Khotim.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ibu Wulida. That will be something that I want to ask.
Okay. Yes, I do agree with you, Ibu Rohaniatul. This is a wonderful job by Ibu Khotim. This is as English teacher, this is so helpful application for our students. So please ibu-ibu, bapak-bapak yang mungkin di sana mau membantu untuk anak-anaknya lebih meningkatkan, improve their English. You can go to Play Store and download the application from Ibu Khotim. That's wonderful. So we learned so much today from all those presenters. Do we still have a question from YouTube? Let me check first. Okay, we still have some question from YouTube channel. Okay, this is from Ibu Iis Rosidah dari MA Al-Wasliyah Kadai Sinam Kabupaten Batu Bara, Sumatera Utara. Beliau tanya lagi nih. I want to ask to Miss Khotim. One of my difficulties in listening class is their limited vocabularies. How to solve it? Okay. Okay, Bu Khotim.
That's not your question only. I think most of students, most of teachers have this kind of problem, vocabulary. Don't worry, by having this application, if you are opening the chapter, you will see list of vocabularies that will appear on the story, and then complete it with the definition. And then while you are watching the video, we have subtitle. Yeah, so the audio spoken by native speaker, and then there is subtitle in English on the video. So you can pause if you have difficulty, and then you can play back, and yeah, as you want. Yeah, based on your speed, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Does it answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much. I think that's all. So thank you so much for all the amazing presenters today. We have Bapak Rinda tadi share about metaverse, and also Ibu Ika Ifa dan Ibu Iba Hidayah, Ibu Nikmatur juga, dan Ibu Khotim. All those wonderful presentation. We learned so much from this session. Thank you so much for all your wonderful job. So from me, I'll end this session. We'll pass the mic to another moderator for another session. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
atau mungkin kita bisa membuat aplikasi Android yang mereka bisa membuka setiap saat, setiap waktu, dan secara berkelanjutan. Mungkin itu. Dan kemudian untuk pertanyaan yang kedua tadi, apa ya yang kedua tadi?
Apakah di dalam flip classroom ketercapaian materi bisa selesai bersama, mengingat kekurangan pada salah satu mungkin ada salah satu gitu.
Ya, memang flip classroom ini memang tergantung dari masing-masing individu, karena setiap siswa itu kadang-kadang ada yang mungkin satu siswa dia bisa mempelajari video berulang-ulang 3 kali, 4 kali, tapi ada siswa yang malas untuk mempelajari. Memang itu pasti juga ada kekurangannya.
Video jeda.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, participants.
Afternoon.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think familiar with me. I am Trisnawati from 19 Jakarta. Yeah, okay. I continue as a moderator. The first is Ibu Wida for the first group and the second group with me. Okay, I think not too much speaking for me. I am here, will lead you for 5 presenter from Ibu Nani from MTsN Port Blitar, Yuli Astuti M.Pd from Mandua Bandung. Okay. Halo Ibu Yuli.
Yeah, halo Bu.
Yes. Okay, good. Ibu or Bapak Yatini here? Ibu Yatini. Halo Ibu Yatini. I just make sure that Bapak Ibu have joined in this meeting. Halo Ibu Yatini. Ibu Nurul Lutfiarah Rahmah, Proman 1 Banyuwangi.
Ya Bu, ready.
Okay. Ibu Dwining Wahyuni Budi S.Pd M.Si from MTsN 34 DKI Jakarta.
Okay, Bu Trisna, I'm here.
Okay, Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Yes, okay. The first presenter is Ibu Nani Sulistiani from MTsN 4 Blitar.
Iya, Bu.
Java, okay. And the title is peningkatan
Keterampilan menulis.
Iya, peningkatan keterampilan menulis teks cerita
Inspiratif.
Menggunakan media the PowerPoint of Komika Digital. Time is yours, Ibu.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. La haula wa la quwata illa billah. Rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassirli amri. Wahlul uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qauli amma ba'du. Yang terhormat Bapak Menteri Agama Republik Indonesia, Bapak Dirjen Pendis Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia, dan para hadirin yang dimuliakan Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Syukur Alhamdulillah kita bisa bersua lewat majelis yang insya Allah penuh berkah ilmu. Dan untuk keduanya adalah sholawat serta salam senantiasa tercurah pada uswah kita, Nabi Muhammad SAW, yang kita nantikan syafaatnya kelak di yaumul akhir. Amin, Allahumma amin. Hadirin yang dirahmati Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, pada event, maaf bisa operator membantu untuk share screen. PPT dari Nani Sulistiani MTsN 4. Terima kasih. Baiklah. Pada event The Second International Symposium on Education 2022 dengan tema Digitizing Education in the Metaverse Era, saya, Nani Sulistiani, dari MTsN 4 Blitar, Jawa Timur, mempresentasikan artikel hasil penelitian saya yang berjudul Peningkatan Keterampilan Menulis Teks Cerita Inspiratif dengan Media the PowerPoint of Komik Digital. Lanjut. Ada beberapa hal yang melatar belakangi saya untuk membahas topik ini. Yang pertama adalah adanya istilah the lost generation yang merebak dewasa ini pada saat pembelajaran daring, di mana membawa pemahaman kepada saya tentang apa yang sedang dan akan terjadi pada peserta didik kita jika pembelajaran saat pandemi tidak atau kurang menyentuh esensi kemanusiaan dari peserta didik itu. Kurang menyeimbangkan unsur pribadi manusia, di mana manusia ada jasmani, rohani, intelektual, estetika, sosial, yang diarahkan untuk memanusiakan manusia. Jadi harapan saya lewat penelitian ini, peserta didik diperlakukan sebagaimana layaknya manusia di tengah keterbatasan belajar. Alasan berikutnya adalah sumber data ini saya ambil dari kelas 9D. Saya menilai kelas 9D masih belum mampu mengembangkan struktur teks cerita inspiratif sesuai dengan struktur, yaitu orientasi, perumitan masalah, komplikasi, resolusi, dan koda. Peserta didik saya juga masih melihat belum sepenuhnya terinspirasi oleh inspirator yang dibaca dari teks cerita inspirasi. Dan saya berkeyakinan bahwa dengan menggunakan the PowerPoint of Komik Digital, prestasi belajar siswa, utamanya materi teks cerita inspirasi akan meningkat. Harapan saya selaku guru, peserta didik bisa mengambil nilai-nilai kebaikan dari inspirator, di mana bahwasanya sebuah kesuksesan itu selayaknya diusahakan dengan perjuangan yang gigih. Rumusan masalah yang saya tentukan di sini adalah bagaimana cara untuk meningkatkan keterampilan menulis teks cerita inspiratif dengan menggunakan PowerPoint of Komik Digital. Ada banyak manfaat yang bisa kita ambil dari artikel hasil penelitian ini. Saya fokuskan ke kita selaku pendidik, kita akan lebih kreatif, inovatif dalam mencari cara supaya cara mengajar kita berdampak maksimal terhadap belajar siswa. Lanjut. Lanjut. Baik, sebentar. Sebelumnya, slide sebelumnya. Oke, lanjut. Ada beberapa referensi yang saya gunakan. Ini pemahaman tentang teks cerita inspiratif, itu bahan tertulis yang digunakan sebagai media untuk mendapatkan ilham, ide, gagasan yang dapat menambah semangat peserta didik dalam mencapai tujuan yang diharapkan. Tujuan dari diajarkannya teks cerita inspiratif adalah untuk menambah, menggugah motivasi, semangat, rasa percaya diri peserta didik dalam menghadapi tantangan yang bisa jadi dialami di dunia nyata. Adapun ciri kebahasaan yang ada di teks cerita inspiratif adalah menggunakan ungkapan simpati, kepedulian, empati, perasaan pribadi agar dapat mengilhami dan memberi pencerahan kepada peserta didik utamanya. Lanjut. Lanjut, Pak. Dalam satu slide ada 2 tampilan. Saya berikan transisi 2. Ya, betul itu tadi komik tadi. Oke. Ya, ini masih referensi ya. Untuk gambarnya masih kabur, Pak. Masih kabur. Untuk komik adalah cerita bergambar yang disusun. Baik, saya baca dari ini print out saya. Karena kurang jelas, kabur. Untuk Microsoft PowerPoint merupakan program aplikasi Microsoft Office yang berguna sebagai media presentasi dengan menggunakan beberapa slide. Adapun komik, kita berikan definisi cerita bergambar yang disusun dari gambar-gambar tidak bergerak sehingga membentuk suatu cerita yang mudah dipahami. Panel komik adalah sebuah frame tunggal yang berisi gambar suatu adegan cerita. Komik digital merupakan suatu bentuk cerita bergambar dengan tokoh karakter tertentu yang menyajikan informasi atau pesan melalui media elektronik. Media elektronik itu sendiri adalah sarana media massa yang menggunakan alat elektronik seperti radio, televisi, film, HP, ya. Adapun penelitian yang metode penelitian yang saya gunakan adalah metode action research, yaitu kerangka penelitian pemecahan masalah di mana terjadi kolaborasi antara guru sebagai peneliti dan siswa sebagai klien untuk sama-sama mencapai tujuan. Data penelitian saya adalah data kualitatif, jadi pemaparan kata-kata. Sumber data primer saya adalah siswa kelas 9D MTsN 4 Blitar. Lanjut. Analisis data dengan cara kualitatif, ya Bapak Ibu. Terus berikutnya adalah stimuli menulis teks cerita inspiratif. Guru menentukan 2 tokoh inspirator yang nanti akan dibagi dalam 2 kelompok besar. Jadi kelompok kelas 9D ada 39 siswa. Kelompok yang pertama kita berikan inspirator bernama Joy Alexander Sheila yang merupakan pianis cilik mengharumkan nama Indonesia di tingkat internasional sebagai prodigi atau anak ajaib. Karena di usia 10 tahun, Joy Alexander Sheila menang pada Grand Prix First International Festival Contest of Dance Improvisation Skill di Odessa, Ukraina 2013. Adapun inspirator yang kedua adalah kita ambilkan Kristiawan Lee, seorang komikus Indonesia yang menorehkan prestasi mendunia dengan menciptakan komik berjudul Return of the Labyrinth, diterbitkan Tokyo Pop, di mana komik ini berhasil menduduki peringkat keempat komik terlaris di Amerika dan mampu bersaing dengan komik Naruto. Lanjut. Nah, ketentuan pengerjaannya seperti ini, Bapak Ibu. Kelas dibagi menjadi 2 kelompok besar, masing-masing kelompok menulis tentang inspirator sesuai dengan struktur teks cerita inspiratif. Pengembangan cerita inspiratif mulai dari orientasi, perumitan masalah, komplikasi, resolusi, koda dari masing-masing inspirator bisa dikembangkan dengan cara browsing, tetapi tidak boleh copy paste semuanya. Setelah teks cerita inspirasi selesai, baru dibuat komik digital dengan menggunakan aplikasi PowerPoint. Jadi kita tentukan dalam satu inspirator, dalam satu tokoh inspirator, ada 15 slide yang kita kehendaki. Anak-anak membuat storyline terlebih dahulu, jadi nanti slide 1 sampai 3 isinya tentang orientasi, itu nanti dibagi kelompok 1 nomor absen 1 sampai dengan 19, nomor absen 1 sampai 3 menulis atau membuat komik tentang orientasi, begitu seterusnya. Teknis pengerjaan komik digital ini secara kelompok menggunakan aplikasi Microsoft Office PowerPoint. Kita arahkan ke slide PowerPoint untuk kemudian kita meminta anak untuk membuat panel komik. Kalau menggunakan slide PowerPoint memang kurang variatif bentuk panel komiknya, tidak sama dengan ketika kita menggunakan aplikasi yang lain, semisal komik live tree yang begitu banyak template-nya. Anak-anak sengaja saya pilihkan PowerPoint supaya mereka kreatif dalam menyusun foto-foto menjadi panel komik. Caranya adalah insert, terus anak-anak mempersiapkan foto terlebih dahulu yang anak-anak bisa simpan di flash disk atau dia simpan di dokumen ataupun download, untuk kemudian akan insert, open to PowerPoint, slide PowerPoint. Lanjut. Nah, ini contohnya. Jadi begitu foto sudah terunggah di slide, maka anak-anak bisa mengatur sedemikian rupa. Satu panel ada 4 foto atau berapa foto terserah anak-anak. gitu ya. Kalau anak-anak pengen mengubah formatnya, warnanya saya kurang suka Bu kalau warna ini, saya pengen warna yang biru katakanlah. Anak bisa mengklik kanan dan pilih format background sesuai dengan pilihan anak-anak. Untuk kemudian kalau anak-anak ingin menulis judul, maka anak-anak bisa memilih shape, ada banyak pilihan yang bisa anak-anak pilih. Anak-anak tinggal mengklik, dia akan lari, shape-nya nanti akan menuju ke PowerPoint. Kalau anak-anak pengen mengetik teks dalam shape judul atau shape dialog tadi, tinggal tekan text box dan anak-anak bisa menulis apa yang anak-anak inginkan sesuai dengan yang ada di storyline yang telah dibuat sebelumnya. Di sini saya cantumkan satu hasil karya anak-anak kelompok 1 tentang Joy Alexander, seorang pianis muda. Tentu saja ini tidak lengkap Bapak Ibu hasil teks inspirasi anak-anak. Saya ambilkan bagiannya yang menunjukkan mana yang disebut dengan orientasi, mana perumitan masalah, mana yang disebut dengan komplikasi, resolusi, koda, dan seterusnya. Dan hasilnya seperti yang Bapak Ibu lihat di tampilan slide saya. Lanjut. Nah, ini saya ambilkan cuplikan dari panel komik anak-anak tentang Joy Alexander Sheila, The Master of Key, pianis begitu ya, di mana anak-anak berakting. Jadi nanti nomor absen 1 sampai 3 mengerjakan orientasi, aktingnya bagaimana ini untuk menciptakan orientasi. Jadi anak-anak berakting untuk mendapatkan foto yang terbaik. Setelah itu dia unggah di slide. Bapak Ibu, adapun kesimpulan yang bisa saya sampaikan pada kesempatan kali ini, ternyata dengan menggunakan PowerPoint, the PowerPoint of komik digital, kemampuan anak-anak untuk menulis teks cerita inspirasi ternyata meningkat, berhasil. Jadi anak-anak lebih tertarik dalam bentuk gambar. Jadi bahasa anak masih bahasa gambar dan ini mewakili apa yang mereka sukai. Jadi ini yang saya maksudkan memanusiakan manusia, mengerjakan tugas tapi dia senang. Jadi anak-anak mengatakan, wah pencapaian banget Bu, pencapaian banget. Jadi menggunakan PowerPoint untuk mengupload gambar mereka, mereka bisa berakting dan ada dialog-dialog yang mereka ucapkan di dalam shape tadi. Demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan. Adapun rekomendasi yang saya bisa ajukan, mungkin secara panel kurang menarik, shape yang dipilih anak-anak itu masih bentuk kotak-kotak, pada ada banyak pilihan, ada lingkaran, ada bentuk love, dan seterusnya. Ini bisa kita kembangkan lebih lanjut, karena memang mengingat pembelajaran di masa pandemi, bahasa Indonesia yang notabene 1 minggu seharusnya 6 jam, ini dimampatkan jadi tidak banyak jam, terus waktu tatap muka yang biasanya 45 menit jadi 30 menit, itu yang membuat kita menyiasati bagaimana pembelajaran materinya sampai ke peserta didik tanpa mengurangi esensi dari pembelajaran itu sendiri. Demikian, minta maaf untuk segala kekurangan. Akhirul qouli hadza, ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is a wonderful title from Ibu Nanik Sulistiani.
Thank you.
Okay. I think not only for the student who will pay attention with that title, but we are as the teacher too. I think it's very useful if we can do in the class, okay? Because from the title, we can imagine that our student will feel happy and enjoy in the class, is it? Okay, and then not only for guru bahasa Indonesia, but also for language teacher, of course in English for speaking, not only for junior high school, but for senior high school. It's better for us to do like that. And then inshallah, it is very inspirative for us. Inspiration for us. Okay, thank you, Ibu Nani. And I give a space for the participant in the meeting or YouTube. Okay, maybe I give you 4-3 questions, I think. Okay, Bapak Ibu.
Mungkin saya boleh bertanya, Bu.
Oke, dengan siapa ini Pak?
Dengan Asep Lilik, Bu.
Pak Asep. Oke, Pak Asep.
Kalau memang dalam PowerPoint itu lebih ya bisa digunakan interaktif ya, seperti tadi yang digambarkan itu. Nah mungkin ini mah hanya saran bahwa untuk menampilkan PowerPoint itu ya seyogianya disesuaikan dengan tampilan seperti tadi. Mohon maaf, ketika garis-garis tulisan itu berbentuk garis-garis, nah maka tulisannya disesuaikan dengan bentuk garisnya, jangan sampai seperti tercoret ya, seperti itu. Mungkin itu hanya sebagai tambahan aja.
Okay, thank you Pak Asep. This is just the suggestion for Ibu Nanik. Okay, thank you Pak. Okay, next question Bapak Ibu.
Boleh bertanya, Ibu?
Oke, disilahkan.
Iya, saya Bu Ida Puspita.
Ibu
Begini,
Ida,
ya,
dari mana Ibu?
Dari Mandua, Yogyakarta.
Oke, time for you.
Dari sekian media ya, dari sekian aplikasi yang bisa digunakan, tadi dipilih PowerPoint. Apa alasannya Ibu? Ataukah itu disesuaikan dengan usia siswa atau seperti apa? Terima kasih.
Oke, please Ibu Nani.
Ya Ibu, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Untuk garis-garis itu memang kurang rapi Bapak, saya akui ini alasan klasiknya, waktunya mepet gitu ya Pak. Alasan klasik, tapi terima kasih masukannya, memang harus sering praktek ya, praktek will be perfect ya, practice will be perfect gitu. Terima kasih masukannya. Terus untuk mengapa harus aplikasi PowerPoint? PowerPoint itu sangat akrab dengan anak-anak, Ibu. Jadi kalau aplikasi yang lain seperti Comic Live 3 itu ada watermarknya, bagus sekali template-nya, banyak pilihannya, tapi ada watermark di mana kita harus upgrade kalau tidak ada watermarknya. Jadi alasan saya mengapa menggunakan PowerPoint. Selain itu sudah ada di aplikasi yang sudah akrab dengan anak-anak dan terinstall otomatis di laptop. Dan lagi Bapak Ibu, kepemilikan laptop di siswa kami memang masih belum seperti di sekolah-sekolah kota, artinya satu anak punya satu laptop. Jadi dalam satu kelompok itu kita pilihkan anak punya laptop satu untuk dioperasikan bersama-sama, belajar bersama-sama. Jadi alasan mengapa aplikasi PowerPoint karena sudah akrab dengan anak-anak, tapi kecenderungannya kemarin itu kan hanya kata-kata, tapi belum pernah mengunggah foto mereka. Jadi mereka menjadi tokoh cerita dalam komik mereka sendiri. Begitu.
Okay, thank you Ibu Nani. Pak Asep has given the suggestion and Ibu Ida Puspita a question. I think because the time is enough for Ibu Nani, thank you so much. I think it is the wonder, as I told you that your title is a wonderful title for us, okay, because from the title to, inspirative cerita, because the student always like a story. Okay, thank you. Go to second presenter, Ibu Yuli Astuti M.Pd, Perumahan 2 Bandung, Jawa Barat. The title is Pemanfaatan Media Virtual Reality dalam Pembelajaran Menulis Teks Laporan Hasil Observasi. Time is yours.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu Trisnawati yang telah mempersilahkan saya untuk mempresentasikan karya tulis ini. Bismillah, Alhamdulillah, puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, karena atas izinnya saya bisa berada di sini mendapatkan kesempatan untuk mengikuti kegiatan ini. Yang terhormat Menteri Agama Republik Indonesia, yang saya hormati Dirjen Pendis, yang saya hormati Direktur GTK Madrasah, dan seluruh hadirin yang saya banggakan yang telah hadir dalam kegiatan ini. Sebelum saya mempresentasikan karya tulis ini, saya akan memperkenalkan diri terlebih dahulu. Nama saya Yuli Astuti, saya mengajar Bahasa Indonesia di Mandua, Bandung. Dalam kesempatan ini, saya akan mempresentasikan karya tulis saya yang berjudul Pemanfaatan Media Virtual Reality dalam Pembelajaran Menulis Teks Laporan Hasil Observasi. Izinkan saya share screen terlebih dahulu. Sudah tampil, Bu? Oke, ya. Baik. Ini adalah judul karya tulis saya dalam kesempatan ini. Selanjutnya, ada beberapa poin yang akan saya sampaikan. Yang pertama adalah bagian pendahuluan, kemudian metodologi penelitian, hasil dan pembahasan, serta simpulan. Yang pertama, pendahuluan. Hadirin yang berbahagia, dalam pendahuluan ini, saya akan menyampaikan latar belakang atau hal-hal yang melatar belakangi penulisan karya tulis ini. Yang pertama adalah kaitannya dengan pemanfaatan teknologi dalam pendidikan. Seperti kita tahu, teknologi saat ini berkembang dengan sangat pesat. Namun pada kenyataannya, teknologi masih belum dimanfaatkan secara optimal dalam dunia pendidikan. Kemudian berkaitan dengan penggunaan media pembelajaran yang menarik dan efektif. Media pembelajaran adalah alat bantu yang dapat memotivasi anak untuk lebih semangat belajar. Namun masih kita temukan bahwa penerapan media yang efektif pun belum optimal digunakan oleh para guru. Yang ketiga adalah berkaitan dengan pembelajaran menulis. Pembelajaran menulis sampai saat ini masih dianggap sebagai kompetensi yang sulit untuk diajarkan oleh guru, juga sulit dipelajari oleh siswa. Berkaitan dengan teks laporan hasil observasi. Mengapa observasi dianggap sulit? Karena teks ini adalah berkesan formal. Di dalam teks laporan hasil observasi, isinya adalah memaparkan fakta-fakta hasil pengamatan, sehingga dianggap membosankan oleh peserta didik. Oleh karena itu, diperlukan media alternatif untuk dapat mengatasi kendala-kendala tersebut. Salah satu media digital yang dapat diterapkan dalam pembelajaran menulis adalah virtual reality. Media ini telah banyak diteliti dalam penelitian-penelitian sebelumnya yang terbukti efektif. Berdasarkan hal tersebut, penulis tertarik untuk menemukan manfaat pengaruh virtual reality dalam pembelajaran teks laporan hasil observasi. Rumusan masalah dan tujuan. Yang pertama adalah rumusan masalah bagaimana manfaat, pengaruh, dan keunggulan media virtual reality dalam pembelajaran menulis teks laporan hasil observasi. Kemudian tujuannya adalah untuk mengetahui manfaat, pengaruh, dan keunggulan media virtual reality dalam pembelajaran menulis teks laporan hasil observasi. Adapun manfaat dalam penulisan ini, diharapkan tulisan ini dapat bermanfaat tentunya bagi guru madrasah, khususnya madrasah aliyah, karena memang kebetulan saya mengajar di madrasah aliyah. Kemudian yang kedua bagi siswa madrasah, dan yang ketiga adalah bagi penulis. Selanjutnya metodologi penelitian. Jenis penelitian ini merupakan penelitian berbentuk kualitatif deskriptif. Metode penelitian, metode ini menggunakan metode deskriptif kajian pustaka. Penulis melakukan kajian pada hasil penelitian sejenis sebelumnya yang menggunakan media pembelajaran virtual reality. Adapun tahapan dalam penelitian ini adalah pengumpulan sumber data, penyajian data secara deskriptif, dan penyimpulan data berdasarkan penafsiran data secara deskriptif. Hasil dan pembahasan. Berdasarkan penelitian-penelitian sebelumnya. Penelitian yang pertama adalah penelitian dari Sony Aryatama dengan penelitian yang berjudul penggunaan teknologi virtual reality sebagai upaya eskalasi minat dan optimalisasi dalam proses pembelajaran secara online di masa pandemi. Implementasi virtual reality kepada siswa adalah untuk menarik minat siswa dan memberikan pengalaman merasakan suasana kelas saat pembelajaran di kelas berlangsung. Hasil dalam penelitian ini membuktikan bahwa virtual reality dapat meningkatkan minat siswa dalam proses pembelajaran. Berikutnya adalah penelitian dari Tri Astari dengan judul penelitiannya Evaluasi Diseminasi Virtual Reality sebagai Pembelajaran Inovatif. Dalam penelitian ini tujuannya adalah untuk mengevaluasi pengetahuan dan keterampilan peserta dalam diseminasi virtual reality. Adapun hasil dari penelitian ini menyimpulkan bahwa perlunya sosialisasi yang lebih luas mengenai virtual reality. Karena sebetulnya pengetahuan awal peserta terhadap virtual reality sudah cukup besar, 60% namun belum optimal. Penelitian selanjutnya adalah penelitian yang berjudul Pengembangan aplikasi virtual reality 3 dimensi, pengenalan manusia purba bangsa Indonesia untuk SMA kelas 10. Ini merupakan studi kasus SMA Negeri 2 Singaraja yang diteliti oleh Nyoman Jaya Wardana. Peneliti ini memanfaatkan virtual reality sebagai media penyimpanan informasi agar pembelajaran semakin menarik. Hasil dalam proses pembelajaran adalah mampu meningkatkan efisiensi, ketepatan, kejelasan, kebaruan, daya tarik, dan stimulus yang sangat baik dalam proses pembelajaran. Penelitian yang keempat adalah penelitian dari Vina Nabilah Layalia dengan judul penelitiannya Pengaruh Media Virtual Reality Berbantuan Google Cardboard terhadap kemampuan menulis puisi siswa kelas 10 SMA As-Saadah Bunga Gresik. Tahun pelajaran 2019-2020 menjelaskan hasil penelitian diperoleh bahwa kemampuan menulis puisi setelah perlakuan lebih baik dari sebelum perlakuan, dengan perolehan rata-rata nilai post-test 87,35 meningkat dari nilai pretest adalah 78,53. Media virtual reality berbantuan Google Cardboard memiliki pengaruh yang signifikan terhadap kemampuan menulis puisi siswa. Kemudian berikutnya adalah penelitian dari Nur Fajrin Ningsih dengan judul penelitian Pemanfaatan Virtual Reality pada Pembelajaran Menulis Teks Tanggapan. Menjelaskan hasil penelitiannya bahwa berdasarkan hasil angket dalam penelitian 81,11% siswa menyatakan virtual reality dapat dimanfaatkan dalam pembelajaran menulis teks tanggapan. Ya. Nah, berdasarkan 5 penelitian tersebut, dapat dilihat bahwa media virtual reality terbukti dapat meningkatkan minat belajar siswa, sehingga berpengaruh pada meningkatnya kemampuan yang harus dikuasai siswa. Virtual reality dapat diterapkan dalam berbagai mata pelajaran dan jenjang pendidikan. Virtual reality pun memungkinkan untuk diaplikasikan dalam pembelajaran menulis. Media ini membantu siswa untuk seolah-olah siswa berada dalam peristiwa yang terjadi. Siswa dapat merasakan, melihat, dan menyelami secara lebih mendalam melalui media virtual reality. Virtual reality dapat dijadikan sebagai salah satu media digital alternatif dalam pembelajaran menulis teks laporan hasil observasi yang melibatkan pengalaman secara mendalam melalui dunia virtual. Adapun simpulan dalam penulisan ini adalah yang pertama bahwa media virtual reality dapat dijadikan sebagai alternatif media pembelajaran yang bermanfaat, efektif, dan efisien dalam meningkatkan minat belajar dan kemampuan yang harus dikuasai siswa. Simpulan berikutnya adalah media virtual reality berpengaruh positif pada meningkatnya minat belajar dan kemampuan yang harus dikuasai siswa. Yang ketiga adalah media virtual reality sangat membantu manusia untuk dapat merasakan berada di tempat dengan sensasi seperti nyata, dengan tampilan secara keseluruhan, dan memudahkan untuk mengenal berbagai objek secara jelas dan nyata, fleksibel, interaktif, dan memberikan informasi yang lebih luas dibandingkan teknologi lainnya. Hal ini menjadi sebuah keunggulan untuk dapat menstimulus siswa dalam menuangkan hal-hal yang dialami dalam dunia virtual melalui media virtual reality dalam bentuk tulisan, yaitu tulisan laporan hasil observasi. Adapun saran dari penulisan ini adalah bahwa media virtual reality memerlukan sosialisasi untuk diperkenalkan secara lebih luas pada masyarakat pendidikan. Yang kedua adalah kendala perangkat teknis jaringan atau sarana dan prasarana dalam media virtual reality memerlukan pemikiran bersama untuk dapat mengatasi kendala-kendala tersebut. Ya, demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan. Ada tuan, ada nyonya, dalam minuman ada selasih. Atas perhatiannya saya ucapkan terima kasih.
Sama-sama. Thank you, Ibu Yuli Astuti, M.Pd, Proman 2 Bandung. Oke. From your presentation, the first that media virtual reality and the title is laporan hasil observasi itu always make the student feel boring. But I have a suggestion that from the first, tell the students that there are some advantages for you if you understand about it. And next, in your future, it will make you easier, will be easier to solve something that you want to do. I think that's like that. And then in English, it is important for our students to develop their vocabulary. So if we collaborate with Guru Bahasa Indonesia, English and Arabic, because I always do like that at school, collaborate with English, Arabic, and Bahasa Indonesia. And then make easy the student to make the collaboration about that subject. Okay, that is my suggestion. Okay, continue to the participant. We may have a question to Ibu Yuli, okay, about this presentation. Okay, time for you, Bapak Ibu. Okay, please, I give you 3 questions first. In Zoom meeting or YouTube, we may have some question, Bapak Ibu, please. Okay, Ibu Yatini. Okay. Okay, please, Ibu Yatini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Untuk judul ini bagi saya, terutama guru yang masih mendidik siswa di kelas tingkat dasar, suatu hal yang wah, dan insya Allah mungkin sedikit banyak, apalagi di tempat saya adalah tempat istilahnya pinggiran yang belum terlalu mengenal IT. Jadi tentang VR ini yang ingin saya tanyakan, bagaimana Ibu mensiasati keterbatasan untuk perangkat atau istilahnya peralatan yang dibutuhkan untuk pengenalan VR. Apakah itu semuanya dibebankan pada sekolah atau ada semacam jalan keluar yang melibatkan orang tua atau pemerintah? Nah, terus ini mungkin salah satu lagi, kalau dikatakan VR adalah suatu media pembelajaran yang mungkin dapat menopang di era digital ini, mungkin sedikit minta masukan atau bagaimana di sekolah Ibu mensosialisasikan virtual reality ini agar orang tua ikut mendukung. Soalnya untuk di sekolah saya saja terkait dengan penggunaan gadget yang berupa HP, itu kita Masya Allah setengah berjuang dan berperang. Artinya ada orang yang tua yang setuju dengan penggunaan HP, ada orang tua yang tidak setuju. Sehingga terkadang pencapaian keinginan kita untuk penggunaan teknologi pun itu menjadi kendala tersendiri. Mungkin itu saja Bu, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke, please Ibu Yuli.
Ya, baik, terima kasih Ibu Yatini. Yang pertama terkait dengan perangkat. Mungkin kalau dilihat dari sisi perangkat, kemudian dilihat dari sisi budget, ketika menggunakan virtual reality ini, betul tidak murah, katakanlah seperti itu. Sehingga guru harus memutar cara bagaimana caranya agar bisa melakukan kegiatan dengan media virtual reality ini. Saya pernah baca bahwa ada aplikasi yang dapat membantu virtual reality ini dengan menggunakan HP, kemudian mendownload aplikasi Cardboard, kalau tidak salah itu di Google. Google tersebut nanti akan dapat membantu aplikasi, ada juga dalam bentuk pembuatan seperti dari kertas karton atau kardus bekas Indomie. Itu disetting sedemikian rupa sehingga nanti bisa memasukkan HP, dan di HP itu disetting terlebih dahulu menggunakan aplikasi tersebut. Sehingga nanti bisa tampilannya seperti melihat dua sisi dari mata kanan dan mata kiri. Itu lebih nyata, seolah-olah nanti orang yang menggunakan media tersebut seolah-olah ada dalam peristiwa yang mereka lihat. Itu salah satu yang bisa diterapkan. Kemudian untuk pengadaan di sekolah, betul tidak harus semua, minimal ada satu lah gitu ya untuk dapat diperkenalkan kepada siswa-siswa. Namun itu kembali pada kebijakan sekolah di tempat ibu itu sendiri. Itu mungkin Bu.
Baik, terima kasih.
Ibu. Continue. I have a question from chat from Miftahul Q. Magetan. Bagaimana solusi penerapan pembelajaran berbasis teknologi seperti yang para presenter sajikan untuk siswa yang berbasis pesantren yang aturannya tidak diizinkan menggunakan gadget and so on? Silakan Ibu Yuli.
Ya, baik. Betul, ketika kita berbicara dengan pesantren, itu pasti ada aturan-aturan yang begitu ketat untuk penggunaan gawai. Mungkin ini perlu adanya kesepakatan antara pihak pesantren tersebut dengan orang tua ataupun dengan siswanya. Dapat disiasati mungkin tidak setiap hari menggunakan gadget karena memang dibatasi. Mungkin ada waktu-waktu tertentu yang memang dibuka waktunya untuk menggunakan gadget, tapi juga bermanfaat dalam proses pembelajaran atau pendidikannya. Jadi ada kesepakatan untuk penggunaannya gitu. Ada kesepakatan dari pihak pesantren dengan pihak baik orang tua ataupun guru itu sendiri. Mungkin itu, Bu.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Yuli. One question more, Bapak Ibu. Okay, I have. Okay, number 2. Okay, oh, I have 3 questions, Ibu Yuli. I think it is interesting your title here. Number 1. Ilham Kamandanu, MTs Islamiyah Depok, jika virtual reality sudah masuk ke pembelajaran, apa fungsi jangka panjangnya? Okay. Next question. Siti Al-Badriyah min 5 Nganjuk, virtual reality apakah tidak mempengaruhi siswa kurang bersosialisasi, siswa berkurang di dunia nyata? Sorry. The last question. Abdul Hakim, Man 5 Jombang. Apakah PR bisa diimplementasikan untuk semua pembelajaran? Apa kendala Anda dalam menerapkan PR tersebut?
Baik,
is it clear, Ibu Yuli?
Ya, ya Bu.
Okay, good.
Baik, yang pertama fungsi jangka panjang. Ini adalah sebuah media. Media itu selalu mengalami perkembangan dan perkembangan. Mungkin untuk saat ini media virtual reality dianggap asing, kemudian juga dianggap wah di saat ini. Tapi mungkin ketika zaman terus berkembang, ini akan terasa oh ini tidak seperti zaman yang dibutuhkan gitu, tidak. Namun untuk masalah virtual reality yang fungsi jangka panjangnya adalah bahwa anak itu akan dapat mengalami seolah-olah mengalami peristiwa tapi dalam dunia virtual. Seperti yang terjadi saat ini dengan keterbatasan karena kondisi pandemi saat ini membatasi kita untuk dapat pergi berwisata misalnya. Dengan media virtual reality ini dapat memudahkan orang untuk berkunjung ke suatu tempat wisata tanpa harus datang ke sana. Orang akan lebih mengenal tempat tersebut melalui media virtual reality. Jadi untuk saat ini media virtual reality adalah sangat membantu dalam menambah wawasan, kemudian juga pengetahuan-pengetahuan terkait dengan media-media virtual reality ini. Kemudian yang kedua, kurang bersosialisasi. Nah, ini betul tadi sudah Ibu sampaikan bahwa perlu adanya kolaborasi. Begitupun dengan pembelajaran. Tidak melulu individu, tapi justru dari satu alat media virtual reality ini itu hanya sebagai alat bantu saja. Setelah itu mereka tetap harus menggunakan sosialisasi untuk dapat menyelesaikan masalah dalam pembelajaran tersebut. Ini hanya media, artinya tidak juga menjadi anak-anak peserta didik kita menjadi individual, tapi tetap menjadi anak yang bersosialisasi, karena bagaimanapun kolaborasi itu dibutuhkan dalam proses kehidupan. Kemudian yang ketiga, virtual reality itu bagaimana diimplementasikan. Nah, apakah dapat diimplementasikan pada setiap mata pelajaran? Betul seperti itu, Ibu Trisna? Yes. Iya. Virtual reality itu dapat diimplementasikan pada setiap mata pelajaran. Seperti yang sudah tadi disampaikan bahwa ada 5 penelitian sebelumnya yang sudah menerapkan media virtual reality ini dalam berbagai mata pelajaran. Baik pada pelajaran bahasa Indonesia, kemudian dalam pelajaran fisika itu pun bisa menggunakan ini. Biologi pun sama. Artinya media virtual reality ini dapat diterapkan untuk setiap mata pelajaran. Begitu, Ibu.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Yuli. I think it is clear for Bapak Ilham, Ibu Siti Al-Badriah, and Bapak Abdul Hakim. Okay, I think enough the time for you, Ibu Yuli. Thank you so much for your presentation. Inshallah, it is very useful for us. Okay, thank you, Ibu, and good luck. Okay,
terima kasih.
Go to next presenter, Ibu or Bapak? Ibu or Bapak Yatini? Hello? 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 Okay, yeah. The time for you, Ibu Yatini. Okay, from MI Darul Qur'an, Jawa Timur. The title is Efektivitas Penggunaan Media Pembelajaran Berbasis Teknologi Informasi dan Komunikasi terhadap Peningkatan Hasil Belajar Siswa di Era Digital. Time is yours.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Sebelumnya mohon bantuan kepada panitia untuk men-share PPT saya yang berjudul efektivitas penggunaan media pembelajaran teknologi informasi dan komunikasi terhadap peningkatan hasil belajar siswa ini. Apa sudah bisa dibantu untuk screen?
Yatini, Ibu Yatini from MI Darul Al-Quran Jawa Timur, Pak Fajar. Okay. Okay, wait for a minute, Ibu. PPT. PPT, is it, Ibu?
Baik, iya Bu.
Ya, oke. Oke, Ibu, you can start now.
Baik, mungkin sudah tampil ya. Ya. Baik, saya mulai. Alhamdulillah, untuk sesi ini saya mendapatkan kesempatan untuk menyampaikan, mempresentasikan tentang artikel kami yang berjudul Efektivitas Penggunaan Media Pembelajaran Berbasis Teknologi, Informasi dan Komunikasi terhadap Peningkatan Hasil Belajar Siswa di Era Digital. Baik, untuk slide yang kedua, tentang pendahuluan, di sini akan saya bahas tentang latar belakang. Jadi mungkin hampir semua praktisi pendidikan, terutama guru, menghadapi hal ini. Kenapa di sini saya mengadakan penelitian mengenai penggunaan media pembelajaran berbasis TIK? Ini terkait dengan hal-hal yaitu, mohon maaf, slide kedua. Di situ latar belakang yang pertama adalah dari kondisi yang terkait dengan pandemi yang melanda dunia. Jadi di situasi pandemi ini, kondisi kita harus melaksanakan berbagai kebijakan yang berubah-ubah dari kebijakan kita yang seharusnya belajar itu dengan tatap muka, tapi akhirnya kita harus melakukan pembelajaran secara online atau daring dikarenakan kita harus menjaga social distancing. Mohon maaf, untuk PPT-nya tidak bisa muncul.
Okay, wait, Ibu.
Iya.
Pak Fajar, try to do the best.
Untuk slide kedua, Pak Fajar, ya. Untuk yang kedua, yang menjadi latar belakang penelitian saya, yaitu keterkaitan kemajuan dari TIK itu sendiri yang begitu pesat di era digital ini. Artinya kita mulai memasuki era digital ini, berbagai hal semuanya mengalami kemajuan yang sangat pesat. Nah, itu bisa terlihat dari kebiasaan kita sehari-hari, di mana kita bisa melihat apapun itu bisa dilakukan secara digital. Salah satu contohnya yaitu kebiasaan kita dalam penggunaan kegiatan secara online, bahkan untuk berbelanja, untuk bermain gadget, atau apapun itu bisa kita lakukan. Nah, ini kemajuan yang pesat inilah yang sebenarnya menjadi latar belakang kenapa saya mengadakan penelitian terhadap siswa saya keterkaitan dengan pandemi. Mereka terbiasa menggunakan gadget berupa HP yang sederhana saja. Nah, setelah mereka masuk di masa new normal, mereka mulai mengalami perubahan kebiasaan yang sangat drastis. Jadi kebiasaan belajar yang awalnya kita berikan pembelajaran yang hanya menggunakan model pembelajaran yang bermedia cetak dan juga bermedia realita, ternyata tidak lagi menarik bagi mereka. Nah, untuk berikutnya, untuk latar belakang yang ketiga, yaitu mengenai pengaruh dan juga kebutuhan gadget, teknologi, alat informasi maupun alat komunikasi sekarang seakan-akan menjadi bagian penting dan menjadi kebutuhan primer. Dan insya Allah untuk 5 tahun ke depan, insya Allah semuanya itu memang menjadi suatu hal yang memang harus kita miliki dan kita manfaatkan. Nah, terkait dengan latar belakang inilah, maka kita selaku praktisi pendidikan harus semampu mungkin dan sepeka mungkin untuk berinovasi, menggunakan gadget atau menggunakan bagian dari teknologi, kemudian alat informasi maupun alat komunikasi itu justru untuk meningkatkan hasil belajar siswa. Karena di sini kebetulan saya mengajar di kelas 4, kendala yang muncul di saat waktu pandemi, hasil belajar siswa memang tinggi. Tapi begitu mereka ketemu di kelas, nah, ini ternyata mereka memiliki pemahaman konsep yang dangkal. Berarti penggunaan media, teknologi, informasi, dan komunikasi di rumah ternyata belum maksimal. Karena itu saya ingin mencoba mencari keefektifan media ini jika digunakan di dalam pembelajaran. Jadi dari latar belakang itu, maka rumusan masalah yang pertama yang ingin saya lihat adalah bagaimana keefektifan penggunaan media ini terhadap keaktifan siswa. Jadi keaktifan siswa di dalam kelas. Terus yang kedua, yaitu bagaimana keefektifan dari penggunaan media ini untuk meningkatkan hasil belajar siswa yang bisa kita lihat dari setiap hasil tesnya. Nah itu, lanjut Pak untuk slide yang keempat. Jadi dari rumusan masalah tersebut, maka diperoleh tujuan yang pertama yaitu untuk mengetahui keefektifan penggunaan media belajar berbasis TIK ini terhadap keaktifan siswa di kelas, dan yang kedua untuk peningkatan hasil belajar siswa. Slide kelima, Bapak, tentang kajian pustaka. Jadi untuk kajian pustaka yang jadi referensi. Yang pertama mengenai media pembelajaran. Saya ambil pokoknya yaitu bahwa media pembelajaran di sini merupakan bagian penting dari perencanaan pembelajaran. Maka setiap guru harus berpikir juga untuk memancing atau memotivasi siswa agar aktif dalam pembelajaran dengan penggunaan media pembelajaran tersebut. Sebagaimana Scrum menyebutkan, karena media pembelajaran itu adalah suatu teknologi pembawa pesan, maka di sini salah satu teknologi akan kita gali lewat penelitian ini. Terus untuk yang kedua, referensinya mengenai hasil belajar yang bisa kita ukur nanti melalui tes atau non-tes. Nah, untuk yang ketiga tentang teknologi informasi komunikasi. Nah, untuk teknologi informasi dan komunikasi itu adalah semua perangkat keras dan perangkat lunak yang berkaitan dengan pemrosesan, manipulasi, pengelolaan, dan juga transfer atau pemindahan informasi yang terjadi dari satu media ke media lainnya. Nah, untuk perangkat lunak dan perangkat keras inilah nanti yang saya gunakan di dalam pembelajaran, di dalam penelitian tindakan kelas, dalam proses belajar itu, untuk mengetahui media-media mana yang nanti bisa kita efektifkan digunakan. Dan kebetulan karena ini di tingkat jenjang dasar, saya hanya menggunakan untuk perangkat aksesnya kita gunakan HP. Terus untuk penggunaan proyektor dan laptop. Nah, untuk perangkat lunaknya, kebetulan saya pakai PowerPoint untuk penampilan slide-slide informasi yang menstimulus siswa. Terus penggunaan aplikasi yang ada di dalam internet, yaitu berupa live worksheet dan juga Google Form, ada quizzes. Jadi ini yang saya gunakan nanti waktu penelitian. Lanjut, Pak. Untuk penelitiannya sendiri, berbentuk penelitian tindakan kelas yang menggunakan metode penelitian kualitatif deskriptif. Karena bersifat deskriptif, nanti hasilnya dari hasil yang pengambilan datanya itu melalui observasi atau pengamatan keaktifan siswa di dalam kelas dan juga pengamatan dan refleksian dari hasil tes belajar siswa. Nah, ini nanti akan kita gambarkan bagaimana keefektifan media pembelajaran berbasis TIK itu saat digunakan dalam proses belajar mengajar guna meningkatkan hasil belajar siswa. Nah, indikator keberhasilan dari penelitian ini yaitu jika penelitian ini dikatakan berhasil jika keaktifan siswa dan nilai rata-rata siswa itu bisa mencapai atau di atas dari 80%.
Oke, Ibu Yatini. Sepertinya Ibu Yatini terlempar ya. Oke. Oke, Bapak Ibu. While waiting for Ibu Yatini, rejoin with our program. Bapak Ibu can prepare the question to Ibu Yatini, okay. The title is efektivitas penggunaan media pembelajaran berbasis teknologi informasi dan komunikasi terhadap peningkatan hasil belajar siswa di era digital. And then Ibu Yatini, the last explanation that, okay, Ibu Yatini, have you join us?
Bu.
Okay, iya, oke.
Saya lanjutkan ya.
Yes.
Di slide ke-6. Tinggal 3 slide insya Allah. Nah, untuk slide yang ke-6 tadi tentang penelitian itu tadi, lanjut ke hasil ke yang 7 Pak Fajar. Hasil penelitian dan pembahasan. Jadi penelitian tindakan kelas ini terdiri dari prasiklus, siklus 1 dan 2. Untuk siklus prasiklus itu pembelajaran kami laksanakan tanpa ada tindakan. Jadi anak-anak menggunakan media pembelajaran seperti awal, hanya berupa media cetak dan juga penggunaan realitas sebagai media pembelajaran. Dan alhasil, karena setelah pandemi, keaktifan siswa Masya Allah sangat rendah, yaitu sekitar 28%. Dari keseluruhan siswa, 29 siswa, hanya sekitar 7-9 anak yang bisa aktif. Dan nilai rata-rata setelah diadakan tes harian, hanya mencapai 59, itu pun yang tertinggi. Nah, setelah itu hasil refleksi dari kegiatan prasiklus masuk ke siklus 1 dan 2, kita mulai menggunakan media pembelajaran berbasis TIK. Untuk yang pertama berbasis TIK tapi tidak interaktif, itu ada kenaikan mencapai 72%. Tidak saya tampilkan di slide, tapi saya tampilkan di siklus yang terakhir, kita bisa mencapai 92% peningkatan. Artinya di sini, dari 29 siswa saya kelas 4, ternyata dengan penggunaan TIK, mereka bisa lebih aktif dan juga mendapat nilai rata-rata kelas mencapai 83,4. Dan dari 29 siswa ini, 23 siswa nilainya di atas KKM semuanya. Jadi dari situ, maka dapat kita simpulkan atau kita pahami bahwa di era digital ini dengan anak-anak yang sudah terbiasa menggunakan gadget dan juga terbiasa di era yang penggunaannya penuh dengan alat teknologi, ternyata media berbasis TIK itu merupakan stimulan yang paling tepat untuk meningkatkan keaktifan siswa dalam mencari pengetahuan yang berlimpah, tidak hanya dari satu sumber saja, sehingga mereka memperoleh pengetahuan dan pemahaman dengan cara mencari sendiri. Karena dari situlah ternyata pemahaman mereka lebih bermakna. Nah, jadi dapat disimpulkan, bahwa penggunaan media pembelajaran berbasis TIK itu sangatlah efektif untuk meningkatkan hasil belajar siswa. Dari penelitian ini ada beberapa yang perlu kami sarankan. Ini mungkin lebih banyak khususnya adalah di daerah kami. Untuk pemerintah setidaknya bisalah memberikan kemudahan kepada lembaga pendidikan terutama swasta untuk memperoleh kemudahan dalam akses sistem jaringan TIK dalam pendidikan. Untuk lembaga kami, lembaga pendidikan yang lainnya dan terutama kepala sekolah setidaknya menyediakan atau mengalokasikan fasilitas TIK yang diperlukan guru dalam pembelajaran. Terus bagi orang tua siswa yang selama ini kendala yang kami hadapi adalah adanya pro kontra orang tua siswa yang setuju dan tidak setuju penggunaan gadget, penggunaan TIK. Ini kami hanya bisa berharap bahwa dalam penggunaan TIK, insya Allah orang tua hanya harus membantu pihak sekolah untuk menggunakan fasilitas tersebut sesuai kegunaannya untuk pendidikan. Nah, yang terakhir, saran terakhir bagi peneliti lain, mungkin ini bisa dilanjutkan, itu mengenai kendala-kendala yang muncul, ini perlu digali lagi. Kendala-kendala yang muncul dari penggunaan media berbasis TIK ini, baik itu terkait dari kondisi sekolah, maupun latar belakang siswa, dan terutama adalah kompetensi guru dalam menggunakan TIK itu sendiri, serta upaya untuk penanggulangannya. Mungkin itu saja, Ibu. Karena sinyal di sini naik turun, saya nggak berani terlalu lama. Monggo dilanjutkan. Terima kasih. Ada kuncinya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Yatini. Okay. Go to. Okay. Before we continue, from me, I think it is in this digital area, it is not easy for us to change their student mindset from pandemic condition to new normal condition. Is it? Okay, why? Because we cannot escape from the digital tools. Okay, yeah. Okay, Bapak Ibu, I give you space from YouTube or chat, but I have a question here from Insan, Madrasah MI Arodotun Nur Garut. The question is, apakah penggunaan mediatik tidak akan membuat anak menjadi ketergantungan pada pelaksanaan KBM? Oke, from Bapak Insan.
Ya. Baik, bisa saya jawab sekarang, Ibu?
Oke.
Ya. Begini, untuk keterkaitan itu memang sudah bisa ditebak. Karena saya sendiri saat penelitian ini, saat mau menggunakan gadget itu pun banyak pro kontra dari orang tua. Dengan kalimat bisa jadi anak-anak nanti memiliki ketergantungan pada gadget. Ada lagi yang pro kontra karena mereka tidak memiliki gadget. Nah, untuk terkait orang yang banyak yang tidak setuju dengan penggunaan gadget karena nanti menjadi ketergantungan, ini akhirnya kami berikan masukan sosialisasi selama 1 minggu itu tiap kelas yang menggunakan gadget ini selama pembelajaran daring pun hingga sampai new normal, kita hanya bisa memberikan kepada orang tua masukan bahwa gadget atau TIK ini hanya digunakan dengan aturan tertentu. Jadi ada kontrak. Jadi selama ini di sekolah kami hingga memasuki tahun 2022 ini sudah membuat kontrak dengan orang tua. Penggunaan gadget yang sekiranya atau TIK yang sekiranya kita butuhkan di sekolah, misalnya contoh kita ambil satu yang sederhana HP. Jadi HP dibawa siswa ke sekolah sebelum pelaksanaan penggunaan di dalam pembelajaran dikumpulkan pada guru. Nah, setelah itu kita juga membatasi di situ, insya Allah di penelitian saya yang ketiga, di siklus yang kedua, itu ada pengubahan strategi. Di awal anak-anak memang ada yang curi-curi waktu main game saat kita menggunakan gadget untuk pembelajaran. Tapi begitu kita sudah tahu, oh distan-stan inilah yang menyebabkan mereka seperti ini, akhirnya di siklus yang ketiga ada cara yaitu guru harus mampu membuat media yang ada di gadget itu menjadi interaktif. Jadi anak tidak terpikir ke arah lain. Contoh, saat kita membuat LKPD-nya dibuat interaktif, anak-anak tidak akan terpikir untuk melihat game. Kita gunakan semacam kuis, terus mereka dibuat berlomba skor tertinggi. Nah, ini salah satu contoh Bapak yang pernah saya lakukan di siklus kedua. Dan alhamdulillah kenaikan nilai pun bisa terlihat, keaktifan siswa juga bisa tercapai. Anak tidak diam, ramai di kelas, bukan ramai nakal, tapi ramai mereka berpacu untuk mendapatkan skor tertinggi dan nilai hasil kuisnya paling tinggi. Nah, itu sudah bisa kita dapatkan di situ. Makanya itu penelitian selanjutnya kalau bisa kira-kira bisa mencari apa media TIK yang paling efektif untuk setiap kelas yang berbeda. Kalau kebetulan di saya itu cara refleksi dari siklus pertama kita menggunakan media berbasis TIK tapi yang tidak interaktif. Begitu di siklus ketiga, di siklus kedua kita menggunakan yang interaktif, maka anak-anak tidak ada lagi yang curi-curi waktu. Insya Allah begitu Bapak. Jadi ada batasan sistem kontrak belajar, penggunaan gadget bagaimana, terus di rumah pun orang tua diberitahu, penggunaan gadget hanya dibatasi sampai jam 10. Setelah jam 10 gadget diminta dikembalikan pada orang tua. Itu guru selalu mengingatkan seperti itu. Dan juga bagaimana guru membuat seinteraktif mungkin media yang ada di gadget itu sendiri atau di TIK yang akan kita gunakan itu bagaimana maksimalkan anak-anak hanya terfokusnya di pemahaman konsep belajar saja. Mungkin itu saja Ibu.
Okay, thank you Ibu. I think enough for your presentation because the time. Okay.
Terima kasih.
Yeah, okay. I have a conclusion from your presentation that they are as teacher there is a rule, strategy, and the media is become the interaction for our student. Okay, thank you Ibu for your presentation. Okay, next presenter is Nurul Lutfia Rohmah from Man 1 Banyuwangi. Okay, and the title is Alih wahana cerpen menjadi sandiwara siniar sebagai bentuk inovasi pembelajaran apresiasi cerpen. Oke, halo Ibu Lutfia.
Halo Ibu Trisna, I'm ready.
Yes.
I try to share screen first.
Okay, start from now.
Terlihat, Ibu?
Yes.
Saya mulai. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, the Honorable Head of the Ministry of Religion of the Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Director of Institutional Curriculum and Student Facilities, Head of Subsector of Madrasah Teacher Development, whom we respect the entire second ISOE commit, the speakers of the second ISO and all participants of the second ISO 2022. I feel very honored to be a part of the second ISOE 2022. Thank you to the Ministry of Religion of the Republic of Indonesia for holding such a spectacular activity to improve digital-based education in metaverse era. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lutfia Rohmah. I'm Indonesian teacher from Mansatu Banyuwangi, East Java. Alright, I will soon present my paper. My title is Transfer of Short Story to Drama Senior as a part of Short Story Appreciation Learning Innovation. Okay, I will continue. Okay. For the first part, this is introduction. There are 2 points about the background of this research and the aim of this study. For the background of this research, there are 3 points about active, innovative, effective, and fun learning innovation. And number 2, the era of the abandon must be used. Sorry. The era of abundance that must be utilized and digital media increasingly attractive materials. In Indonesian literature subject, the learning process with source story material include many things. These include listening to source story, reading source story, and writing source story. In addition, source story can be studied orally, including writing source story or changing the form of source story into literary plays. Saturation in presenting learning during the pandemic is the cause of the use of creative ways of presenting source story learning by changing the form of source story into literary plays. Actually, there are several learning strategies that can be applied by teachers in this digital era. There are including modeling, innovation, and evaluation of learning through digital media. And this media learning strategy aims to facilitate learning for students and teachers to be achieve PICOM learning goals. As we know, PICOM learning goals are including active, innovative, effective, and fun learning innovation. And number 2, about the aim of this study, there are 4 points. This study to achieve fun learning goals, to sparking student independent in learning, explore the digital-based learning process, and the last, to improve the form of short story. And the next slide, previous research. From Cislowski 2022, we get information about application of podcast on the Spotify application as a media for mathematical learning in the middle of COVID-19 pandemic. The result of this research, podcasts can be used as a learning supplement in addition to face-to-face lecture and textbook, and as an alternative medium for distance learning. And Number two, we get information about use of podcasts as a learning media for Indonesian literature from Farhan 2022. The result of this research, senior or podcast as a learning medium is quite effective because it's easily accessible, can be played repeatedly, is fun, and adds clarity to learning. And last, information from Nur Hasan 2019, 2022, and Hikmawati 2021. We get information about changing values, drama, and films. Next, this slide, we explain about research method. This research use qualitative research design. We get data with observation and participation activities for 36 students of class 12 language money. And we use 7 research stage. Number 1, listening to literary plays through the senior channel as an observation material for short story appreciation. Stage number 2, writing short story with teacher guidance. Stage number 3, edit and ensure the short story is in accordance with the agreed signs. Stage number 4, compose play script adapt from short story that have been made in the working groups. And stage number 5, preparing to role playing or playing groups. And the 6th, recording the play is being played. And the last stage, edit the recording and add to the broadcast channels. And next is about discussion. Learning innovation carried out by teachers in KBM must stick to the achievement of the educational values and character of students. When listening, the literary plays, students need to develop curiosity about the material they are watching. And the activity of writing the result of listening to literary plays, conveying them orally, and discussing to compose short story in groups. Why are they asked to work in groups? Because working in groups make it easier for teachers to assess various value and characters that can be achieved by students, can be able to communicate with other people, work hard, care socially, and can be responsible. Innovation in learning activities by converting short story into drama plays or sandiwara senior and uploading them to digital channels is a form of inculcating good character, namely being character, independent, completing curiosity, willing to work hard, discipline, and harness. And this research is in line with this research that has been done by Farhan 2022 in theory. The difference is not only the level of concept or theory, but the practical level, namely classroom learning. And the last slide about closing, there are 4 points. Point 1, sandiwara senior is often alternative to learn application or of short story. And number 2, post-pandemic requires adaptation to request teacher to find new ways of teaching. And number 3, metaphors is a choice to learn a new way by not leaving the nobility and height of good attitude, value, and character. And last, future researchers can conduct transfer studies with material others than short stories. Poetry material can also be transferred into other forms, such songs, short story, or monologue based on digital media. Okay, Ibu Trisnawati, I think is enough. I'm so sorry if I have missed. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Nurul Lutfia Rohmah from Satu Banyuwangi, and the title is Alih Wahana Cerpen Menjadi Sandiwara Senior sebagai bentuk inovasi pembelajaran apresiasi cerpen. I think it is familiar for our student, okay? And seminar or podcast, I think, is it? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. If we ask to the student the assignment like that, I think the student will feel happy and find, yes, it is my challenge, and I will find out the newest issues and try to make it as good as possible. And I think so. Okay, because it is make the student always active.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Is it? Yeah. Thank you, Ibu Lutfia. Okay, I give you the space for the participant in Zoom here or YouTube. 2 questions first, Bapak Ibu, please. Okay, wait, I check it first. Okay, from Ibu Masnah. Okay, Ibu Nurul Lutfia dari MTs Negeri 1 Tulang Bawang ingin bertanya kepada Ibu Yatini. Oke, seberapa efektifkah pembelajaran berbasis TIK dan bagaimana anak yang tidak mempunyai HP untuk menilainya dan solusinya? From Suryatun, izin bertanya untuk Ibu Yatini. Media apa saja yang dipakai dalam penelitian tersebut? Bagaimana menggunakan media kuisis dalam pembelajaran jika siswa tidak menggunakan gawai pada siswa Ibu? Next question, Mona Lisa Aulia. Bagus dan cermat dalam berbicara tentang semua hal yang sangat penting dalam kehidupan sehari-hari dan juga supaya tidak mengerti mengapa kita harus melihat ke depannya. Berarti sudah dijawab ya Ibu ya? Oke. From Salapudin Fitri, pengawas Madrasah Banjarmasin untuk Ibu Yatini. Mengapa orang tua masih ragu dengan pemanfaatan TIK, padahal hasilnya sudah jelas akan meningkatkan prestasi? Ini untuk Ibu Yatini. Oke. Ibu Yatini. Okay, we're waiting for Ibu Yatini. Maybe Ibu Lutfia can answer the questions.
For me too?
Yes, okay.
Please, Bu.
Okay, ya. Seberapa efektifkah pembelajaran berbasis TIK dan bagaimana anak yang tidak mempunyai HP untuk menilainya dan solusinya?
Okay, I will answer in English ya, Bu ya.
Okay.
Kalau untuk pembelajaran cerpen ini sebenarnya tidak perlu HP juga tidak apa-apa, tetapi karena saat ini kondisinya di sekolah saya, anak-anak itu memakai HP dan sangat familiar, sehingga kalau saya sangat perlu untuk mencari cara-cara untuk memanfaatkan gadget yang mereka punya itu untuk pembelajaran itu. Jadi celah-celah yang bisa digunakan untuk memanfaatkan apa yang mereka saksikan atau yang mereka pakai sehari-hari itu sangat perlu kata saya, karena mereka akan enjoy ketika Android itu dipakai untuk kegiatan pembelajaran, tapi kita harus ini Bu, jadi yang paling penting adalah pendampingan terhadap pembelajaran itu tidak boleh lengah karena mereka akan mencari celah-celah juga untuk tidak konsentrasi gitu. Kalau saya yang saya lakukan adalah tidak berdiri di depan kelas saja atau duduk di depan kelas, tetapi saya selalu berada di sekitar mereka selama pembelajaran, sehingga kesempatan untuk bisa pindah konsentrasi itu semakin kecil gitu. Tapi kalau misalnya keadaannya tidak memakai alat gitu, mungkin ada cara-cara lain saya kira ya untuk bisa memanfaatkan cara-cara kreatif untuk belajar sesuai dengan kemampuan mereka masing-masing. Mungkin itu Bu, saya sependek yang tak saya tahu.
Okay, thank you Ibu. The most important one is a guidance. Okay, yeah. Ibu Lucy. Okay, please Ibu Lucy.
Iya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih atas kesempatannya.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saya ingin menanyakan kepada Ibu Lutfia Nurul. Saya sangat menarik sekali ini tentang sandiwara siniar ya. Ini masih awam di telinga saya. Sandiwara siniar itu tadi kalau saya lihat seperti semacam podcast atau sandiwara yang ada di RRI ya Bu ya. Zaman dulu ya. Nah, ini kalau misalnya untuk prakteknya sendiri, ini rata-rata anak-anak menggunakan apakah aplikasinya memang sudah ada sendiri atau mungkin mereka merekam dulu kemudian mengupload di sosial media mereka atau bagaimana? Terima kasih Ibu atas kesempatannya.
Ya, terima kasih pertanyaannya Bu Luciana. Untuk sementara karena kita baru mencoba, saya mendapatkan celah untuk bisa memanfaatkan gadget mereka itu pada pembelajaran apresiasi cerpen ini. Mereka memang tidak punya aplikasi sendiri, tetapi dengan kegiatan yang biasa kita lakukan, memindah saja, jadi dari cerpen itu kita ubah bentuk gitu ya supaya lebih menarik ketika akan diapresiasi itu dalam bentuk siniar. Sebenarnya saya memakai kata siniar itu untuk mensosialisasikan istilah podcast dalam bahasa Indonesia karena saya mengajar Indonesia. Jadi siniar itu the same with podcast. Yes. Kemudian saya ingin membawa mereka itu untuk mempelajari cerpen itu lebih menarik seperti zaman kita dulu, zaman kita masa lalu itu kan kita suka mendengarkan sandiwara ya lewat radio yang tidak ada gambar, kita hanya berimajinasi dengan suara. Nah, saya bawa mereka itu ke sana supaya lebih tertarik gitu untuk mempelajari cerpen dalam bentuk sandiwara ini, dan mereka bekerja dalam kelompok sampai mereka bisa merekam semua persiapan mereka gitu. Jadi dari mengubah bentuk menjadi sandiwara, kemudian mereka berbagi tugas untuk bermainkan, lalu berlatih, kemudian di-editing, lalu di-upload atau diunggah ke saluran siniar, saluran podcast. Dan untuk sementara memang saya bantu untuk yang salurannya karena mungkin keterbatasan Android mereka untuk bisa mengakses podcast atau siniar yang sudah banyak ada di media sosial. Mungkin itu Bu Lucy. Terima kasih.
Oke, Ibu Lucy. Halo Ibu Lucy.
Iya Ibu, sudah jelas. Setidaknya sudah ada wawasan baru lagi. Terima kasih Ibu Lutfia dan Ibu Panitia.
Okay. Yeah, thank you Ibu Lutfi. I think enough for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Not for Ibu Lucy, but also for us senior. But when Ibu Nurul explained about the title, senior, it means that podcast, and it is familiar for our student.
Familiar.
Yes. Okay. Okay. The last presenter is Dwining Wahyuni Budi, S.Pd M.Si from MTsN 34 DKI Jakarta. Okay. The title is Ujian Praktek IPA Sukses dengan PHAT Colorado. I think a wonderful title here. Time is yours.
Thank you so much for the time, Ibu Trisnawati. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. the Honorable Minister Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Yaqut Kholil Qoumas, my respected Director General of Islamic Education, Minister of Religious Affairs, Bapak Ali Ramdhani, the head of GTK Directorate of the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Bapak Aun Rafiq, and the committee of the Second International Symposium on Education 2022, Bapak Suyitman, and all the participants, presenters of the Second International Symposium of Education 2022. I'm very happy to be here and nervous too, of course, with the fabulous people to learn, to share, and to collaborate, to be a learner in this event. And please allow me to present my presentation in Indonesian language. I try to share my presentation. Okay, just a minute. I hope my presentation will be. Can you see my presentation, Ibu Krishna?
Okay, Ibu, clear?
Clear.
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Thank you very much. Ujian praktek IPA sukses dengan PET Colorado menjadi sebuah best practice yang saya lakukan bersama siswa-siswa MTsN 34 Jakarta. Dan aktivitas best practice ini, alasan kenapa kok saya lakukan ini, lintasan-lintasan pikiran sederhana sebenarnya. Latar belakang hampir sama dengan presenter yang lain. Akibat pandemi sudah di tahun ketiga, learning loss mau tidak mau dialami oleh kita semua. Dan sebagai bentuk antisipasi terhadap unpredictable condition, ketika PTM kemudian di-cut kembali karena ada suspek, kemudian off kembali untuk offline, maka beberapa pemikiran terlintas dalam sebuah pikiran-pikiran untuk anak-anak kelas 9 khususnya, bagaimana mereka di akhir tahun itu bisa merasakan meaningful learning. Ada kesan-kesan di akhir ketika mereka ingin lepas dari madrasah, ada kenangan-kenangan ketika di 2 tahun awal pandemi mereka mungkin tidak mengalami satu yang disebut meaningful learning, tetapi ketika kita closing dalam sebuah pembelajaran, menghadirkan hal-hal yang bermakna, dioptimalkan bermakna untuk mereka, maka harapannya adalah mereka akan mendapatkan sesuatu yang lebih di akhir tahunnya. Ada rumusan masalah yang saya pikirkan saat itu. Ketika saya melakukan aktivitas best practice bersama siswa, apakah PET Colorado ini benar-benar bisa memberikan sebuah pengalaman belajar ketika siswa diajak ujian praktik IPA dengan menggunakan aplikasi ini. Nah, kemudian juga pastinya ketika kita mengenalkan sebuah aplikasi PET Colorado kepada siswa, ada sesi-sesi di mana kita bisa mengenalkan dan mendeskripsikan. Dari rumusan masalah itu, maka ada 2 tujuan penelitian yang pastinya mencoba menjawab terkait rumusan masalah yang ada. Mendeskripsikan cara penggunaan aplikasi PET, kemudian juga mengetahui hasil ujian praktek IPA dengan menggunakan aplikasi PET Colorado. Manfaat dari penulisan best practice tentunya memberikan atmosfer yang baik lah. Karena memang sesuatu yang besar pasti dimulai dari yang kecil. Dan ketika kita mencoba menjadi guru yang mencoba memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk siswa-siswa kita, pasti mendapatkan sebuah hal-hal positif, baik bagi siswa, guru, maupun institusi itu sendiri. Kalau Bapak Ibu lihat di layar, ada beberapa poin dari manfaat. Pada intinya adalah bagi siswa tadi, ketika dia menggunakan aplikasi PET belajar, aplikasi PET Colorado dalam ujian praktek IPA, mereka mendapatkan pengalaman belajar. Kemudian juga membantu mereka memvisualisasikan konsep yang tadinya mungkin tidak bisa divisualisasikan, maka dengan aplikasi-aplikasi pembelajaran itu bisa lebih membantu. Dan yang ketiga, ketika kita mencoba mengenalkan PET Colorado untuk dimanfaatkan dalam ujian praktik kemarin, itu ada poin-poin yang menjadi ukuran saya dalam memberikan sebuah proses ujian. Salah satunya tadi, siswa dapat membuktikan hukum. Oh, ternyata ada beberapa yang tidak bisa kelihatan, tapi ketika mereka melihat dalam bentuk visualisasi aplikasi, bisa dibunyikan hukum yang senantiasa diajarkan oleh guru di kelas. Kemudian bagi guru tentunya, proses-proses kegiatan best practice, BPK, menjadi sebuah selling point guru kaitannya dengan program keprofesionalan berkelanjutan. Program keprofesionalan berkelanjutan yang merupakan satu bentuk service excellence kepada siswa dan menjadi sebuah masukan bagi madrasah, dan nantinya ke depan madrasah itu pun mendapatkan sebuah manfaat dari aktivitas-aktivitas PKB yang dilakukan oleh guru yang bersangkutan. Ketika akreditasi tentunya madrasah yang bersangkutan akan memberikan atau akan mendapatkan selling point dan mendapatkan tambahan-tambahan dalam kaitannya pengembangan guru pada instansi yang bersangkutan. Nah, kemudian tentunya ketika kita melakukan aktivitas best practice atau PTK, kajian pustaka menjadi landasan dalam mencoba menjadi penguat untuk kita melakukan aktivitas yang sudah direncanakan. Pastinya ketika kajian pustaka yang kita ambil mencoba menjadi sebuah landasan apakah memang apa yang kita lakukan ini bisa diuji cobakan dan bisa mendapatkan hasil sesuai harapan. Kalau kita lihat judul yang di awal saya angkat ujian praktik IPA sukses, maka dikatakan bahwa ketika ujian praktek sukses itu menjadi satu bentuk yang diukur dan menjadi sebuah outcome bagi sekolah dalam melihat progres pembelajaran siswa di tengah-tengah kondisi pandemi. Kalau kita melihat anak-anak betapa repotnya belajar IPA ketika sesuatunya tidak diajak enjoy, maka pembelajaran berbasis aplikasi Pet Colorado itu bisa menjadikan sebuah pembelajaran IPA lebih menyenangkan. Kemudian juga semua kita tahu bahwa hakikat IPA seperti yang disampaikan dalam tulisan Ika Chandra Sayakti Sarwanto 2012 bahwa hakikat IPA itu sebagai sikap atau biasa dikenal dengan sikap ilmiah yang melandasi proses belajar IPA. Dan dengan ilmu pengetahuan alam juga merupakan satu disiplin ilmu yang mempelajari fenomena alam dengan menggunakan seluruh panca indera yang dimiliki manusia. Dan tentunya Bapak Ibu yang mata pelajaran IPA sudah sangat hafal dan sudah sangat piawai. Tapi memang kendalanya ketika di lapangan, apa yang kita tahu bisa buyar dengan sebuah kondisi yang tadi, unpredictable. Kemudian, apa sih itu aplikasi Pet Colorado? Ini oleh-oleh nih Bu Trisna dari PKB, Masya Allah. Teman-teman MGMP luar biasa. Jadi kalau kita kenal dengan aplikasi Pet, itu aplikasi yang sangat interaktif. Siswa bisa melakukan aktivitas pembelajaran dengan bisa mengunduh aplikasi ini secara gratis dan bisa pakai Android yang mereka punya. Jadi tidak terlalu ribet sebenarnya. Hanya memang butuh kesiapan-kesiapan agar proses yang berjalan sesuai apa yang direncanakan. Dalam sebuah penelitian, Bandoy 2016, dikatakan dalam penelitiannya bahwa penggunaan aplikasi PET dapat meningkatkan efektivitas pembelajaran dan efektif pula meningkatkan perolehan nilai ujian. Kemudian juga dari satu jurnal yang terbaru yang saya temukan, KAIBU tahun 2021 terkait pemanfaatan PET, KAIBU dengan titlenya Using PET Simulation to Improve Scientific Skills and Attitude of Community College Students, itu ternyata dari hasil penelitian KAIBU, secara kualitatif dan kuantitatif didapatkan hasil 88% peserta didik mendapatkan pengalaman yang sangat positif dalam penggunaan aplikasi PET. Artinya mungkin saya pribadi baru kenal aplikasi ini tidak terlalu lama, baru-baru. Tapi ketika dimanfaatkan langsung di lapangan bisa mahasiswa menjadi sebuah rekam jejak digital yang luar biasa. Jadi apa yang kita dapat tidak berhenti sebatas teori, tetapi bagaimana bisa kita berikan dalam kaitannya pembelajaran di kelas. Jadi ujian praktek yang saya lakukan bersama siswa ketika bisa merupakan sebuah ujian yang sukses itu ketika kita bisa memberikan satu bentuk pengalaman di mana siswa bisa terlatih dalam aspek scientific skills. Dan itu tidak mau menjadi sebuah irisan-irisan kegiatan dalam mata pelajaran IPA. Ya, kemudian juga mengkerucut kepada best practice terkait ujian praktek IPA, maka ketika saya bersama anak-anak kelas 9 itu melakukan aktivitas ini, itu ada capaian-capaian target yang memang saya pasang untuk anak-anak kelas 9 ketika mereka menggunakan aplikasi dalam ujian praktek IPA kelas 9. Di slide berikutnya juga kita akan menjelaskan bahwa 110 siswa di kelas 9 pada MTsN 34 Jakarta saat di bulan Februari tanggal 21 sampai 25 ini melakukan aktivitas ujian praktek. Dan IPA menjadi salah satu mata pelajaran yang memang mesti ada dalam kaitannya praktek. Hanya bedanya, biasanya ujian praktek IPA diajak anak-anak di lab IPA. Tetapi saat ini anak-anak diajak ke lab komputer. Kenapa? Karena memang ketika aktivitas ujian praktek IPA, saya menggunakan lab komputer untuk melakukan aktivitas pembelajaran di ujian praktek IPA. Mudah-mudahan terlihat nih alur dan desain ujian praktek IPA. Jadi pada saat ujian praktik saya membuat 3 sesi pra-pelaksanaan. Yang saya bilang tadi, pastinya di awal kita memberikan pengalaman dulu nih di kelas. Ketika sekolah mendapatkan izin PTM, enak sekali mengenalkannya secara offline dengan anak-anak. Tetapi ketika ditemukan suspek berhenti jadi online lagi, maka sosialisasi berjalan secara online lagi. Ini pra-pelaksanaan, tapi tetap jalan gitu. Karena memang target capaian kita adalah anak-anak bisa tahu, bisa pakai, dan bisa menikmati aplikasi di akhir mereka berada di kelas 9. Kemudian saat pra-pelaksanaan selesai, masuk ke termin pelaksanaan di bulan Februari. Nah, ketika di pelaksanaan, anak-anak sudah diberi informasi bahwa anak harus punya flash disk, di mana flash disknya itu akan diinput LKPD yang sudah dibuat oleh guru, oleh saya. LKPD yang saya buat itu terdiri dari 3 ranah penilaian terkait ujian praktek pastinya. Yang pertama, saya akan lihat nih kreativitas anak dalam membuat rangkaian. Yang kedua, benar atau salah rangkaian yang anak-anak buat dengan pet Colorado. Dan yang ketiga, anak bisa membuktikan hukum home dengan narasi yang pastinya mereka akan buat di dalam LKPD yang sudah ada di flash disk mereka masing-masing. Nah, kemudian karena tadi kondisi PTM, satu kelas harus 50%, maka dalam 110 siswa itu dibagi menjadi beberapa kali pertemuan. Satu kelas saya bikin menjadi 2 sesi. Dan tiap sesinya maksimal 19 anak masuk ke dalam lab komputer. Setelah berjalannya ujian, maka pastinya kita sebagai guru melakukan refleksi. Apa benar nih Pet Colorado memberikan hasil yang cukup memuaskan sesuai apa yang kita rencanakan? Maka refleksi yang saya lakukan menggunakan seperti biasa Google Form. Dari Google Form kita bisa lihat respon, bisa lihat evaluasinya berjalan nggak nih anak-anak dengan apa yang kita harapkan. Nah, dari situ maka dari lembar form yang kita kumpulkan terbentuklah beberapa poin-poin temuan dan akhirnya muncul sebuah saran dan rekomendasi dari aktivitas best practice yang saya lakukan bersama anak-anak di kelas 9. Bapak Ibu, tabulasi hasil dari ujian praktik IPA. Seperti yang tadi saya sampaikan, 3 hal yang saya nilai dengan LKPD yang sudah saya buat, ternyata Masya Allah gitu. Dari 3 kelas, 91, 92, 93, rata-rata perolehan nilai terkait benar salah rangkaian seri paralel dengan menggunakan aplikasi PET itu 93 rata-rata nilai yang didapat siswa. Kemudian untuk hal kreativitas, rata-rata anak di kelas 91, 92, 93 ketika kita gabungkan nilainya itu mendapatkan nilai 92 rata. Nah, yang paling rendah memang pembuktian hukum home. Sekali lagi balik ke literasi nih. Anak-anak ternyata ketika kita lihat hasil di KPD menghubungkan
Ibu Dewi, time, oke.
Oke, sedikit lagi ya, boleh ya?
Oke.
Ketika kita lihat hasil ini, maka yang memang perlu disentuh lebih kepada anak-anak adalah terkait bagaimana anak bisa memberikan sebuah alur narasi yang baik. Dan ini contoh hasil kreativitas siswa. Saya juga geleng-geleng, ternyata anak-anak bisa membuat rangkaian seperti ini. Gurunya belum tentu bisa, tapi anaknya luar biasa. Kemudian juga ini contoh narasi saat kita tampilkan anak-anak untuk membuktikan hukum home dengan apa yang mereka temukan di aplikasi. Dan hasilnya seperti yang Bapak Ibu lihat. Dan ini ketika dihubungkan dengan sebuah penelitian oleh Saputra 2017, dia juga melakukan penelitian dengan PET yang dikombine dengan aplikasi KIT, itu bisa menghasilkan sebuah validnya aplikasi ini untuk pembelajaran IPA, praktis dan efektif. Dan kemudian juga apa yang membedakan dengan penelitian yang sebelumnya, saya melihat penelitian yang ada hanya sebatas poin 1 dan poin 2, tetapi untuk pembuktian hukum home belum dilakukan dengan menggunakan aplikasi PET pembelajaran. Nah, ini juga hasil temuan nih, Bu Trisna. Ternyata anak-anak ketika masuk ke lab komputer belum tahu flash disk, bagaimana memasukkan flash disk ke komputer. Ketika dia masukkan, tutupnya belum dibuka, maka dia nggak akan bisa masuk. Itu temuan yang menjadi sebuah bukti otentik bahwa anak-anak butuh TIK. Sehingga rekomendasi dan saran yang saya berikan kepada sekolah khususnya adalah materi TIK itu tetap diberikan terpisah, tidak integrasi dengan materi umum. Kenapa? Karena materi pelajaran umum biasanya ngejar target kurikulum dia. Tetapi ketika harus disinergikan dengan TIK, kadang-kadang terlupa. Maka paling tidak mapel TIK sebagai muatan lokal yang menjadi pilihan madrasah disertakan kembali secara terpisah. Dan mudah-mudahan nanti bisa menjadi basic skill untuk anak-anak, bisa dilakukan, dikolaborasikan dengan mata pelajaran yang lain. Seperti itu mungkin ini sebatas refleksi hasil anak-anak ketika mengisi lembar form terkait evaluasi pelaksanaan ujian praktek menggunakan aplikasi PET Colorado. Ini juga beberapa bukti terkait kegiatan kita. Mungkin itu saja, cukup tergesa-gesa juga ya Bu Trisna. Mohon maaf mengambil waktunya. Kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wow. Well, Bapak Ibu, participants, I think that is the interesting title. Okay. For me, it is the newest one, PET Colorado. Okay, but now we can imagine that the student in the class. Okay, apalagi ini adalah ujian praktek. Okay, we must change our mindset how to make the student always fun, and of course, finally, the student score as our wish. Okay, okay. From the first Ibu Dwi presentation, how to overcome learning loss in this era. Okay, become meaningful learning, right? Okay, and then by PET Colorado, the student will get experiences, active, and of course, misery. Of course, for our school, become outcome to measure. Okay, and then for the teacher, PKB, of course, yeah, and then excellent point to the students. And then the target the student, when I talked to Ibu Nurul Lutia Rohmah, okay, and Ibu Dwi too, it is not easy for us to change our student mindset from pandemic condition to new normal condition. Because when we have new normal, we have a target. The student now understand and use. And how to change their mindset? We are, as the teacher, must be able, the first, to create how to make the student grow up their motivation. Okay. Okay, Bapak Ibu, you're in Zoom and YouTube. Space for you to the questions.
I think it is enough.
I have a question here from Salapuddin Fitri. I think my friend Salahuddin Fitri, yeah, but here Salapuddin Fitri, pengawas Madrasah Banjarmasin. Untuk Ibu Dewi, belajar IPA bertujuan untuk lebih mendekatkan diri kepada Sang Pencipta. Bagaimana tujuan ini bisa direalisasikan melalui aplikasi Pet Colorado?
Oke, saya langsung jawab ya, Ibu Trisna.
Oke.
Benar sekali, Ibu siapa? Bu Trisna tadi? Ibu pengawas?
Bapak Salahuddin Fitri. Salahuddin Fitri.
Betul sekali Bapak Salahuddin. Memang salah satu karakteristik kita sebagai guru di madrasah harus senantiasa mengintegrasikan pembelajaran dalam kaitannya keagamaan. Nah, ketika kita belajar aplikasi Pet Colorado, itu ada satu pesan yang saya berikan kepada siswa-siswa, bagaimana Allah itu memberikan sebuah kelengkapan akal kepada manusia. Dan ketika kita mendekatkan itu kepada siswa, maka satu bentuk pembuktian bahwa Allah menciptakan manusia dalam sebaik-baik bentuk. Laqad khalaqnal insana fi ahsani taqwim. Itu juga terkait bagaimana Allah memberikan akal kepada kita. Maka muncul deh tuh banyak aplikasi. Kenapa? Karena itu merupakan produk dari berpikirnya manusia yang Allah berikan sebuah akal pada dirinya. Jadi konsep-konsep itu secara langsung dan secara luas pastinya disampaikan oleh kita sebagai guru kepada siswa. Sehingga apa yang mereka dapat, apa yang mereka lihat itu bisa senantiasa mendekatkan dirinya kepada Sang Khalik. Betul sekali. Terima kasih, Bu Trisna.
Oke, ya Ibu. Clear ya untuk Bapak Salahuddin. Oke, as Ibu Dewi share us that our target is the student now, understand, use, dan of course diaplikasikan to their life, daily activities, right? Okay. Bapak Ibu, the time
is up.
Yes, that's up. Okay, thank you, Bapak Ibu. To the presenter, Ibu Nani Sulistiani from MTsN Blitar, Ibu Yuli Astuti M.Pd from Bandua Bandung, Ibu Yatini from MI Darul Qur'an, Ibu Nurul Lutfia Rahmah from Man 1 Banyuwangi, and the last Ibu Dewining Wahyuni Budi S.Pd MSc from MTsN 34 DKI Jakarta. Okay, all the presenter very meaningful and inspiration for us. Okay, thank you for all. I'm Trisnawati. See you next time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much for Ibu Trisnawati from Man9 Jakarta, who has moderated all the presenters today. So give a big round of applause for all of the presenters. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so I'd like to remind you that we still have the great agenda tomorrow, so don't miss it. Unfortunately, this is the end of our session today, but I would like to give an English pantun first for you all guys. A monkey is stealing apple pie. It presses a button to open the gateway. I promise this is not a goodbye. I will see you again the following day. So I'm Trisnawati from Maninsan Cendekia Gorontalo and from all of the committee of ISO 2022 will say goodbye to you all and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Monkey steal pie.